Chapter 4395. Lin Fei was indeed quite interested in this knockoff meeting. If he could catch all these golden core experts in one fell swoop, he might really be able to harvest some heaven-reaching tokens. Lin Fei also learned from Xianxia that it was not easy to get these heaven-reaching tokens. There were not many of them circulating outside, so he needed a way. Moreover, Lin Fei had been here for some time, and he had some understanding of the spiritual realm. If he wanted to get more heaven-reaching tokens, apart from relying on the wall, the other was to rely on the power. Therefore, the words of the Black Wind Stronghold Master gave him an idea. That was to recruit a group of golden core experts and secretly control them to get those heaven-reaching tokens for him. As for the name, it was naturally to go to some auction houses and see if there were heaven-reaching tokens. This was the most suitable method that Lin Fei had considered so far. One in the light and the other in the dark, complementing each other. That way, Lin Fei would be able to obtain more supreme heaven tokens and not end up empty-handed. Xianxia was also very conflicted on this side. He naturally also heard that this senior Lin was very interested in the heaven-reaching tokens. As long as their Vajra sect could not take out any heaven-reaching tokens, then this senior Lin would leave sooner or later. Senior Lin, we just got the news that there will be an auction in a month or two. It seems that there will be a treasure made of the heaven-reaching tree, called the heaven-reaching sword. Senior Lin should be very interested. Early in the morning, Xianxia brought a piece of good news. For Lin Fei, this was really good news. He could also see that this heaven-reaching token was only the lowest level, and the other things were higher level. For example, this heaven-reaching sword was of extraordinary quality. Which auction will this heaven-reaching sword be put up for auction? Lin Fei asked unhurriedly. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "It will be put up for auction in the treasure house, but if you want to go to the auction, you have to buy a place. It is said that a place is sold for 50 million low-grade spirit stones, and there are only 10 places." Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. Could it be that this bountiful treasure tower also had such a great background in this spiritual realm? Bountiful Treasures Tower. Why haven't I heard of it before? 50 million spirit stones to buy a spot for 10 rounds. Their Bountiful Treasures Tower is really quite arrogant. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Xianxia lowered his head and said, "Senior Lin, there's something you don't know. This Myriad Treasures Tower is one of the top 10 merchant associations in our spiritual realm. At the same time, it's also the merchant association that rose the fastest amongst the top 10 merchant associations. I heard that this Myriad Treasures Tower is very mysterious." Lin Fei did not ask too much. Knowing that the Bountiful Treasure Tower was one of the top 10 merchant associations was enough. You have to pay 50 million spirit stones to get the quota. Lin Fei repeated. Although he had accumulated a lot of spirit stones, he was still some distance away from reaching 50 million spirit stones. Xianxia said, "I heard that this is also a threshold set up by the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion in order to prevent some people from deliberately bidding." The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Then it seems that I really have to make a trip to the Strongholds convention. Otherwise, I'll miss an opportunity. Lin Fei did not care much about it before, but now that he knew about this through Heaven's Sword, he immediately had an idea. No matter what, he had to get this through Heaven's Sword. Therefore, these 50 million spirit stones really had to be contributed by those strongholds. If they did not contribute, who else would contribute? As for the Guardian Deity sect, they really did not have any foundation. They were poor. This was the best explanation for the Guardian Deity sect. Continue to keep an eye on the Bountiful Treasure Tower. Also, continue to search for the whereabouts of the Through Heaven token. As long as you do a good job, I'll naturally ensure the safety of a Guardian Deity sect. Lin Fei laughed. When these words fell into Xianxia's heart, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xianxia knelt down with a thud. "Senior Lin, I hope that you can become the new sect master of our Guardian Deity sect and lead our Guardian Deity sect." Lin Fei was a little surprised to hear this out of the blue. This Xianxia really had some guts. To actually ask him to be the sect master of the Guardian Deity sect, he was sending the entire sect to his doorstep. Lin Fei laughed. You should be the good guy to be the sect master of the guardian deity sect. I'm not interested. If everyone knew that there's an ultimate golden core expert here, it wouldn't be a good thing. I prefer to sit behind the scenes. Don't you think that's more interesting? Xianxia had indeed thrown caution to the wind, thinking for a long time before coming up with this idea. After all, in his opinion, although the guardian deity sect had survived a crisis this time, who knew that there would be a second one? But if there was an ultimate golden core expert here, no matter what power it was, they would have to treat it seriously. Who knew if this ultimate golden core expert would break through to the nascent soul stage? If he really did break through to the nascent soul stage, it would be terrifying. If he reached the golden core stage, then he would definitely be the strongest existence when he reached the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, Senior Lin's words finally calmed him down. It would be great if he didn't reject him. I believe that your Vajra sect should take advantage of this opportunity to expand your territory and teach your neighbors a lesson they won't forget. After all, the Blackwind Stronghold's master has been defeated. News of this will probably spread through the area very quickly. You should use this opportunity to show off your Vajra sect. Lin Fei wasn't really interested in managing the sect, but he would still give Xianxia some pointers. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Senior Lin, don't worry. I will also take this opportunity to promote the guardian deity sect and let them know how powerful we are. It just so happens that I have my eyes on a few minds that used to belong to the guardian deity sect, but they were taken away by others. It's time to take them back. There are some things that Lin Fei didn't really care much about. But for the people outside, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Blackwind leader had actually been defeated, and he had run away so quickly. They couldn't tell what was going on, but no matter what, the guardian deity sect was more mysterious than they had imagined. A shocking piece of news was spread out as well. The guardian deity sect would definitely have a powerful being watching over them. That was the only way they could have defeated the Blackwind leader. Everyone knew that the Blackwind leader was a golden core, full circle expert. And now, he had scurried away with his tail between his legs. If that was the case, then the guardian deity sect would definitely have a powerful golden core full circle expert. And it was a really powerful one at that. But then again, they hadn't received any news at all. This was going to be troublesome. Luckily, I didn't kill my way in. Otherwise, we would be in deep trouble. Let's go. We can't afford to offend the guardian deity sect anymore. Chapter 4396. The news of the Blackwind Stronghold's leader attacking the Vajra sect and causing him to flee immediately spread. Countless people were dumbfounded. No one had expected the Vajra sect to be so capable. All of a sudden, everyone had their own thoughts about the Vajra sect. In particular, the experts who had planned to deal with the guardian deity sect immediately withdrew their thoughts. They finally remembered why the Vajra sect had been fine all this time. The Vajra sect was really vicious. They had actually sent an expert. It was no wonder that no bad news had come out all this time. Just as everyone was avoiding the Vajra sect, Lin Fei stealthily made his way to the Blackwind Stronghold. The Blackwind Stronghold was famous, and it was easy to find. The Blackwind Stronghold was much stronger than Lin Fei had imagined. They had set up several formations outside. One after another, it really wasn't easy to break through. There were also several Golden Core experts. The current Blackwind Stronghold strength was much weaker than before. After all, Lin Fei had killed so many Golden Core experts. No one knew that the Blackwind Stronghold had been greatly weakened. Otherwise, there would have been many forces targeting the Blackwind Stronghold. Lin Fei met the Blackwind Stronghold's leader again. This time, he was much more well-behaved. He had no choice. His life was in the hands of the other party, so he had to be well-behaved. Senior Lin, I've understood everything. We can head out at any time. After the Blackwind Stronghold's leader returned, he did try to solve the problem, but he realized that it wasn't something he could solve. So he accepted his fate. After returning, he immediately sent people to check on the conference. He didn't know when Senior Lin would let him go, but no matter what, staying alive was the most important thing right now. As long as you do your job well, I will naturally let you benefit, Lin Fei said calmly. For example, you're at golden core completion. As long as you have a breaking nascent pill, you'll have a high chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Lin Fei was an expert in alchemy, so it wasn't difficult to refine these pills. He still had a lot of recipes in his mind. As long as he changed the ingredients, he would be able to refine it. This was a simple matter, but in the ears of the Black Wind Stronghold's chief, it was definitely a major matter. One had to know that the breaking nascent pill was a very precious thing. Even if they wanted to buy it, they couldn't. Most of it was consumed internally. If even one of them appeared, they would really end up bleeding. This was not the first time the Black Wind Stronghold's chief had heard of this. He Yuan was the name of the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold. However, he had always been addressed as the chief of the Black Wind Stockade. Because of his fearsome reputation, he had forgotten his real name. However, in front of Lin Fei, He Yuan still obediently used his real name. After hearing Lin Fei's words, He Yuan seemed to have been reassured. If there really was such a nascent breaking pill, then there was no harm in following Senior Lin. Moreover, the opponent's strength was really strong. An expert at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, just thinking about it was frightening. Lin Fei did not stay for long in the Black Wind Stronghold. He left with the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold, He Yuan. The two of them stealthily headed toward another huge mountain range. Senior Lin, in front of us is the Yuan Demon Mountain. The biggest stronghold in the Nanyan County is located there. It controls hundreds of thousands of cultivators and is considered an extremely strong force in the Nanyan County. And this Yuan Demon Mountain has an expert at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. He has some connections with the higher-ups of the Nanyan County, so he has always been living well. He Yuan understood this very well. He explained in detail. By the time they arrived at the Yuan Demon Mountain, Lin Fei already had a general understanding of it. After entering the Yuan Demon Mountain, Lin Fei saw that it was somewhat different from what he had imagined. There were many powerful Golden Core experts here. Although their auras were somewhat obscure, they could not hide from Lin Fei's eyes and ears. The Yuan Demon Mountain was indeed somewhat different. No wonder the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold would place so much importance on it. It seemed like he would be able to obtain quite a number of Supreme Connection tokens from this trip. Furthermore, it even made Lin Fei think of an even better idea. After all, this Yuan Demon Mountain was also considered a force similar to the Black Wind Stronghold. Lin Fei decided to see if he could take down this Yuan Demon Mountain. If he could, it would be equivalent to controlling a force. If he did not control a force in the spiritual realm, wouldn't it be too troublesome? At the very least, it would be troublesome for Lin Fei to obtain more Supreme Connection tokens. Hence, he had to prepare to find a few helpers first. At the moment, this Yuan Demon Mountain seemed to be doing quite well. Taoist He Yuan, long time no see. I heard that you just attacked the Guardian Metal sect and suffered a huge loss. After entering the Yuan Demon Mountain, Lin Fei and He Yuan met a group of people. The tone of this group of people was not very friendly. The leader was a fatty who was smiling, but his eyes were extremely cold. He Yuan's expression turned ugly. Fatty, who said that I failed to attack the Guardian Metal sect. I just felt that bullying them was meaningless. Can I even do that? The fatty in front of him came from another mountain stronghold. The fatty was the same as He Yuan. He was also at the Golden Core Great Circle. He had 20 to 30 Golden Core experts under him, and there were even more core formation experts. Their overall strength was vaguely similar to He Yuan's. The two of them often got into fights. If it wasn't for Yuan Demon Mountain restraining them, the two mountain strongholds would have long fought to the death. That's right. Yuan Demon Mountain's main purpose was to restrain these mountain strongholds. Yuan Demon Mountain was also the leader of the mountain strongholds. All the mountain strongholds, big or small, were basically controlled by Yuan Demon Mountain. Any mountain stronghold that disobeyed would be destroyed by Yuan Demon Mountain. Hence, in their subconscious, Yuan Demon Mountain was their big brother. If their big brother said, "No fighting," then no fighting. The fatty laughed loudly. Taoist He Yuan, your words are really nice. When did you become so easy to talk to? If you lose, so be it. Do you think I'll laugh at you? Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you one more thing. This time, Yuan Demon Mountain is preparing to do something big. They're gathering experts from the mountain strongholds. If your Blackwind stronghold can't pull out a group of experts, then you'll be in some trouble as a stronghold master. After saying that, Fatty swaggered off. After he left, He Yuan sent a voice transmission. Senior Lin, this Fatty is also an expert at the Golden Core Great Circle. This guy should have a supreme token. Lin Fei actually felt it too. No rush, no rush. Chapter 4397. Lin Fei didn't really care about such things. He just needed to come to Prime Demon Mountain. The real purpose of this trip was for the heaven-reaching token. Everything else could be put aside for now. Not long after, Lin Fei and He Yuan arrived at Prime Demon Mountain. Prime Demon Mountain was huge. There was a Prime Demon Palace on the mountain. Prime Demon Palace was built on the mountain and looked very imposing. When Lin Fei arrived, he was also shocked by the Prime Demon Palace. This was because he sensed a powerful aura within the Prime Devil Palace. This aura surpassed the Golden Core Realm. It was the so-called extreme Golden Core Realm. Lin Fei knew that the rumors were true. Prime Demon Palace did have a certain level of foundation. After all, an extreme Golden Core expert was equivalent to dozens of Golden Core experts. It could be said that he was a super expert of the Golden Core Realm. It was very difficult to break through such a realm. There were guards at the entrance of Prime Demon Palace. These guards were all clad in black armor and had a very imposing aura. Anyone who entered had to go through a check. But this time, with He Yuan leading the way, Lin Fei was treated as a guard. No one suspected anything. When he entered the Prime Devil Palace, Lin Fei felt that it was even more different than before. There was actually a power formation set up in the Prime Devil Palace. Although it was very obscure, it was not hidden in front of Lin Fei at all. He could see it clearly. This also made Lin Fei realize one thing. The strength of Prime Devil Palace was much stronger than he had imagined. At this time, there were rows of seats in the main hall of Prime Demon Palace. It was as if they were holding a meeting. At the very top, there were 10 seats arranged in a row. He Yuan said in a low voice, "Those 10 seats are all occupied by the leaders of the 10 strongholds, and the highest seat is the seat of the Palace Master of Prime Devil Palace. They'll all appear in a moment." This made Lin Fei even more interested in this meeting. The more experts, the better. Lin Fei was ready to seize the supreme heaven token. He had already made up his mind. Since he was going to make a move, he would start with the strongest Palace Master Yuan Mo. If Palace Master Yuan Mo was easy to talk to, that would save him a lot of trouble. If he wasn't easy to deal with, Lin Fei wouldn't mind destroying him. He Yuan's status in the stronghold was not very high. Therefore, he could only sit in the lower seat, which was in the corner. More and more experts from the stronghold arrived. They took their seats one by one. Not long after, the scene became lively. Even He Yuan had quite a few people come up to greet him. However, compared to before, these people's tone now carried a hint of mockery and ridicule. After all, news of Black Wind besieging the Vidra sect had already spread. Everyone knew that Black Yuan had suffered at the hands of the Guardian Deity sect and had lost many experts. There was no way such news could be kept a secret. He Yuan's expression turned increasingly ugly, but he did not get angry. This surprised many people. Since when did the Black Wind Mountain Master become so easy to talk to? Usually, he would come out to argue with him until he was red in the face. But now it was really beyond their expectations. Since when did He Yuan become so easy to talk to? This was completely unlike the He Yuan they had seen before. "Senior Lin, the Palace Master of the Yuan Mo Palace is here." He Yuan looked in a certain direction. In fact, even if He Yuan did not say it, Lin Fei would have sensed it. Because although this aura was concealed, it was stronger than anyone else. This was definitely an extremely powerful expert. Lin Fei saw the figure of a middle-aged man walking over. This person wore a headdress, and his body exuded a domineering aura. The moment he appeared, he left a deep impression on everyone. The noisy scene in the palace suddenly became quiet. This person was the Palace Master of the Yuan Mo Mountain. He secretly controlled all the villages in the Nanyan region. Whoever disobeyed him would be destroyed. Everyone remembered this in their hearts. So at this time, no one wanted to leave a bad impression in front of the Yuan Mo Palace Master. After all, this Yuan Mo Palace Master could make all of their villages disappear with a single word. And after the Yuan Mo Palace Master arrived, the 10 people in the front row also stood up with a respectful expression. Palace Master Yuan Mo sat all the way to the seat of honor. He had the posture of a monarch overlooking the world. All right, everyone can sit down. After waving his hand, everyone sat down. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Because in front of this Yuan Mo Palace Master, everyone felt a huge pressure. Lin Fei could also see that this Yuan Mo Palace Master was indeed quite domineering. No wonder he could control all the villages in the Nanyan region. This strength, coupled with a certain relationship with the upper echelons of the Nanyan region, one could well imagine his status. It was not something an ordinary person could imagine. But Lin Fei did not intend to make a move. He wanted to observe first, to see if there were any other experts in the Yuan Mo Palace. Fortunately, for the time being, there seemed to be no other experts in the Yuan Mo Palace other than the Yuan Mo Palace Master himself. As soon as this thought appeared, Lin Fei frowned slightly. At this moment, he actually felt another tyrannical aura. This aura was behind the Yuan Mo Palace Master. The person who seemed to be guarding was actually an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. This made Lin Fei quite surprised. This guy actually had a hidden card. The opponent's strength was sealed with a certain method, but did not stop Lin Fei from sensing it. He was very sure that this person was an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. But there was a certain difference between this person and a real expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. He probably used a secret technique to cultivate, but he was still very strong. With such a hidden chess piece, if anyone wanted to deal with Yuan Mo Palace Master, they would definitely suffer. Who is the person behind Yuan Mo Palace Master? Do you know? Lin Fei asked He Yuan. He Yuan was a little surprised and explained in a low voice. The person behind Yuan Mo Palace Master is his confidant. I remember his name is Wuxia. I heard that he is a very low-key person. Of course, this person was low-key. He was even more low-key than expected. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to see through the guards at all. Palace Lord Yuan Bao was really good at scheming, but there was no use in scheming now. After all, it had already been seen through by Lin Fei. More importantly, Lin Fei felt a subtle aura between the two of them. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He decided to first see what this Yuan Mo Palace Master was trying to do. The first thing to do was to mediate some matters. But as long as Yuan Mo Palace Master spoke, then the meaning of the matter was set. No one dared to say anything else. One could imagine that Yuan Mo Palace Master's authority was still very strong. Now that these things have been settled, let's talk about something important. I have decided to do something big. I hope that everyone can help me and contribute some people. Chapter 4398. Actually, when everyone came, they all knew that this Palace Master Yuan Mo had something to say. So they all perked up and wanted to know what he was going to say. After all, it had been a long time since Palace Master Yuan Mo held a meeting like this. Therefore, he was prepared when he came. Lin Fei also wanted to hear what this Palace Master Yuan Mo was going to say. After all, Lin Fei remembered clearly what the fatty said earlier. He believed that this Palace Master Yuan Mo had something big to do. Palace Master Yuan Mo said unhurriedly, "Speaking of which, this matter is also a benefit for everyone because this kind of benefit is too little." At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they were filled with curiosity. I wonder if everyone has heard of the Blackwater Swamp? There is an ancient tomb in the Blackwater Swamp. There's a nascent soul in this tomb. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. They finally understood why Palace Master Yuan Mo had called them over. This was definitely a great benefit. An ancient tomb left behind by a nascent soul cultivator might have left behind many good things. If you think that it is only an ancient tomb left behind by a nascent soul cultivator, then you are very wrong. As far as I know, this ancient tomb is not of a nascent soul cultivator, but of an insightful emptiness cultivator. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Even He Yuan, who was sitting beside Lin Fei, was excited. He hurriedly transmitted his voiceover. Senior Lin, this is a big deal. I didn't think that Palace Master Yuan Mo would find the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness cultivator. This is a big deal. Lin Fei had been in the spiritual realm for some time and naturally knew the division of power in the spiritual realm. It was a little different from what he imagined. Above the Golden Core realm was the nascent soul realm. Below the nascent soul realm was the insightful emptiness realm. This was a very incredible realm. It was a realm that only nascent soul realm cultivators could reach. This realm was very difficult to cultivate and many people were stuck at it. Generally, most people were stuck at the first or second level. Very few could reach the peak of the fifth level. Only after breaking through the fifth level could one become an insightful emptiness realm expert. Countless Golden Core realm cultivators were stuck at the nascent soul realm, and countless were stuck at the insightful emptiness realm. The latter was even more difficult. Only a few could become an insightful emptiness realm expert. Now, the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert would definitely make everyone interested. This Palace Master Yuan Mo called everyone over. It turned out to be an ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert. Palace Master Yuan Mo saw the changes in everyone's expressions. This was the result he wanted. The news is not spread yet. This time, I am preparing to bring a group of Golden Dan realm experts to the Blackwater Swamp and enter the insightful emptiness realm expert's ancient tomb. According to the information I received and the information I read, this insightful emptiness realm expert is called Wuxia. He is very influential. He left behind a lot of good things because he was an expert in alchemy. I heard that he left behind a mysterious elixir that could help a gold core break through to the nascent soul stage. This time, everyone became excited and their faces lit up. After all, everyone was in the Golden Core realm, and their goal was to break through to the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, this realm was too difficult. No one knew how many people were stuck. From their point of view, this realm was only a dream. But if they found the elixir that could help them break through in the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert, it would definitely allow them to take an important step forward. No matter how dangerous this ancient tomb was, they wanted to give it a try. Lin Fei also understood that there must be good things in the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert. Lin Fei was not interested in other things, but he was very interested in the heaven token. If there were one or two of them in the ancient tomb, it would definitely be a great harvest. After Lin Fei came to the spiritual realm, the news he inquired about the heaven token the most was about the heaven token. There was also news about the heaven tree. It was said that a long time ago, the heaven tree refined many treasures. But now, they were all taken back by the heaven-reaching sect. No one knew what they were used for. In any case, they were taken back. Now that the ancient tomb of an insightful ancient expert had appeared, it should be an opportunity for Lin Fei. More importantly, entering the ancient tomb of an insightful ancient expert would definitely be able to obtain many good things. Even if they were exchanged for spirit stones, they would still be able to exchange for a large sum. Lin Fei was glad that he did not make a move previously. Otherwise, how could he keep a low profile and earn money? That's right. Lin Fei had already decided to be a low-profile person. He sent a voice transmission to He Yuan. I have to go to the ancient tomb of an insightful ancient expert. He Yuan did not dare to say anything else. He immediately replied, Senior Lin, don't worry. I will definitely sign up later. How could Lin Fei not know what Palace Master Yuanimo was thinking? He was just bringing a group of people to be cannon fodder. In the end, how many people would survive would depend on the other party's luck. If he could not see this, he would be too ashamed to call himself an expert. Palace Master, when do we set off? We will immediately organize a few Golden Core experts to go with us. Yes. The Mountain River Stronghold will also send Golden Core experts. Just say the word, Palace Master. We will immediately arrange for Golden Core experts to go with us. Everyone present was moved by his words. The ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert was something that could only be discovered by luck. If they did not go, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Ancient tombs like this were usually digested in secret. It was rare for news to spread. They still believed in Palace Master Yuan Mo's words. Everyone, don't be anxious. You can go back and prepare for half a month. When the time comes, I will inform everyone to gather here again. With half a month's time to prepare, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If this news were to spread, they would really lose their confidence. Everyone, don't worry about the news of this ancient tomb spreading. That ancient tomb is sealed by a huge array on the mountain. Only when the array is relaxed will you have the chance to enter. When Lin Fei heard this, he could not help but want to laugh. Maybe the news of the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert would really spread. That would be interesting. Although there were many experts in the Nanyuan County, it would not be able to withstand the experts from other counties. The ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert would definitely attract a large number of people. Lin Fei was not too worried about this matter. Even if the news were to spread, it would only be good for him, because the more people that came, the more he could fish in troubled waters. For a golden core expert like him, he could really fish a lot of fish. Small fish and big fish were not a problem. Later, all of you will report the name list so that I can be prepared. After all, when the time comes, we will be the strength of the Yuan Mo Mountain. As the saying goes, the more people, the more power. No matter how good the item is, if we do not have enough people, we might not be able to obtain it. What do you all think? Chapter 4399. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to obtain some Supreme Heaven tokens during this meeting. However, he changed his mind after hearing Palace Master Yuan Mo's words. He had to make a trip to the tomb of the ancient mystic expert. That was the only way he could reap more benefits. If he made a move now, it would be equivalent to alerting the enemy. That would be bad. Lin Fei's thoughts changed quickly. He trusted his own judgment. An insightful emptiness expert would definitely leave behind some good stuff. There might even be treasures made from the legendary heavenly tree. Even just one would be good. Lin Fei wouldn't have made this trip for nothing. If he were to find 3 to 5 of them, it would be an unexpected harvest. Under Lin Fei's instructions, He Yuan wrote down the names of a few golden core experts. One of them was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was still Lin Fei. He believed that there were many people with the same name in the spiritual realm. He didn't have to worry about being suspected. Even if he was suspected, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. After all, he didn't offend too many experts on this trip. They were none other than the 3 minor kings. It was just that he didn't have the time right now. Otherwise, he would really go and find out more about the 3 minor kings. Lin Fei and He Yuan left Prime Demon Palace. They would meet up at Prime Demon Mountain in half a month. Then, they would go to the ancient mystic expert's tomb together. Lord, I feel that the news of the ancient mystic expert's tomb won't be hidden. He Yuan spoke in a low voice as soon as he came out. Lin Fei smiled. Do you really think that the news can be hidden? That's impossible. That Palace Master Yuan Mo is just using you as cannon fodder. If he went immediately, then Lin Fei naturally had no reason to suspect him. Who could guarantee that the news wouldn't spread after half a month? No matter what, the tomb of an insightful emptiness expert was definitely attractive enough. There would even be nascent soul experts going. Then we won't be able to return from this trip to the ancient mystic expert's tomb. He Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed. Palace Master Yuan Mo was indeed using them as cannon fodder. He reckoned that a lot of golden core experts would die this time. Ask He Yuan if he was afraid. Of course he was. A nascent soul stage cultivator would appear. Any original soul stage cultivator could make people feel fear. Let's just wait and see. If you stick close to me, you'll still have a chance to come out alive. Otherwise, you can only enjoy the last half a month of time. Tens of thousands of miles away from Prime Devil Mountain, Lin Fei suddenly frowned and said to Black Yuan, "Your old acquaintance is here to look for you." He Yuan didn't understand at first. Then he understood what it meant. This so-called old acquaintance, wasn't it the fatty who mocked him before? Jiu was to say, "Zhao Jiangwo, if you want to deal with me, you should at least find a good place." Aren't you embarrassed to do so in the wilderness? He Yuan said coldly. You don't have to hide. I know you're nearby. Why don't you come out and meet me? Everyone fell silent. After a while, then a figure walked out. Behind him were 7 golden core experts. After they came out, Zhao Jiangwo came out. Leader of the Black Wind Stronghold, you sure are bold this time. You actually brought a golden core subordinate with you. Aren't you afraid of being targeted? Zhao Jiangwo had been waiting for a long time to stop the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold. Zhao Jiangwo had been fighting with He Yuan for a long time. Now that he had the chance, he had to make the Black Wind Stronghold leader suffer. Not long after, they had to go to the tomb of the insightful Emptiness Realm expert. If He Yuan went in with injuries, his chances of dying would increase from 50% to 90%. That meant that He Yuan was doomed. Zhao Jiangwo couldn't kill him now. He didn't want to be hunted down by Palace Master Yuan Mo, but injuring He Yuan was nothing. After all, everyone had their own conflicts. It was normal for them to come to blows over a few words. As long as they didn't kill each other, Palace Master Yuan Mo would turn a blind eye. They were already very familiar with this kind of operation. That's why you came here to stop me. He Yuan was full of confidence now. Although he only had 1 golden core expert with him, that was Senior Lin. He could easily kill a golden core expert. In the past, He Yuan would have turned and run without a word. Zhao Jiangwo was a little surprised. After all, he knew what kind of person the Black Wind Stronghold leader was. He was cunning and sinister. If he encountered golden core experts, he would definitely turn and run. Did he really have some hidden cards? But Zhao Jiangwo was very sure that he didn't bring any other experts with him. He was probably just trying to be mysterious. Looks like you're not afraid. Then let me see what you're capable of. Zhao Jiangwo attacked immediately. More than 10 streams of light shot over. At the same time, the golden core experts behind him also attacked. All of them took out their treasures and smashed them over. He Yuan also took out his treasures. He didn't dare let the Lord attack. He would hold on for a while. Unless he couldn't hold on any longer, the Lord would naturally attack. A bunch of weak guys have the nerve to come out to stop me. I really have to give it to you. Lin Fei snorted lightly. Zhao Jiangwo, did you bring the Supreme token? Zhao Jiangwo didn't notice the person next to him when he attacked. Who would bring the Supreme token when they go out? He Yuan didn't look too good when he heard this. As expected, Lin Fei turned into a shadow and pounced at him. He smashed Zhao Jiangwo with 1 punch. Blood splattered everywhere. The 7 golden core experts were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Zhao Jiangwo had been smashed by a punch. Who was this person? How could he be so fierce? He was an expert of the perfected golden core realm. In the next second, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword essences slashed at them. One by one, they fell from the sky. Lin Fei also descended from the sky and took away all their storage rings. He was still a little disappointed after a glance. There wasn't much to be gained. The only one who had enough was Zhao Jiangwo. He had collected millions of inferior spirit stones and some treasures. It was a pity that he didn't have the Supreme token. There's no need to dawdle when dealing with such people. Just kill them. The sooner they die, the sooner they can reincarnate. Lin Fei waved his hand. The corpses were instantly turned into powder and disappeared. He Yuan lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. He could only sigh at Zhao Jiangwo's bad luck. Chapter 4400. To Lin Fei, killing Zhao Jiangwo and the other golden core experts was not a big deal. In Nanyan County, if he met an expert, he would not even know how he died. It was just a few bandit leaders. Lin Fei was very open-minded. On the contrary, He Yuan did not expect the person who had been against him for so long to be killed so quickly. He felt even more fortunate. Back then, he had brought the heaven-connecting token with him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Fei did not return to the Guardian Deity sect. He stayed in the Black Wind Stronghold. He sent He Yuan out to gather information. As expected, just like what Lin Fei had expected, the news of the tomb of Guan Yuan Gu Xian spread quickly. No one knew who spread the news, but the tomb of an insightful Emptiness Realm expert would definitely move many people. Especially after knowing that this insightful Emptiness Realm expert was called Gu Xian. Everyone had the same idea. especially since this expert could refine pills. That was the most impressive thing. More news spread. There were pills that could help one break through to the golden core realm in the ancient tomb. This caused the entire Nanyuan County to be in an uproar. Lin Fei was surprised when he heard the news. He knew it would be like this. Sooner or later, the news would spread throughout the Nanyuan County. There was probably a mastermind behind this. It was normal. Someone was setting the pace. In just half a month, the news had spread throughout the entire Nanyuan County. Even experts from other counties quietly came over. It was a huge commotion. There were even rumors that some nascent soul experts had appeared. Lin Fei flipped through some information in the Blackwind stronghold. He was researching some secret techniques and moves. After all, he had not decided whether to walk the sword Dao or the physique refining Dao. Then he pondered. He had to walk at the same time. After all, the sword Dao could confuse people. And close combat was a trump card. Lin Fei flipped through many cultivation methods and finally found one that was more suitable for him. There was nothing special about this cultivation technique. The only thing special about it was its speed, because this sword technique was called the life-reaping sword. It was hard to defend against a sword attack. In order to cultivate this life-seizing sword, one must first have a strong body. Only when one's physical body was strong could one increase the speed of the life-seizing sword to the extreme. But now, Lin Fei could burst out with 10 times the speed. This was only the third level of the life-taking sword. The first level of life-taking sword allowed him to increase his speed by 2 times. The second level of life-taking sword allowed him to increase his speed by 5 times. On the third floor, he could increase his speed by 10 times. As for the fourth level, it could burst out with 30 times the speed. At the fifth level, one would be able to increase one's speed by 100 times. It could be said to be a very heaven-defying sword technique. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that only the life-taking sword was suitable for him, because it was fast. His sword intent was a fusion of the 5 elements sword intents. As a result, the might of the attack became even greater. For the past half a month, Lin Fei had been trying to figure out this sword technique so that he could move his heart more freely. Others could kill with a flick of their fingers. With a single thought, he could kill instantly. This was the biggest advantage of life-taking sword. If Lin Fei hadn't obtained the Tree of Life and recovered his immortal body, he really wouldn't be able to use it. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, forcefully using life-taking sword would cause great damage to his body. When Lin Fei used life-taking sword, he could increase his speed by 10 times. It could be said that he wouldn't even be able to see his head fall to the ground. Once life-taking sword was used, it would be very hard to block. Just life-taking sword alone wasn't enough. Lin Fei also cultivated a body-tempering technique. It was called the Demon and God 9 Transformations. Every time he used it, he would receive a boost in strength. It was also a very ancient technique, and now Lin Fei could finally use it. These were the 2 techniques that Lin Fei chose first in this spiritual realm. One was an offensive technique. The other was also an offensive technique. It was just that one was a long-range attack, while the other was a close-range attack. These 2 attack-type cultivation techniques were quite terrifying. Lin Fei took a step forward. His entire body gave off a majestic aura as he instantly turned into a giant ape. His ferocious aura was oppressive. At this moment, Lin Fei's strength, speed, and defense had increased. This was the strength of the Demon and God 9 Transformations, although it could only be used at the first transformation. However, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. As long as he obtained the Supreme Token, he would be able to use the second and third transformations. These were not too far away. He Yuan entered cautiously. Even though Lin Fei had stopped using the Demon and God 9 Transformations, He Yuan still felt great pressure. In particular, the traces of sword will that surrounded the area exuded an aura of death. He Yuan didn't even need to do anything. The sword will alone was enough to kill him. "My lord, I just received news that we can set off now," He Yuan said with his head lowered. "Half a month has passed so quickly. Let's pack our things and go take a look at the ancient tomb of the insightful Emptiness Realm expert." He was very worried about He Yuan. Lin Fei was very calm. Even if he encountered an expert in the nascent soul realm, he now had the means to deal with him. Once again, he headed towards the Prime Devil Palace. Lin Fei realized that there were many figures appearing in the Nanyang Prefecture. Before this, it was empty. Now, he could see figures passing by from time to time. What made Lin Fei curious was that after so long, there was still no news about the tomb of the insightful Emptiness Realm expert. No specific location was revealed. It was as if there was a huge mystery. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei believed that someone was definitely plotting behind the scenes. They were probably sending people to be cannon fodder. Even if they knew that they were cannon fodder, it was still very attractive to many people. As the saying goes, take a gamble and you can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you didn't take a gamble, there would be nothing left. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in what treasures were inside. As long as it was a treasure that was useful to the God Tree of Life, Lin Fei would still make a move. He had already figured out a way to do so. He wanted the God Tree of Life to absorb and grow stronger. First, it was the same kind. That was the so-called God Tree of Life. These were what the God Tree of Life liked the most. Other than that, there were some flowers and grasses, or some treasures that were more than 10 million years old. Lin Fei hadn't tried it yet, but he felt that it was possible. Who asked him to have so few spirit stones now? Even if he killed this wave of golden core experts, he would only gain about 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 300 middle-grade spirit stones. He was still very poor. Fortunately, there was an ancient tomb of the insightful Emptiness Realm expert this time. Lin Fei would definitely be able to secretly make a fortune. Perhaps the number of middle-grade spirit stones would exceed a few thousand or even 10,000. At that time, he could think about it. For now, he just had to wait. He didn't encounter any danger along the way. Once again, he arrived at the Prime Devil Palace. At this time, the Prime Devil Palace was filled with experts with golden core auras. Chapter 4401. This time, the team of golden core experts formed by Palace Master Yuan Mo was quite large. There were a total of 32 golden core experts. Among them, there were 10 golden core great perfection experts. As for the rest, there were 22 middle stage and late stage gold core cultivators. This was a rather large lineup. The Blackwater Swamp that Palace Master Yuan Mo mentioned at the start was not where the tomb of the insightful emptiness expert was located. As for the real place, it was in a new place. This was a little unexpected for many gold core experts. Of course, this was not surprising to Lin Fei at all. Palace Master Yuan Mo must have deliberately released this news. The desired effect was to attract people's attention, and the real goal was somewhere else. The group of people set off towards their destination. With Palace Master Yuan Mo leading the way, everyone became very excited. Lin Fei disguised himself as one of He Yuan's subordinates and was not recognized by anyone. As for Zhao Zhangwo's disappearance not long ago, no one took it to heart. After all, it was normal for a leader of a village to go missing today and tomorrow. Everyone had a lot of enemies. Hence, this matter was left unsettled. Palace Master Yuan Mo brought everyone to a canyon deep in the mountains of Nanyang County. When they arrived at the canyon, everyone regained their senses. So it was in this place. He Yuan transmitted to Lin Fei. Sir, this is Nanyang County. It is a rather famous place called Death Canyon. I heard that this is a place left behind by an insightful emptiness expert. There are all kinds of ghost warriors here, and it is very dangerous. Under normal circumstances, few people would dare to come here. Of course, even if there were, they would only come to the periphery of the Death Canyon to train. These ghost warriors can be killed to obtain the ghost heart. This ghost heart is considered a good item and can be exchanged for quite a lot of spirit stones. It is said that after refining it, one can obtain a trace of power. He Yuan was very familiar with this place. Lin Fei also looked at the Death Canyon. Just as he had said, the Death Grand Canyon really had an imposing aura, a canyon that was split open in the middle of the black fog. Lin Fei didn't release his spiritual consciousness. He could feel the evil and terrifying aura from the black fog. He also realized that the existence of this Death Grand Canyon was quite famous. Now, It seemed that the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert was a very normal thing in this place. As soon as Lin Fei set his eyes on the Death Grand Canyon, he sensed another aura. At this moment, some people had gathered outside the Death Grand Canyon. Although there weren't many of them, they were all Jindan experts. Now, Lin Fei understood even more. The Death Grand Canyon was far livelier than he had imagined. Of course, for Lin Fei, the more golden core experts, the better. Ha ha ha! Isn't this Palace Master Yuan Mo? You're quite early. Before Palace Master Yuan Mo even arrived, a loud voice came from the entrance of the Death Grand Canyon. It was like a huge bell, causing everyone's blood to tremble slightly. All of a sudden, everyone's expression changed. He Yuan's expression also changed. He secretly transmitted a message. It seems that Palace Master Yuan Mo isn't the only one who entered the Death Grand Canyon this time. The person who just spoke is a great expert from the Nanyang Prefecture. His name is Venerable Annihilating Soul. He Yuan was also very familiar with this Venerable Annihilating Soul. He continued to speak. Lin Fei also knew. So this Venerable Annihilating Soul was actually an expert in the Golden Core Great Perfection. However, he had a first-rate sect behind him called the Soul Sect. The Soul Sect was one of the 6 great sects in the Nanyang Prefecture. They were quite capable. Now, there were people in the upper echelons of the Nanyang Prefecture. Nobody dared to offend the Soul Sect. The Soul Sect was very powerful. They specialized in a very powerful technique. Hence, very few people dared to go against the Soul Sect. Lin Fei felt a strong aura. Although it was at the Golden Core Great Perfection, it was much stronger. Outside the Death Grand Canyon, Lin Fei could even feel a few hidden auras. This also made Lin Fei even more certain that the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert existed. It was just that it was a little difficult to deal with. At the entrance of the Death Grand Canyon, there were many stones of different sizes placed here. At this moment, a group of people had already gathered here. The leader was a bald man. He was wearing a diamond treasure armor. He was very eye-catching. After Palace Master Yuan Mo came down, he stared at Lin Fei fiercely. Yuan Mo Palace Master laughed. Then we really are quite coincidental. Lin Fei stood in the crowd at the back. He was very low-key. He was also pondering in his heart. Since the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert had spread like that, why did he only see this group and not the other group? It couldn't be that they all went to the Blackwater Swamp, right? Lin Fei didn't believe that. Hence, there must be something behind the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert. Lin Fei decided to wait and see. The gold core experts that the other side brought all looked very rich, because when the gold core experts on their side saw these people, their expressions changed greatly. There was a trace of fear in their expressions. Obviously, these guys were also experts. He Yuan introduced them one by one. To Lin Fei, it wasn't important whether he knew them or not. The important thing was that they were wealthy. Immortal Annihilating Soul also laughed. Your words are interesting. However, this time, I don't have time to waste with you. Let's see who can bring more people in. I hope you don't bring less than me. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. The gold core experts were a little puzzled. They could tell that something was wrong. At this moment, Palace Master Yuan Mo turned around and said to everyone, I guess everyone must be very puzzled. Actually, this Death Grand Canyon is a test for us because there is a teleportation array in the Death Grand Canyon. Only by killing the Wandering Soul Warrior and obtaining the Wandering Soul Heart can we enter the teleportation array and reach the entrance of the insightful emptiness realm expert. Now is the time for us to work together. Whoever can kill the Wandering Soul Warrior and obtain the Wandering Soul Heart can follow me into the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert. Now, everyone understood. They had really become cannon fodder and hired thugs. Who didn't know how powerful the Wandering Soul Warrior was? Not every Wandering Soul Warrior would be able to obtain the Wandering Soul Heart. Not only that, but they also had to be careful of the terrifying black fog of death. It was indeed difficult. Lin Fei was also a little speechless. This Palace Master Yuama was really interesting. He actually dug such a trap. Looking at the golden core experts present, all of them frowned. Everyone, don't worry about the black fog of death. I have already found a Vajra talisman for everyone. It can last for a few hours. Palace Master Yuan Mo laughed. Chapter 4402. Palace Master Yuan Mo began to distribute the Vajra talismans, one for each person. The Vajra talisman was quite extraordinary and of high quality. When it was placed on one's body, it instantly formed a ripple. This ripple had a sacred aura and looked very valuable. Alright, this is the function of the Vajra talisman. It can resist the black fog of death. However, once the power of the Vajra talisman starts to weaken, you have to be careful. Either you leave the Grand Canyon of Death or you die here. You have to be mentally prepared. Palace Master Yuan Mo continued. As long as you collect 10 ghost stars, you can enter the teleportation platform. This is your chance. While Palace Master Yuan Mo was talking about this, Venerable Annihilating Soul was talking about the same thing. It seemed like there were quite a few people who knew about the secret of the Grand Canyon of Death. Palace Master Yuan Mo glanced in that direction, then led his people into the Grand Canyon of Death. After entering the canyon, the black fog of death that filled the sky surged over, and the vision in front of them began to blur. When the black fog of death approached, the Vajra talismans on their bodies started to activate. A ray of light, like the scorching sun, dispersed the black fog. As a result, a vacuum was formed around them. Everyone knew how powerful the black fog of death was. It could instantly absorb a person's essence, chi, and blood completely. That was why everyone was so fearful. Unless you had the corresponding treasure, you wouldn't dare to come to the Grand Canyon of Death. Everyone, keep it up. I'll be waiting for you at the front. Palace Master Yuan Mo led a group of trusted subordinates and headed forward. After they left, a cold aura started to appear. The more than 20 Jindan stage experts present looked at each other, and all of a sudden, they all dispersed. They all went to look for the ghost warrior. He was probably cursing this Yuan Mo Palace Master in his heart. Sir, what should we do now? I think Palace Master Yuan Mo is a trap. He tricked everyone into coming here to attract the firepower. As soon as He Yuan finished his sentence, a black spear shot towards him. Unknowingly, a figure actually dashed over. A powerful strength flashed under the spear. He Yuan raised his hand and shot out a fire dragon, which was blocked by a bright light in front of him. It's a ghost warrior. It actually came here. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable cry came from within the black fog of death. Clearly, someone had already suffered a great loss. Lin Fei was also targeted by the ghost warrior. Under the black fog of death, a saber light slashed over, emitting a sharp aura. There was a strong sense of sacrifice, a beheading with one slash. Lin Fei had to admit that the ghost warriors of Death Canyon were truly powerful. A single slash was enough to make people feel the true aura of death. Lin Fei raised his hand and closed his fingers. With a bang, he crushed the saber intent. A sword intent shot out like a ball, and a wave exploded in the black fog before it returned to normal. Although these ghost warriors were strong, they were still weak in Lin Fei's eyes. They couldn't even withstand a single sword intent from him. Moreover, his sword intent was not the life-seizing sword, but a pure condensed sword intent that was like a ticking time bomb. This was also one of Lin Fei's small tricks. It was the most suitable to kill such enemies. However, after killing the ghost warriors, it did not appear in the ghost heart. He Yuan had also killed a ghost warrior. Sir, I heard that the deeper we go, the stronger the ghost warriors are, and the higher the probability of a ghost heart appearing. Should we advance, or? Just now, Lin Fei had already secretly checked. The ghost warriors had some background. They were actually condensed purely from the black fog of death. However, the technique was not ordinary. Ordinary people would not be able to see through it. This made Lin Fei even more interested in this place. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go in. We can't fall behind them. The black fog of death had the effect of affecting one's vision, but Lin Fei's divine sense was very strong, so he was not afraid at all. Along the way, he encountered quite a number of ghost warriors. As soon as these ghost warriors appeared, they were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Unfortunately, these ghost warriors could not produce ghost hearts. After killing more than a dozen ghost warriors, he did not obtain a single ghost heart. This made Lin Fei a little puzzled. He could not possibly say that his luck was too bad, right? Another rod smashed over from within the black fog of death. Lin Fei raised his hand to block, and the rod landed in his hand. With a flick of his sword intent, the ghost warrior was killed. After the ghost warrior was killed, a resplendent light flashed. Hei Yuan, who was beside him, was overjoyed. "Congratulations, my lord. This is the ghost heart. We have finally obtained one." Hei Yuan had already picked up the ghost heart. It was a diamond-shaped crystal that exuded a trace of sacred aura. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and held the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. Is this the so-called Nether Soul Heart? In the next second, Lin Fei felt that his divine tree of life was interested in the ghost heart. Most of them transmitted the thought of swallowing it over. In the end, it was suppressed by Lin Fei. He could not help but feel surprised. Seems like I made the right choice to come to the spiritual realm. This is only my first adventure, and I already found something that can move the divine tree of life. It seems like this is the best place to upgrade my divine tree of life. So far, he had only obtained one ghost heart. Therefore, Lin Fei naturally would not let the divine tree of life absorb it. Otherwise, how is he going to continue? If we continue forward, will there be more ghost warriors? Hei Yuan nodded. The ghost warriors in front are very strong. I heard that only a few people can pass through them, unless you have brought enough treasures. With Hei Yuan's words, Lin Fei was completely relieved. The more ghost warriors, the better. Later, just stay behind and pick up the ghost hearts for me. You don't have to do anything else. Hei Yuan opened his mouth. In fact, he wanted to say that he was very strong. But when he thought about it, being a nether heart picker wasn't too bad either. At least there was no danger. Keep up with me. If you don't, you'll die here. You're just unlucky. Lin Fei moved forward. His figure was like an afterimage. Hei Yuan hesitated for a moment before putting some distance between them. He immediately panicked and chased after them without saying a word. After a while, he saw that Lin Fei was unusual. Wherever he passed, black shadows would evaporate. No one could see what method Lin Fei had used. All the ghost warriors lurking in the surroundings were killed one by one, and ghost hearts would drop from time to time. Hei Yuan really started to pick up the ghost hearts. It felt good. Chapter 44:03. The Death Grand Canyon was huge and filled with a large amount of death black fog. This black mist of death had a very strong penetrative ability. If one was not careful, they would be robbed of their blood essence by this black mist. Hei Yuan was having a great time picking up ghost hearts. The ghost warriors in front of him exploded one by one, and ghost hearts fell from time to time. At the start, Hei Yuan felt that the Death Grand Canyon was extremely dangerous, especially with the ghost warriors popping up from time to time. Because of this, no one dared to come to the Death Grand Canyon. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This lord's strength was unfathomable, and killing ghost warriors was as easy as drinking water. In a short period of time, Hei Yuan had already picked up more than 20 ghost hearts. Lin Fei killed a few more ghost warriors and picked up a ghost heart. He held it in his hand and absorbed it instantly. Of course, it wasn't Lin Fei who absorbed it, but the God of Life. The God of Life tree absorbed it completely in a short period of time. After absorbing it, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the God of Life tree had changed a lot. Although it was very subtle, it was definitely a change. Seems like my guess was right. This ghost heart is still very helpful to the God of Life tree. After absorbing the first Nether Soul Heart, Lin Fei stopped absorbing anymore. He decided to kill another batch of ghost warriors. However, these ghost warriors seemed to be formed using a special method. Without a word, he released his sword intent. The sword intent swept past like the wind, killing spectral spirit warriors one after another. Even though these ghost warriors were very strong and had good defenses, Lin Fei was able to easily find their flaws and kill them in one go. Instead, Hei Yuan, who was at the back, was starting to be unable to keep up, because another soul heart appeared here and there, in an inconspicuous place in the Death Grand Canyon. Palace Master Yuan Mo controlled the treasure and continuously fought against the Ghost Warriors. My strategy is still useful. Let those golden core experts help us to restrain the Ghost Warriors. We have arrived at a lair of the Ghost Warriors. Seems like we can have a good harvest today. It turned out that they were in a stone cave at the edge of the canyon. There were Ghost Warriors constantly coming out of the stone cave. There were quite a few of them, but they were all cleared out unhurriedly. A smile also appeared on Palace Master Yuan Mo's face. As for the loss of the Jindan experts brought in by the strongholds, they did not care that much. Yuan Mo Palace only wanted them to restrain these spectral warriors. Because the Ghost Warriors were very sensitive, as long as someone came in, they would immediately attack. The more people that came, the more people that were sent out. That was why Palace Master Yuan Mo was able to come here. As long as I accumulate 100 Ghost Hearts, I will be able to enter the location of the insightful Emptiness Realm expert with the help of these 100 Ghost Hearts. I don't know who came up with this idea. They actually need 100 Ghost Hearts. What a scam. Fortunately, those fellows took it seriously. When the time comes, they will go to the teleportation platform and attract some Ghost Warriors. Palace Master Yuan Mo felt that he was too smart. If he could lure the Ghost Warrior away, it would be even easier. No one knew the situation inside better than Palace Master Yuan Mo. Miserable cries echoed continuously in the Death Grand Canyon. There was no need to guess to know that the Jindan experts had encountered danger. At this moment, Immortal Annihilating Soul, who came in from behind, frowned. He had been in for some time, but he had not been harassed by the Ghost Warriors. This surprised him. Immortal, this Palace Master Yuan Mo, is really capable. He actually helped us restrain most of the firepower. Those Jinan experts are probably regretting it now. Next to Taoist Annihilating Soul, a confidant said proudly, "The most difficult thing to deal with in the Death Grand Canyon were the Ghost Warriors. These Ghost Warriors could use the help of the Death Black Fog to attack silently. Anyone who came here would be killed by the Ghost Warriors if they were not careful, and these Ghost Warriors would choose the right time to attack, making it hard to guard against them. Whoever made the first move would be at a disadvantage. As for taking the initiative to attack, that was impossible." Taoist Annihilating Soul put away the doubt in his heart and smiled. Palace Master Yuan Mo does have some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he can command all the strongholds. This level of strength indeed needs to be taken seriously. But this time, I reckon that these strongholds will suffer a great loss. Palace Master Yuan Mo is not so easy to deal with. As they walked, Immortal Annihilating Soul felt that something was wrong. They had walked quite a distance since they came in. Naturally, they did not walk step by step. Instead, they were constantly moving at high speed. Otherwise, how could they reach the depths of the Death Grand Canyon? But along the way, they didn't meet any Ghost Warriors. It was truly unbelievable. Could it be that Palace Master Yuan Mo and the other Jinan experts lured the Ghost Warriors away? If that's the case, we really made a great contribution. Immortal Annihilating Soul thought to himself, "Immortal, it seems that we can easily reach the teleportation platform this time. It's best if we can lure the Ghost King and the Ghost Warriors away. That way, we won't have to encounter any trouble. We just need to collect 100 Ghost Hearts," the confidant said, full of anticipation. The Jindan experts behind him were the same. Everyone knew that it was difficult to enter the teleportation platform. It was the easiest to collect 100 Ghost Hearts. The most important thing was that there was a Ghost King guarding it. There were also more than a dozen Ghost Warriors guarding it. It was no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, they did not encounter any Ghost Warriors along the way, which made them a little unhappy. This was because they needed Ghost Hearts to activate it, and they had to be dropped from the bodies of the Ghost Warriors. However, the Ghost Heart had a special characteristic. Once they left the Death Grand Canyon, the Ghost Heart would automatically evaporate. Hence, they could not hide it. It was the same even if they kept it in a storage ring. Once they left the Death Grand Canyon, they would disappear without a trace. Every time they came to the Death Grand Canyon, they had to personally kill the Ghost Warriors to obtain the Ghost Heart. Now that they did not see any Ghost Warriors, there was no way they could obtain the Ghost Heart. Actually, We don't have to worry too much. The ghost warriors are all in the central region. It will be more convenient to kill them, and we can save a lot of time. Although that was what they said, no one could guarantee that the ghost warriors would not surround and attack them. If they did, even the Jindan experts would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 4404. From time to time, ghost warriors would emerge from the death fog. However, they would be killed by a sword essence that was as swift as the wind. As he walked deeper, Lin Fei encountered more and more ghost warriors. These ghost warriors pounced on him like a pack of wolves. One would not even be able to notice them. It was completely useless against Lin Fei. The moment it got close to Lin Fei, the sword intent would blast it away, instantly inflicting serious injuries. Of course, Lin Fei did not have to resort to such means. Once he swung his sword, it would be invisible. It was unbelievably fast. He killed all these ghost warriors. The strength of these ghost warriors kept increasing. More and more Nether Soul hearts appeared. On the other hand, He Yuan, who was picking up the ghost hearts, felt uneasy despite his excitement. There were simply too many ghost warriors, too many to be counted. He finally understood why the Death Grand Canyon was said to be a truly dangerous place. Lord, we have almost collected 200 ghost hearts. He Yuan reminded. Lin Fei continued to kill the ghost warriors. Just pick up your ghost hearts. Don't miss any. If you miss one, I will kill you. He Yuan immediately shrunk his neck and stared at the ground, afraid that he would miss any ghost heart. Lin Fei realized that the ghost warriors here were getting more and more interesting. The further he went, the strength of these ghost warriors would also increase. From the beginning, they were insignificant to the current Golden Core realm. Occasionally, a few of them would even have the strength of a late-stage Golden Core realm cultivator. Could these ghost warriors be left behind by the insightful Emptiness realm expert? If that was the case, it would be too powerful. This was a natural barrier. Only nascent Soul realm experts could break through this barrier easily. No matter how many Golden Core realm experts came, they would all die. After walking for quite a distance, Lin Fei's eyebrows suddenly jumped. He stopped attacking and stared ahead. The black mist of death suddenly dispersed. He Yuan took a deep breath and said, Lord, the teleportation platform seems to be in front. As soon as he finished his sentence, He Yuan trembled in fear. A black shadow instantly appeared in front of him. He exclaimed, Ghost Assassin. The defense in front of them opened. Like a ghost, the ghost assassin instantly appeared behind him and stabbed down with its sword. He Yuan thought to himself, it's over. A stream of light appeared and blocked in front of him, making a crisp sound. Yet another sword will struck out, forcing the ghost assassin to retreat. One more and the ghost assassin would be destroyed. Stand behind me obediently and don't move. If you do, I won't be able to protect your life. Lin Fei turned his gaze to the front. At this moment, in front of them, a huge crater appeared. Inside the pit, there was a teleportation platform with 9 pillars. However, the teleportation platform was currently surrounded by a large number of ghost warriors. Among the ghost warriors, there were also some ghost assassins that resembled He Yuan's, whose silhouettes flickered continuously. It was impossible to catch any traces of it. Somewhere further away, Lin Fei also saw a burly figure, just like a little giant. Big Saber and Golden Horse sat calmly. Her sharp gaze was immediately cast over. It exuded an extremely ferocious aura. Like I said, the teleportation platform would definitely not be so easy to pass. I didn't expect there to be an expert guarding this place. Lin Fei laughed. Facing that burly figure, Lin Fei did not pay much attention to it. Just a little taller, a little bigger, a little stronger aura. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei realized something. That Yuan Mo Palace Master really hid a lot of information. If he really obtained enough ghost hearts and wanted to barge in, he would probably be instantly destroyed by these ghost warriors. Happy or not, pleasantly surprised. Lord, there's so many ghost warriors here. What should we do? I'm afraid we can't even activate the teleportation platform. He Yuan swallowed his saliva. The densely packed ghost warriors and that ghost assassin really made his scalp go numb. How could there be such a dangerous place. Lin Fei's lips curled up. That's simple. Of course we'll destroy these ghost warriors. You stay behind and watch the ghost hearts closely. He Yuan took in another breath of cold air. Destroying these ghost warriors was something he didn't even dare to think about. The moment Lin Fei took a step out, an expanse of sword intent that was like a torrent gushed out violently, and it covered the heavens and the earth. Everywhere it passed, puff, puff, puff sound could be heard. One by one, the ghost warriors were defeated. It was unbelievably fast. There was no one around, so there was nothing for Lin Fei to hide. He activated the 5 elements sword intent with all his might. He swept everything in his way. His focus was on the small, giant-like existence. This was definitely the strongest one here. Lord, I remember now. That's the Ghost King, and these are ghost warriors. I didn't expect them to really exist. He Yuan suddenly exclaimed as he recalled something. Looking at the Ghost King and ghost warriors in the distance, he took in another breath of cold air. He was completely in disbelief. Lin Fei wasn't interested in their background, because the so-called ghost warriors had already made their move. There were a total of 10 ghost warriors. Spears, swords, and blades. Then they attacked. Lin Fei turned around and threw He Yuan out. Instantly, he faced the 10 ghost warriors. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Lin Fei performed the deadly sword move. It hit the weapons at 10 times the speed. The 10 ghost warriors were sent flying. However, after they were sent flying, the 10 ghost warriors pounced again, showing their strong vitality and combat ability. Ordinary golden core powerhouses would be killed in a face-to-face encounter. Using the deadly sword move at 10 times the speed was very fast. The ghost warriors are indeed much stronger than these ghost warriors. It seems like the ghost heart in your body is also very big. Lin Fei smiled. He pounced again. As the sword light swept across, it landed on these ghost battle generals. However, He Yuan didn't attack the ghost warriors. He was dumbfounded. He didn't even see how the fight started. He only felt that it was very intense, and there was an endless aura of death. I'm scared. I'm really scared. The fight didn't last long. Lin Fei used the deadly sword move and the 5 elements sword intent to defeat the 10 ghost warriors. There were also 2 wounds on Lin Fei's body. However, these 2 wounds are just 2 white marks. 10 ghost battle generals died, and they really dropped 10 ghost hearts. The Nether Soul's hearts were different. Previously, they were completely white like crystals. Now they were all dark red, looking very colorful. It seemed like the quality was even more different. Ghost King, it's your turn. Show me your skills and fight. Lin Fei looked at the Ghost King. Congratulations on getting the right to enter the 2nd level. Spectral Soul King, who had been sitting down all this while, suddenly spoke. Chapter 4405. The sudden voice gave Lin Fei a fright. He was already prepared to deal with the Ghost King. It seemed like there was no need for that now. I didn't expect you to speak. I was planning to exchange a few blows with you. Lin Fei laughed. He believed the Ghost King's words. The Ghost King's voice was extremely cold, as though it had been frozen for thousands of years. It was rough and coarse. You have already killed many ghost warriors. Someone like you is qualified to enter the 2nd level. I hope you'll be lucky. The originally dim and colorless teleportation platform suddenly lit up. There was no need to use any ghost heart. Lin Fei really wanted to say, "How many people have you tricked with such a trick?" It was as though he was working for the Ghost King for free. No wonder there were so many ghost warriors. As long as Lin Fei stood on it, he would be able to enter the 2nd level. Why would Lin Fei enter so casually? He wasn't planning to enter so soon. It's fine if I enter the 2nd level. I just want to know if there are any ghost warriors and ghost hearts. If there aren't, I will take my time. As soon as this question was asked, He Yuan prostrated himself in admiration. There wasn't a second person who dared to say such words to the Ghost King. Even the Ghost King couldn't wrap his head around it. This person actually didn't enter. Didn't he know the meaning of entering the 2nd level? Countless people wanted to enter the 2nd level, but couldn't. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he didn't care. This was simply unimaginable. You actually didn't enter? Don't you know that there are many good things in the 2nd level? There are quite a few nether soul hearts inside, and they're more valuable than the ones outside. Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei laughed. I'm quite satisfied with this answer. Also, I have another question. How many levels does this ancient tomb have? Don't tell me it's just 2 levels. That would be boring. There are a total of 9 levels in this ancient tomb. However, no one has ever reached the 9th level. After that, no matter what Lin Fei asked, the Ghost King did not speak anymore. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to kill this Spirit King. Now, it seemed like this was something that the insightful Emptiness Realm expert had refined. Even if it was destroyed, there wouldn't be any benefits. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned and reached out to grab He Yuan. He stepped onto the teleportation platform. After a flash of light, it disappeared without a trace. After Lin Fei left, not long after, several figures appeared here. However, when they arrived at this area, they were dumbfounded, because there were very few ghost warriors here. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. If Lin Fei had left a little later, he would have been able to recognize him. The one who came later was actually Immortal Annihilating Soul, who was a little dumbfounded. He had hoped to kill some ghost warriors along the way, but he didn't expect that he didn't meet any ghost warriors along the way. This was pitiful. He couldn't even find the Nether Soul's heart. Now that he was here, he actually didn't see any ghost warriors. There were only a few scattered parts. Could it be that someone had beaten them to it? That's impossible. Who would kill these ghost warriors? These ghost warriors weren't that easy to deal with. Immortal Annihilating Soul kept guessing. He couldn't figure out. Instead, it was Spirit King who moved his body not far away. A door actually appeared behind him. Swoosh! A large number of ghost warriors appeared again. Immortal Annihilating Soul finally understood. Someone went in one step ahead of him. Could it be Palace Master Yuan Mo? As soon as this thought came to mind, another figure appeared not far away. This person was the Yuan Mo Palace Master. He was also a little surprised. He was delayed for a while and didn't expect to meet Immortal Annihilating Soul here. As for not seeing other Golden Core Realm experts, he wasn't surprised at all. It would be strange if he could see other Golden Core experts here. He reckoned that he had met those ghost warriors. Immortal Annihilating Soul. What a coincidence. We meet again. I wonder if you have collected enough Nether Soul's heart. Palace Master Yuan Mo laughed. Looks like you've collected all of them. Immortal Annihilating Soul hated it when people asked him if he had collected all the Nether Soul's heart. Have I collected all of them? It's none of your business. I guess you haven't collected all of them either. I'm sorry, I really did collect all of them. Palace Master Yuan Mo was proud of himself and prepared to attack. But as soon as he moved, he frowned because there were too many ghost warriors and they didn't seem to be decreasing at all. It's a little troublesome for you to enter the teleportation platform. We can only clear them together. Don't you think so? Immortal Annihilating Soul laughed. These ghost warriors that had just been released were not easy to deal with. Palace Master Yuan Mo was indeed planning to take a shortcut. At least get someone to pull away some of the ghost warriors first. But now it seemed that his idea was wrong. No one had been here at all. Even Immortal Annihilating Soul had just arrived. This was completely different from a plan. At the same time, Lin Fei brought Black Yuan directly to the 2nd floor of the ancient tomb. I didn't expect someone to come again. Looks like I can find someone to be my punching bag. Lin Fei heard a voice as soon as he arrived. It had a hint of ill intent. Immediately after, an ancient bell came crashing down, covering the sky above Lin Fei and He Yuan. They were confined to this small area. Black Yuan had never seen such a scene before. He was so scared that his face turned pale. On the other hand, Lin Fei looked at the place in front of him calmly. At this moment, they were in a very large stone room that was barely the size of a field. But there were actually 8 entrances to such a place. Other than that, there were 6 figures sitting cross-legged here. These people's auras were very strong. Even though they didn't feel the presence of a nascent soul cultivator, they were definitely not someone an ordinary Golden Core perfected expert could fight against. In other words, these people were all veteran Golden Core perfected experts. It was indeed a lot for 6 of them to appear at one time. You want me to be cannon fodder? Lin Fei laughed. I wonder what benefits I get from being cannon fodder. The 6 golden core perfected experts present were also a little surprised. They were all veteran powerhouses, so they had some influence. It had been some time since they came in, but they had never met someone who dared to talk to them like this. He actually asked for benefits. One of the chubby golden core perfected experts laughed. "Little brat, why don't you look at the situation? You have no right to speak here." With a flick of his finger, a stream of light attacked. Lin Fei raised his hand and sent a sword intent over. They crashed into each other heavily. "Although I'm not an expert, if I really anger you, both of us will suffer. Who's afraid of who?" Chapter 4406. The people present were all experienced golden core perfected cultivators. Furthermore, he had quite a few treasures in his possession, allowing him to bring out even greater strength. They were waiting here for these sandbags. No, it should be cannon fodder, to explore the 8 entrances, to determine which entrance was the safest. Why did they care so much about these 8 entrances? It was because they were too dangerous. It wasn't that no one had entered during this period of time, but all of them had died inside. Among them were 3 Golden Core Realm experts who were old Golden Core Realm experts. Everyone was definitely worried. Therefore, they had to find cannon fodder to test it out first. They would go to whichever entrance was the safest. But now, the 6 Golden Core Realm experts were a little surprised. They didn't expect this kid to be so capable. From the short exchange, just now, they could tell that this young man was actually an expert with the sword. His sword intent was extremely thick, and he could even take a hit from his opponent. The chubby golden core expert laughed. "I didn't expect such a stubborn guy to come. But with your strength, do you really expect anything good? You're thinking too much." In everyone's eyes, this kid's sword intent was just a little stronger, and he wasn't their match. Lin Fei smiled faintly. "It seems like you guys aren't going to listen to me. Then, I don't mind fighting with you guys. The reason why I'm able to come to the 2nd level is because I'm much stronger than those weaklings." Lin Fei didn't know what the situation was like on the 1st level, but there were definitely fewer people who could go straight to the 2nd level. Lin Fei reached the 2nd level directly, unlike these people who entered step by step. The ghost warriors were easy to kill, but not everyone could kill them in such a large area. Lin Fei stepped out and stomped his feet gently. Thousands of sword intents shot out. When it struck the surface of the ancient bell, loud clanging sounds reverberated in the air. The treasure that controlled the ancient bell was released by the chubby golden core realm expert. His face was originally filled with disdain, but then his expression changed. The sword intent was too strong. Layers of ripples appeared on his ancient bell as it continuously consumed energy. The chubby golden core perfected expert was a little shocked. If this continued, his ancient bell might be severely damaged. This magic treasure was specially used to trap people. Other than that, it had no other use. However, such a magic treasure to trap people was quite useful. If it was damaged by this little brat, he would definitely be distressed. The other powerhouses in the Golden Core realm also saw through it. This kid was really an expert, a great swordsman. His sword intent was incomparably dense. He had truly underestimated this person. They were all wondering which faction this person came from. If you guys still think that a cannon fodder, can be easily bullied, then I'm going to start fighting. You guys don't want to waste any more time here, nor do you want to waste any more power." Lin Fei smiled faintly as he allowed the sword essences to attack the ancient bell. His gaze was directed at the chubby golden core perfected expert. This ancient bell treasure was not considered powerful, but it couldn't withstand Lin Fei's continuous attacks with the 5 elements sword intent. The ancient bell flew back and fell into the hands of the chubby golden core perfected expert. The 5 experts in the golden core perfected expert also laughed. "Xianxia, you've met your match this time. I told you not to fight as soon as you came up. Nowadays, the young people are getting better and better. Young man, where did you get this from? It's rare to see a sword intent like yours." Although Lin Fei had only shown the power of his sword intent, it also made these gold medal experts in the Golden Core perfected expert feel a little moved. He was definitely not a person to be bullied. They just needed a cannon fodder, but they didn't need a person to fight with them. Such a young man was quite terrifying when he fought with his life on the line. There was no need for them to waste any time or any power here. However, Xianxia, the expert in the Golden Core perfected expert, was a little upset. He made a move, but he suffered a loss. This kid was not easy to deal with. Just now, he checked his ancient bell and found that the inside of the ancient bell was full of cracks. If this went on for a long time, his ancient bell would be destroyed. He had spent 500 middle-grade spirit stones to buy this ancient clock. It was not easy. It was absolutely impossible for Xianxia to make a move now. Those few people were watching him make a fool of himself. If they really fought to the death here, they might take advantage of it. Seeing that you're quite strong, I won't make a move, lest people say that I'm bullying you. Xianxia found a way for himself to step down. Lin Fei smiled and said, I still say the same thing. It's absolutely not a problem for me to explore, but I have to get some benefits. I won't do anything without benefits. The sword intent just now had indeed moved these people. That was why they didn't force Lin Fei. However, no one would agree with Lin Fei's words. Who would be willing to hand over the benefits? Lin Fei shook his head. It seems that the benefits are gone. I can only choose one to go in. Before the other Golden Core perfected experts could react, Lin Fei brought Black Yuan into one of the passageways. They disappeared in an instant. Youngsters these days are really rash. Aren't they afraid of dying in there? That's right. Even Golden Core perfected experts would die in there, let alone a youngster. The Golden Core perfected experts shook their heads. Xianxia laughed too. It's good that this kid went in. He died so quickly that he thought he was a plaything. They were wondering if they should follow him or not. They wanted to take that kid's life. In the end, they shook their heads. There was no point in doing so. They might even be laughed at. At least now that someone had entered the passageway, they could at least know if it was safe or not. Therefore, they were all on guard. Lin Fei didn't intend to enter so quickly. His physique was considered strong now. Even if he met an original infant stage cultivator, he wouldn't be afraid. Therefore, he chose a passageway to enter. Of course, he didn't choose this passageway for nothing. He used the God of Life tree to sense it and really felt something different. Therefore, Lin Fei entered this passageway. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei was so confident. Anything good, especially something that could make the God of Life react, was definitely something good. It could even help the God of Life to a certain extent. Don't think that Lin Fei had been studying the Supreme Token. In fact, he was also studying other things. As long as it could help the God of Life, it would be good. I hope there's something good in this passageway. Chapter 4407. After Lin Fei went in, everyone started to pay attention. Many divine wills were placed in the tunnel. As long as there was a slight movement, they would be able to sense it clearly. Time passed minute by minute. Everyone didn't feel any movement, and they were a little surprised. Did that kid really find the right way? No matter what, I have to go in and take a look first. The 6 experts at the peak of the Gold Core realm couldn't sit still, especially Xianxia. He immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed in. The remaining 5 experts of the Golden Core realm in the Great Perfection were about to curse. He actually beat them to it. They had waited here for too long. It wasn't easy for them to meet a cannon fodder, so they had to try first. But this cannon fodder seemed to be quite capable. He had gone in for so long, but there was no movement at all. Xianxia just rushed in and felt a little proud. Fortunately, he was the first to run in. Maybe he would get all the benefits later. But as soon as he ran, he felt that something was wrong. Whoosh, 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 a large amount of sword intent wrapped around him. It was like thousands of arrows piercing his heart. Xianxia was caught off guard. Kid, how dare you plot against me? You're dead. Xianxia cursed. His voice reverberated throughout the passageway. No one thought that the kid would be so cunning. He actually set up a trap that even he couldn't feel. Xianxia suffered a loss, and his body was hit by several swords. The Golden Core peak experts who followed didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That kid really holds a grudge. He actually set up such a trap. Fortunately, Xianxia was the first to come in. Xianxia couldn't sit still. After breaking the sword intent, he chased after them again. But this round, another small trap was thrown at him. But this time, it was easily broken. Xianxia didn't care. He continued to chase. He was sure that the tunnel was very safe. The third round came again. But this time, Xianxia didn't come back to his senses. The sword intent that filled the sky directly turned into a dazzling point. It pierced through his eyebrows. The experts in the Golden Core Exceptional Realm were dumbfounded on the spot. It was a little different from what they had imagined. Then, a hand reached out and grabbed the corpse, searching it for a while. He took the storage ring. It's that young man. Lin Fei looked over with a smile on his face. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ambush Xianxia. I didn't expect him to be the first to come in. The remaining 5 perfected Gold Core Realm experts looked at each other and gasped in shock. Without another word, he left the room. This kid is too powerful. He actually killed Xianxia. How could they believe it? As soon as they left, Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. I thought it would be another expert in the Golden Core Realm who would be the first to come in. I didn't expect it to be you. It seems that your luck is really bad. He was right. Lin Fei had played some tricks in this passageway. He didn't expect a small fish to take the bait. No, it was a bigger fish. There was no ascension token in the other party storage ring. Fortunately, there were still a lot of treasures. If converted, he could get 100 or 200 mid-quality spirit stones, which was a good harvest. Unfortunately, those experts in the Golden Core Realm were more cunning. Lin Fei continued to move forward. But this time, Lin Fei didn't set up any more tricks. Such a move could only be used once. He couldn't use it a second time. The people behind him weren't fools. They wouldn't follow him stupidly. Lin Fei might as well go ahead and explore. Maybe he would find something new. This passageway wasn't as dangerous as Lin Fei had imagined. He got through it easily. Even Lin Fei felt a little puzzled. When did this passageway become so easy to get through? Didn't he see those experts in the Golden Core Realm who had been waiting outside for so long? If they knew that this passageway was so safe, they would probably be dumbfounded. At this time, Lin Fei came to a huge palace. It was very quiet in this palace. Lin Fei felt that he was the first person to come here. But as soon as this thought came out, there was a cold light attacking from the side. The sword intent was like a black curtain blocking in front of him, and he retreated. Just at the moment when Lin Fei retreated, there was also a figure behind him. It was actually an ambush from the front and the back. Lin Fei's sword intent was very strong, and he directly resisted it. Are you surprised? My defense is not so easy to break. Your ambush from the front and the back is still a little lacking. Lin Fei noticed at this time that the ambushers were 2 middle-aged men, one in black and one in white. They had the strength of the Golden Core Realm. The strength of the combination was indeed quite strong. The 2 of them retreated and stared at the young man in front of them with some surprise. I didn't expect it to be a newcomer, but you have some ability. You're a little stronger than those guys. After the 2 men in black and white sized him up, they didn't make any more moves. If you're planning to make a move, then you have to wait. Those Golden Core experts don't have the guts to come over. How could Lin Fei not see that he was regarded as prey? It seemed that the inside of this ancient tomb was really interesting. The 2 middle-aged men in black and white didn't have the strength of the nascent soul realm. The strength of the combination was definitely beyond the Golden Core Realm. Whoever encountered them would be unlucky. By the way, can you tell me if this is the 3rd floor? It's just that the 3rd floor is a little different from what I imagined. If the 2 of you can tell me something, that would be great. After all, you don't want to offend an expert like me. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. The 2 men in black and white really couldn't accept it. This kid was really brave. He actually dared to ask them for information. He really thought that he was something. Young man, you're really brave. You actually dare to ask us this kind of thing. This is indeed the 3rd floor of the ancient tomb, but after coming to the 3rd floor of the ancient tomb, it will not be easy to go to the 4th floor. The one who spoke was not the 2 men in black and white. It was an old man who was drinking wine not far away. The old man had a beaming smile on his face. However, it was this old man that caused Lin Fei to feel an enormous pressure. Because this was an expert in the nascent soul realm, Lin Fei was already prepared, but to meet an old man in the nascent soul realm here, it really surprised him. He even understood why the 2 men in black and white were guarding the entrance. Maybe it was an order from the nascent soul realm expert. Originally, Lin Fei thought that there was only one nascent soul realm expert. But when he looked again, there was a Buddha statue not far away. No, on a stone statue, there was actually a young man sitting. This young man was dressed in white. Lin Fei was slightly stunned by the otherworldly aura. Another nascent soul realm expert. He didn't expect two nascent soul realm experts to come. Chapter 44:08. To bump into two original infant stage experts in a row, Lin Fei was really surprised. However, he didn't know why these two original infant stage experts were here and not heading to the next level. Could it be that they were waiting for something? The two experts in black and white attacked again in an instant. It was obvious that they weren't able to capture this young man. Coupled with his words, they felt a little embarrassed. Lin Fei waved his hand, and instantly, the five elements sword intent turned into layers of light and shot towards them. In an instant, the two of them were met with thousands of sword intents. The two of them kept retreating, and their faces started to turn pale. At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them anymore and directly used his strongest sword intent. Although it wasn't a life-reaping sword, the sword intent alone was enough to make the two of them suffer. They retreated all the way to the corner of the wall before stopping. The two of you don't have to do anything. Even if you join hands, you won't be a match for this person. The old man who was drinking suddenly laughed. Lin Fei was getting more and more certain that these two were the old man's underlings. Either that, or they were captured and were guarding the entrance. Young man, your sword intent is not bad. It's actually the five elements sword intent combined. Impressive. I wonder who taught you? Who knows? This old man might even know you. The old man smiled. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on such an old man. After all, he was an original infant stage expert. I don't know what my master's surname is. He just asked me to come out and explore. Lin Fei pretended to be confused. The more he acted like this, the more different the old man felt. After all, the five-element sword intent combined wasn't something that anyone could do. Up until now, Lin Fei had never met such an expert. He was the only one who could do it. Therefore, he could say whatever he wanted. The old man was obviously thinking about something. The way he looked at Lin Fei seemed like he wanted to see through him. Interesting, interesting. At that moment, the white-robed youth also opened his eyes. He looked young, but the moment he opened his eyes became very old. Young man, don't believe this old man's words. You don't even know when this guy has schemed against you. Seeing that your five-element sword intent is pretty good, come on my side. Who knows? I might be able to let you gain some knowledge. The old man directly said to the white-robed youth, By Wuhan, your mouth is still so smelly. Who said that this old man has bad thoughts about this kid? You are the one who has such thoughts. Lin Fei instantly noticed that whether it was the old man or the guy named Bai Wuheng, they seemed to have a certain interest in his five-element sword essence. Lin Fei's five-element sword intent was still very powerful. At the very least, the black and white figures were forced to take countless steps back. Even now, they still had lingering fears. At this moment, Lin Fei certainly would not believe the words of these two Yuanying stage powerhouses. Since the two of you are already here, I shall take my leave first. I shall not disturb the two of you. Lin Fei smiled and prepared to leave. Even He Yuan, who was behind him, prepared to leave this time. He was really a little afraid of the two Yuanying stage powerhouses. A ray of light instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was the old man who made a move. It was a simple spell, but it instantly made people feel the terrifying power. Young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It is rare for you to come here. You should at least sit here and take a look. Don't you want to know what good things are on the third level? There are really good things here. The one named by Wuheng also laughed. Young man, I think you should leave quickly. When this old man starts scheming against you, not even his bones will be left. Lin Fei also felt that this would be very interesting. Whether it was the old man or by Wuheng, they were both very interesting. Lin Fei was also very interested in the third level. It would be great if he could find out. After all, this was the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert. Lin Fei stopped and did not continue to move. Although Lin Fei was very strong now and could fight against an Yuaniing stage powerhouse. Especially after he had cultivated the life-taking sword technique, he was still very strong. Once the sword technique was unleashed, not just anyone could block it. Lin Fei was prepared to see what good things were on the third level of the ancient tomb of the insightful Emptiness Realm expert. Senior, are you sure you will not attack me? Then let me see what good things are on the third level. Lin Fei could also see that if he really left, the old man might attack him. Although he did not know how strong the old man was, he still felt a trace of danger. The old man laughed. That's right. Not everyone can come to the third level. However, you are lucky to have met this old man. Remember, this old man is called Tu Yuan. Lin Fei did not know who this Tu Yuan was. He Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately sent a message to Lin Fan. Lord, I heard that this Tu Yuan is an expert of the diabolical Tao. No wonder Bai Wuheng asked us to leave just now. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm shadow appeared on He Yuan's body instantly. Even his defense was broken. He Yuan's entire body was sent flying. He slammed heavily into the stone wall and fainted. This old man hates people sneaking around. If you have anything to say, say it openly. The old man was still smiling. It was as if he had just attacked a small ant. In reality, a golden elixir stage expert was just a small ant in Tu Yuan's eyes. He could deal with him however he wanted. Just now, Lin Fei could also see that Tu Yuan was indeed quite capable. Just as He Yuan had said, this guy was definitely an expert of the diabolical Tao. If he was not an expert of the diabolical Tao, Bai Wuheng would not have said that. At that moment, Bai Wuheng said, Young man, now you know what I just said. If you're targeted by old devil Tu Yuan, you won't have a good life. You'd better pray for your own luck. Old demon Tu Yuan rushed towards Bai Wuheng and raised his hand to shoot a cold light at him. Shut your crow's mouth. I will smash your head sooner or later, Bai Wuheng said faintly. Come on, come on. Smash my head if you can. Unfortunately, you don't have that ability, so you can only stare at me. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression became a little ugly. He would let this old demon Tu Yuan be happy for a while first. Anyway, he was not afraid. He could take the opportunity to gain more experience here. So you are an expert of the diabolical Tao. You better not touch me. If you do, my master will definitely come looking for you. You will definitely regret it. Lin Fei's face turned pale, and he said coldly. Tu Yuan chuckled. Don't worry. You're still useful to this old man. Show me your strongest move of the 5 elements sword essence. Chapter 4409. In the end, Lin Fei still unleashed a sword strike with all his might. He would let Tu Yuan have a look first. His interest in the third floor had greatly increased. Anyway, these two nascent soul realm powerhouses might not be able to see his true strength. So he simply let the other party show off first. After Lin Fei displayed the 5-element sword essence, both Tu Yuan and Bai Wuheng's eyes showed a lot of changes. Although they were very subtle, it was hard to escape Lin Fei's eyes. What's your name? Tu Yuan's mood was obviously a lot better, and he kept looking up and down. Although the other party's 5-element sword essence was very strong, Tu Yuan did not care much. He was a nascent soul realm powerhouse. The means of a nascent soul realm powerhouse was not something a small golden core could resist. Although the golden core in front of him was very strong. My name is Lin Fei. I am a rogue cultivator, Lin Fei said. Tu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then from now on, you will follow this old man. This old man will take you to see what a really good place is. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Are you sure you won't kill me? Tu Yuan laughed. You are still of great use to this old man. Why would this old man kill you? As long as you stay by this old man's side and do things for this old man, there will naturally be benefits for you. Tu Yuan said again, I don't know what you want, whether it is a golden core cultivation method or a divine weapon. This old man can give you one now, so that you can rest assured. Bai Wuheng laughed. Young man, don't miss such a good opportunity. If you have something, take it quickly. There won't be such a chance in the future. After all, there are not many things like this that can be taken advantage of. Lin Fei took a deep breath. I heard that the heaven token is a good thing. I don't know if you have it. If you do, it would be great. Both Tu Yuan and Bai Wuheng were a little surprised. This kid actually wanted the heaven token. There must be something wrong with his brain. Although this thing had some effects, it was far from being a top-level thing. Taking advantage of 2 yuan was only asking for a heavenly token. That was really something that one could not understand. Even 2 yuan himself couldn't wrap his head around it. For a moment, he even suspected that he had misheard. Are you certain that you want the Skyspan command token? However, this old man does not have a Skyspan command token. I do have a Skyspan flying sword. Its quality is only average. However, it was forged using the Skyspan divine tree. 2 yuan waved his hand, and an unremarkable, through heaven flying sword flew out. It headed straight for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He was just probing, but he didn't expect 2 yuan to really have something refined by the heavenly tree. Furthermore, it was a soaring heaven sword. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the sky-piercing flying sword. The material was exactly the same as the sky-piercing token. He couldn't help but smile. 2 yuan found it even more interesting. Lil Lin, this thing is so ordinary, yet you're interested in it. Could it be that you've comprehended something useful? Lin Fei said as he looked at the sky-piercing flying sword fondly. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. How could I have such an ability? I just heard that this sky-piercing token is a good item for cultivation. 2 yuan didn't continue asking. Stand beside this old man now. Lin Fei brought He Yuan over. He stood behind. Lin Fei was also guessing what the third level was capable of. Ah, Bai Wuheng 2 yuan, you two are quite fast. At this moment, a figure rushed in. He laughed loudly. The sound reverberated through the entire level. Palace Master, this is the kid who destroyed Xianxia. At this moment, a voice was heard. Lin Fei saw a familiar figure. It was a golden core expert who was outside previously. At this moment, he was following behind a nascent soul expert and pointed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a little speechless. He didn't seem to have offended these golden core experts. Now, they actually pointed at him and said that. The person who laughed just now was a burly man. He was like a small mountain, or more like a small iron lump. He gave off a very fierce aura. You're the kid who destroyed junior brother Xianxia. You're really brave. Let me kill you with one punch. The burly man snorted coldly and instantly pounced forward like a ray of light. As soon as he opened his fingers, a big multicolored tiger pounced over, looking very majestic. Lin Fei immediately realized that he had beaten up Xianxia, and his senior brother had come over. No wonder he had brought a gold core stage expert in. He had come to give pointers to people. Just as the burly man pounced forward, a barrier appeared in front of him. Brother Pa, you have to change your temper. This person is mine. If you kill him, you'll be my opponent. Are you sure you still want to fight? 2 yuan shouted coldly as he stared at the heaven-splitting army. Brother Pa, you have to change your temper. This burly man was called the Heaven-Splitting Army. He was a great expert in the Nanyang Prefecture. Xianxia was one of their juniors in the sect. Originally, they were supposed to guard this level. They didn't expect to be killed by a young man in a moment of carelessness. When the Heaven-Splitting Army found out, they immediately rushed in to kill this kid. The Heaven-Splitting Army's attack was blocked by the barrier. He looked up at 2 yuan, and his expression was somewhat uncertain. Are you sure you want to protect him? Lin Fei was even more certain now. 2 yuan should have seen his 5-element sword will. His 5 elements sword will might not be useful elsewhere. But in these secret places, it might be useful. It was no wonder that he would help him, because he cultivated the 5-element sword will. What do you think? 2 yuan said coldly. The Heaven-Splitting Army's expression changed when he heard this. Then, he returned to normal and waved his hand. You're lucky. After the Heaven-Splitting Army returned, he sat on a huge rock and closed his eyes to rest. On the other hand, the Golden Dan experts looked at each other. This kid really had a powerful background. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Snitching didn't seem like a good thing. At this moment, another figure appeared. It was actually an old woman. As soon as the old woman appeared, everyone's complexion changed a lot. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. This old woman was very strong. He only took a glance and didn't look at her anymore. Since everyone is here, we can break through the checkpoint of the 3rd floor. It's rare for the 4 of us to come here. so we should at least break through a few floors. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. Lin Fei finally understood that they were waiting for someone. A total of 4 nascent soul experts was indeed not a small number. Chapter 4410. Lin Fei knew that this was the tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert. But the situation seemed to be different. It seemed like it was not a bad idea to follow the 4 nascent soul realm experts and to take a look. At the very least, he would not expose himself. As long as there was something good, he could take it. The 4 nascent soul realm experts seemed to belong to different factions. But now that they were working together, Lin Fei could tell that something was up. The 4 nascent soul realm experts arrived in front of a stone wall. Tu Yuan slapped it with his palm, causing ripples to form. After the ripples dissipated, 4 grooves appeared on the stone wall. There were 4 different kinds of grooves on the wall, but the grooves were empty. The 4 nascent soul realm experts took out 4 items and placed them into the grooves. Then, a door appeared on the stone wall. After a series of cracking sounds, a door actually opened up in the stone wall. Looks like our guess was right. We did not waste our time searching for this thing. We can finally enter the 4th level. Looks like our guess was right. All these years of searching for this thing were not in vain. We can finally enter the 4th floor. Seems like our guess was right. We did not waste our time searching for this thing. We can finally enter the 4th level. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Didn't the Spectral King say that there were a total of 9 levels? Didn't the Spirit King say that there were a total of 9 levels? Why was he only at the 4th level? Lin Fei muttered in his mind. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Behind the door was a palace. Behind the door was a palace. There was a stairway to heaven in the palace. Surrounding it were buildings of various sizes, just like a small secret realm. Even Lin Fei could feel that this place was different. Even Lin Fei felt the same. The 4 nascent soul realm experts headed towards the biggest palace. Lin Fei could still hear Tu Yuan's voice follow behind obediently. Don't barge in recklessly. This place is more dangerous than you think. Tu Yuan casually sent a force into the void not far away. A crack appeared in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Did you see that? This is a spatial crack. If you're not careful, you'll easily fall into it. At that time, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Fei nodded and said nothing. From the very beginning, he had already noticed that something was different. There were actually cracks all over the place. Everyone flew very quickly, but they were all very careful. It seemed like they had explored this place quite a bit. He used the divine tree of life to sense it, but he didn't sense anything that could make it emotional, so he heaved a sigh of relief. He just followed them silently. After some time, they arrived in front of a big palace. However, when they arrived in front of the palace, those words caused their expressions to change slightly. This should be the alchemy room of that ancient mystic elite. I wonder what's inside. We'll know once we go in and take a look. The heaven-splitting army struck out with his palm. A stream of energy turned into a dragon and directly rushed over. With a crackling sound, an array appeared. The 4 nascent soul experts began to break the array again. Everyone unleashed their techniques at the same time. It was a spectacular scene. On the other hand, Lin Fei was the only one who was free. He observed the place quietly. However, this place was a little different from what he had imagined. If I'm not wrong, each level should be a place left behind by that ancient mystic elite. Seems like this ancient mystic is really strong. Lin Fei's interest was once again piqued. Of course, to Lin Fei, the place that he was most interested in was the crafting room. Who knows, there might even be the heavenly tree that the divine tree of life needed. If there really was, this trip would not have been in vain. Of course, it would be even better if there was the ghost heart. Not long later, they broke into the alchemy room, but it was empty inside. There were even some pills left behind. The 4 nascent soul experts harvested the room once more. It was a pity that there was nothing that interested Lin Fei. Then they proceeded to the 5th level. On the 5th level, they met with some trouble. These nascent soul stage cultivators were all prepared, so they were able to easily break through. This level was just as Lin Fei had imagined. There was a crafting room. Lin Fei was a little excited. As long as he found a treasure made from the heavenly tree, he would snatch it without hesitation. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when he would get again. The four nascent soul experts had gained quite a lot from the alchemy room. Now that they saw the crafting room, they were filled with anticipation. Although the pills were good, they were not as useful as the items in the crafting room. After all, a good treasure could greatly increase one's combat strength. If it was a top-grade treasure, it would be amazing. The heaven-splitting army was still the vanguard. This time, they did not activate any array. Instead, they were a little surprised. After hesitating for a moment, they walked into the crafting room. Lin Fei followed them in. At this point, the four nascent soul experts' gazes landed on the crafting room. Their gazes were filled with shock. This was because the entire crafting room was filled with flying swords. These flying swords were all stuck in the ground, which was unbelievable to them. So this is the crafting room of an ancient mystic expert? Why are there so many flying swords? We can't say that all these flying swords are good stuff. If they were, there wouldn't be so many of them. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. After a while, they could not tell what was so special about these flying swords. Since they were here, they could not just leave empty-handed. At this point, Lin Fei was observing the flying swords. He was also observing these flying swords. At the same time, he silently used the ability of the Tree of Life to sense them. He felt that these flying swords were not ordinary. What if there were flying swords made from the heavenly tree? Hence, he had to let the God Tree of Life sense them. An inconspicuous energy floated within the flying swords. Even the nascent soul experts did not notice it. The number of flying swords here was ridiculous. Lin Fei roughly estimated that there were at least 100,000 flying swords here. Why would an ancient mystic expert place so many flying swords here? Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned. He could sense an extremely strong aura. Even the God Tree of Life was delighted by it. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. He knew that there must be a treasure forged by the heavenly tree here. I found it. I found it. There's a top-grade flying sword here. The heaven-splitting army was the first to exclaim. He was already inside the flying swords. It was obvious that this flying sword was different. The other figures also came forward to surround him. Chapter 44:11. When Lin Fei realized that this divine sword was different, Lin Fei's eyes widened. The heaven-splitting army also realized that this sword was different. He reminded Lin Fan immediately. Then, the other three nascent soul stage cultivators came over. At this moment, Lin Fei did not move. He planned to wait and see what would happen. It is indeed a treasure. A supreme-grade wood-type flying sword. The heaven-splitting army had good eyesight. He could tell what it was. The other three nascent soul stage cultivators nodded their heads. This was because this supreme-grade flying sword really had a hint of wood-type aura. The four of them were not experts in using swords, but such a treasure flying sword was quite valuable. Then let me pull out first. The heaven-splitting army laughed. He reached out and grabbed the supreme-grade flying sword. The moment he grabbed it, the flying swords in the crafting room hummed. Then, they flew out one by one, turning into a meteor shower that rained down. This change made the expressions of the other three nascent soul stage cultivators change slightly. This is not good. This is a huge sword array. Tu Yuan had good eyesight. After exclaiming, he took out a treasure. It turned out to be a huge shield that blocked the sky above them. The moment the shield appeared, ding 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 sounds could be heard. There was no pause. It was as crazy as a thunderstorm. This sword array is really scary. Let's get out of here first. Tu Yuan's expression changed again. This was because the power of the sword array was too strong. Even though he had the shield as a defense, he still felt the immense pressure. If he stayed here for too long, his shield treasure might even be damaged. This was his heart's blood after all. As soon as Tu Yuan's voice fell, the originally motionless divine sword flew out with a whoosh. The golden sword light swept across. The golden sword light was extremely sharp. It crushed everyone's body, be it the four nascent soul stage cultivators or Lin Fei. They all suffered some damage. The few of them left the crafting room in an instant. Once they were outside, The flying swords returned to their original positions, as if nothing had happened. The golden sword light left a bloody wound on Lin Fei's hand. This also made Lin Fei slightly stunned. There was actually such a powerful, superb flying sword. His fleshly body had never been sliced apart by anything ever since he had cultivated it to this level. He didn't expect it to be cut open by a top-grade flying sword here. The other 4 nascent soul stage cultivators all had expressions of fear on their faces. Clearly, they had underestimated how special the tool refining room was. This should be an insightful void weapon. The old woman's name was Granny Long. His voice was a little hoarse, but at this moment his tone became exceptionally solemn and even a little excited. When the other 3 heard this, their expressions also changed. No one knew better than them the power of this supreme-grade flying sword. It was actually an existence that seemed to be an insightful void weapon. If it was something else, they might not have cared so much. However, an insightful void weapon was different. One must know that insightful void weapons were extremely powerful. If a nascent soul stage cultivator had an insightful void weapon, their strength would increase by a huge amount. At the very least, they would have a huge advantage in a battle of the same level. They didn't even see the golden sword light just now, but they could already feel the damage from it. This was because the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators were all hit and left with a wound. It was just an inconspicuous wound, but it was enough to make them feel that this supreme-grade flying sword was different from the others. Lin Fei knew that this superb flying sword was not ordinary. Even a tree of life was moved by it. However, he didn't expect it to be an insightful void weapon. No wonder the Godspeed of life had their eyes on it. However, it seemed like the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators had their eyes on this thing. Lin Fei wasn't a newbie anymore, and he knew the significance of this insightful void weapon. Although the insightful void weapon couldn't catch up to the Kane treasure for now, it was still considered a very powerful weapon. At the very least, to nascent soul stage cultivators, it was loved by everyone, and they would fight each other to the point of forming a river of blood. He didn't expect to meet it here. Lin Fei knew that it would probably be a little troublesome for him to get his hands on this insightful void weapon. The only thing that made Lin Fei feel at ease was that it wouldn't be easy for them to get their hands on this insightful void weapon. They had just moved, and they had already been attacked by hundreds of thousands of flying swords. Coupled with the strength of this insightful void weapon, they could definitely feel how terrifying it was. The 4 of us aren't experts in using swords. Therefore, we can use this insightful void weapon to exchange for something that everyone will be satisfied with. The heaven-splitting army laughed. What do you think of my suggestion? Actually, no one had any objections. This was because they weren't experts in using swords. Therefore, they might not be able to unleash the true power of this insightful void weapon in their hands. However, if they were to auction it, it would definitely fetch a shocking price. In fact, if they were to exchange it for something else, they might even be able to exchange it for something that they would be satisfied with. At this moment, they were actually quite satisfied. This insightful void weapon was quite a good deal. However, their happiness didn't last for too long. The 4 of you are quite lucky to actually encounter an insightful void weapon. I want this thing. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flew over. It turned out to be a huge warhammer. It smashed into the door of the elixir refining room, and the entire ground shook. Such a huge warhammer instantly made the expressions of the 4 Yuanying stage powerhouses suddenly change. Even Lin Fei felt that something was different this time. This was because this warhammer was really unusual. There was a murderous aura and the smell of blood on it. It was obvious that this warhammer had killed many people. A burly man in black armor strode over. Every step he took was like an endless mountain. It was so huge that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. General Blood Dragon. Tu Yuan's voice was a little hoarse and shaky. He couldn't believe the appearance of this person in front of him. The burly man in black armor walked over step by step. His gaze crushed a few of them, and they only stopped after taking a few steps back. He didn't even make a move yet. Lin Fei could already tell that the 4 of them were no longer a match for this person. A fierce person. A really fierce person. This was the first super expert that Lin Fei had encountered since he came to the spiritual realm. There was no doubt that if this person killed these 4 nascent soul realm experts, it would be very easy. At least 1 or 2 of the 4 of them would be killed. General Blood Dragon. Lin Fei had never heard of this name before. He felt that he should at least get some information when he went back. He had to understand the experts of Nanyan County and the entire spiritual realm first. You know that I am a general. That's great. I'm in a good mood today. You can get lost. Otherwise, I will directly kill you with this hammer. General Blood Dragon waved his hand, and the Black War hammer flew over and landed in his hand again. It was shining with a cold light. Chapter 44:12. The arrival of such a person without warning was definitely not a good thing for the nascent soul realm powerhouses present. Moreover, the Blood Dragon General was also a fierce master. As soon as he took the war hammer, they felt great pressure. However, if they were to give up their insightful void weapons just like that, they would not be able to do it. Blood Dragon General, we know that you are very strong, but isn't it a bit too much for you to come and rob us like this? Tu Yuan said coldly. The Blood Dragon General laughed, took a step forward, and swung the war hammer in his hand. Then you have to withstand my war hammer first. Otherwise, you are not qualified to say this to me at all. Tu Yuan didn't expect the Blood Dragon General to make a move. The war hammer smashed down. He immediately put up his shield to block it, but at this moment his whole body was smashed into the ground, and the whole ground began to crack. After the 3 nascent soul realm powerhouses next to him took a look, they all took a deep breath and hurriedly retreated. Blood Dragon General, he asked for this. We all give up. We don't want this insightful void weapon. Let's go now. How would the 3 nascent soul realm powerhouses dare to make a move against the Blood Dragon General? Who didn't know how powerful the Blood Dragon General was? They didn't see that Tu Yuan couldn't resist his attack and was directly smashed into the ground. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Who didn't know that this guy's war hammer was famous for being domineering and arrogant? The 3 nascent soul realm powerhouses retreated at once. They didn't dare to face this bloodline general at all. The Blood Dragon General raised his war hammer and smashed it down again, directly blasting a big hole in the ground. As for whether Tu Yuan was alive or dead, it was unknown. Anyway, no one could stop the Blood Dragon General. At this moment, the Blood Dragon General's gaze swept and fell on Lin Fei coldly. He swung his war hammer, and a torrent directly rushed up, making a crackling sound. Kid, you can also get lost. The Blood Dragon General didn't take this young man seriously at all. How dare he stand in front of me? I really don't know what's going on in his head. He must have been scared out of his wits. For someone like him, a gust of wind could blow him into pieces. Lin Fei didn't expect things to change so quickly. The Yuanying stage powerhouses who had been swaggering before suddenly retreated and were replaced by the Blood Dragon General. A ripple appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was formed by the 5 elements sword will, and it directly blocked in front of him. A heavy force directly blasted the ripples, and in an instant, who knew how many ripples were smashed into smithereens? But in the end, it was still blocked by the ripples. The Blood Dragon General instinctively didn't take this young man seriously, but he didn't expect that he could block his casual attack. He was a little surprised. So, you are an expert sword cultivator. No wonder you could withstand my attack. However, I've seen plenty of people like you. He raised his hand. He directly smashed down with his hammer, which was different from how the others used their hammers. The Blood Dragon General's war hammer was very overbearing, very fierce, and straightforward. There was nothing else hidden in it. It was purely a hammer strike, and it was either life or death. That was how overbearing it was. This was the strongest expert Lin Fei had ever seen in his life, especially one in the Yuanying stage. When a hammer came down, it indeed had a bold and unrestrained stance. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. In the face of this hammer, the sword intent that Lin Fei controlled turned into ripples. Another part of the sword intent directly blasted up. It blasted on the war hammer. It was a loud bang. It could be regarded as relieving the pressure of the war hammer, and he stepped back to avoid the hammer. He didn't take it head on. Although Lin Fei could also bear the power of this hammer, This was his trump card, and he didn't intend to give it up. I advise you not to do it again, or else my counterattack will be very powerful. Lin Fei retreated and said. The Blood Dragon General's hammer missed and smashed a big pit on the ground. At this time, a figure rushed out, staggering. It was Tu Yuan. He didn't dare to look back at all, and he wanted to escape first. The Blood Dragon General, who was originally angry, turned around and smashed his hammer. In an instant, the sky was full of war hammers, and they hit Tu Yuan's body. Tu Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream and was instantly smashed into pieces. His blood flowed all over the ground. A Yuaniing stage master was killed just like that. The Blood Dragon General turned his head and licked the corner of his mouth. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Even a Yuaniing stage master doesn't dare, so I'd like to see how you can withstand my attack. The Blood Dragon General waved his hand again, and the sky full of war hammers directly smashed down. Lin Fei was not surprised that Tu Yuan was killed by the Blood Dragon General's hammer. After all, the opponent's strength was too strong, and he was also a master in close combat. With his sledgehammer in hand, he could really hit anything that came his way. Lin Fei also had his moves. His life-taking sword was not a joke. I'm not as easy to kill as Tu Yuan. Since you want to kill me, then I'd like to see what you're capable of. After Lin Fei smiled faintly, a sword light directly appeared. It hit the war hammers. The force was great. The war hammers were shaken off and smashed past him. As for those illusory war hammers, they were directly broken by Lin Fei's life-taking sword. The whole process was completed in an instant. Even the Blood Dragon General was a little surprised. He actually encountered a powerful master. The speed of the sword was incredibly fast. What happened just now was just an appetizer. Now it's the real deal. Lin Fei attacked again. Countless sword lights slashed over in an instant. Before the Blood Dragon General came to his senses, cracks were left on his armor. It was incredibly fast. Only then did he realize that this person's swordsmanship was indeed outstanding. The speed of using the sword was actually so fast that he had never seen it before. Even as a nascent Soul Realm powerhouse, he couldn't capture it for a while. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, so he was able to withstand the attack. I have truly underestimated you. However, it doesn't matter. This armor that I am wearing is the penetrative void armor. It is not something that just anyone can break through. Are you surprised? It has been a long time since I have encountered an expert like you. Today, I will be able to fight to my heart's content. As soon as Lin Fei made a move, he realized that the opponent was very capable, especially the armor on his body, which actually withstood more than a dozen of his attacks. Now that he heard that it was the penetrating void armor, his heart sank slightly. After all, he only used sword intent and didn't have a real good sword in his hand, so he suffered a lot in this aspect. Chapter 44:13. The people behind the Blood Dragon General were also a little shocked. After all, they didn't know such a powerful sword cultivator. There were very few people who could withstand the attack of the Warhammerer. Now they finally saw it. Who was this young man? Although Lin Fei's deadly sword had only reached the first level, it had reached 10 times the speed. His speed was top-notch, and he could accurately hit the Warhammerer every time. No matter what hammer technique the Blood Dragon General used, Lin Fei could accurately repel the Warhammer every time. As a result, he was unable to unleash his full power. In fact, he had completely disintegrated this power in midair. Over and over again, the Blood Dragon General instantly got a headache. He couldn't do anything to this kid. This was his most powerful combat method. But this time, he actually failed. His opponent's swordsmanship was easily blocked. If it was an ordinary sword cultivator, it would be fine. However, this sword cultivator's sword intent was very strong, and his strength was not inferior to his strength. He could make his Warhammer unable to hit him at all. In midair, he was met with a force of resistance. But such a person was just a Golden Core Realm expert. At this moment, the Blood Dragon General suddenly realized something. I didn't expect you to be an expert at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Your swordsmanship and sword intent are so powerful. It's really rare. Which family are you from? The Blood Dragon General hit the Warhammer again, but it still didn't work, so he didn't attack again. Instead, he put away the warhammer and stared at the person in front of him. The people behind the Blood Dragon General all gasped. This young man was actually at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Everyone knew about the existence of the peak of the Golden Core Realm, but they had never seen one before. They didn't expect to meet an expert at the peak of the Golden Core Realm here, which made them a little unbelievable. In fact, even the Blood Dragon General was a little surprised. A master at the peak of the Golden Core Realm could be cultivated, so there must be a powerful force behind him. Ordinary people couldn't be cultivated at all. He was a nascent soul realm expert, but he was actually blocked by his opponent's swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was incredibly fast, and he couldn't catch it all, so every time he attacked, he was easily blocked by his opponent. At this time, Lin Fei knew how powerful the Blood Dragon General was. The power of the War Hammer was tyrannical. It could beat a person to death. His greatest advantage was the life-reaping sword, and with his physical body, even if the power seeped into him, he would be able to withstand it. If it was an ordinary sword intent, it would shatter upon contact. Naturally, the only thing that made Lin Fei feel helpless was the fact that his opponent was wearing the penetrative void armor. With such an armor on his body, his life-reaping sword was truly incapable of breaking through, because he had lost the divine weapon in his hands. If I can get my hands on those penetrating void weapons in the crafting room, the power of my life-taking sword will become even stronger. Lin Fei inexplicably thought of the supreme-grade divine sword inside. A penetrative void divine sword would definitely be able to break through this penetrative void armor. After all, that penetrative void divine sword was extraordinary. Now you know that you can't kill me. If I were to tell my master, you would be in trouble. Lin Fei smiled faintly. After all, my master is very narrow-minded. Even if you're a nascent soul realm expert, it would be as easy for him to kill you. Lin Fei knew that the Blood Dragon General had misunderstood him. However, he wanted to make this misunderstanding bigger and bigger. At least for the time being, he was temporarily safe in this divine tomb. Whether he could get the supreme-grade divine sword or not, he really had to give the Blood Dragon General a good scare. Anyway, no one knew his origin, so it didn't matter how he boasted. This time, the Blood Dragon General really believed the words of this young man. After all, it was not an easy task to cultivate an extreme Gold Core Realm expert. Even in the entire Nanyuan County, there were very few who could reach the extreme Gold Core Realm. The Blood Dragon General did not doubt that the other party's master could kill him. At the very least, he would have to pay a huge price. This was really shooting himself in the foot. The Blood Dragon General was a little regretful. He actually did not see the situation clearly. But now he could not kill this guy. The other party's sword technique was too fast and strong. If another nascent soul realm expert came, he might be able to stop this guy. But now he really could not stop this guy alone. If the other party wanted to leave, he could only stare at him. As for the people behind him, they were really not a match for him. If the other party came in, all of them would die. No one could stop that fast sword. When did such a great expert appear in Nanyuan County? I have my eyes on the divine sword inside. I advise you to give it up. Lin Fei said faintly. This is a good thing for you. If my master comes later, you'll be in trouble. The Blood Dragon General was now in a difficult position. He naturally wanted the void weapon inside, but unfortunately, he encountered an expert who was at the extreme Gold Core realm and had a master behind him. If he could come to such a place, the other party's master could also come. Maybe he wanted to get some powerful treasure. If he waited for his master to come, he would definitely be in trouble. Whether he could win or not was one thing. If he was accidentally killed, that would be the worst. However, he was unwilling to leave just like that and give up on the insightful void divine weapon. After all, he already had a void armor, a treasure for self-defense. However, if he had another insightful void weapon, he might be able to exchange it for an insightful void weapon at the auction house, the kind that was suitable for him. Although the grade of the warhammer in his hand was very high, and it was also a top-grade magic treasure, it was still not a void weapon. Its power was still a little weaker and could not improve his strength. If you don't want to go, then I can only ask my master to come and have a good fight with you. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The Blood Dragon General did not doubt the other party's words at all. Who could reach the extreme gold core realm did not have a powerful master. You're good. Let's meet again. The Blood Dragon General grabbed the Warhammer and went forward without stopping. A powerful nascent soul realm expert was really what the Blood Dragon General was worried about. I'll leave first. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the other party leave. He did not know when the other party would come back, so he had to get the Void Weapon before he came back. As long as he had the Void Weapon, refining it would be a piece of cake. Don't forget that he had the Divine Tree of Life. Lin Fei broke into the weapon refining room. The flying swords did not move. Lin Fei ran directly in front of the Void Weapon. He did not reach out to grab it because he knew that once he did, it would be equivalent to activating the flying swords. Chapter 44:14. Just like this special, insightful Void Weapon. Especially after seeing how powerful it was, Lin Fei knew what to do. Hence, he pushed the Divine Tree of Life. As for the Divine Tree of Life, it extended out a jade-green branch and wrapped itself around the penetrating Void Weapon. Unlike what happened before, the Divine Tree of Life didn't /T do anything after it wrapped itself around the insightful Void Weapon. It easily pulled it into Lin Fei /'s body. Then, it was wrapped by the Divine Tree of Life. Lin Fei knew that this was a special, insightful Void Weapon, and only the Divine Tree of Life had the ability to refine it. Lin Fei was more and more certain that this insightful Void Weapon was made from the Divine Tree of Life. Otherwise, the Divine Tree of Life wouldn't /T be able to suppress it and refine it. After obtaining this insightful Void Weapon, Lin Fei slipped away like a wisp of smoke. He was afraid that the Blood Dragon General would come back. Although he wasn't /T afraid, it would be troublesome to fight him. After all, if an expert like him could come, there might be others. Hence, he had to leave his place first. As for when the Divine Tree of Life would be able to refine the insightful Void Weapon, Lin Fei didn't /T know either. Perhaps it would take an hour or 10 days to half a month. Who could be sure? Hence, he had to find a place to hide first. As expected, after Lin Fei left, the Blood Dragon General really came back. But this time, he wasn't /T alone. Instead, he brought along another helper. This was a thin figure. The two of them stood there, but they could no longer sense that person. The Blood Dragon General was a little annoyed. That kid took the insightful Void Weapon. The Blood Dragon General had gone in to take a look and couldn't /T find the insightful Void Weapon. Without a doubt, it was taken by that young man. Initially, the Blood Dragon General didn't /T intend to come back, but he ran into a good friend on the way. As soon as he said that, he came immediately. He didn't /T believe that they couldn't /T catch that young man with their strength. He didn't /T expect that young man to leave and take the insightful Void Weapon. He made a wasted trip. This made the Blood Dragon General feel a little embarrassed. Brother Blood Dragon, you don't have to be so anxious. Since that guy has taken away the insight Void Weapon, it won't be easy to refine it. He must still be in this ancient tomb. Who knows when we will bump into him? At that time, we will naturally be able to take him down. The Blood Dragon General could only do this first. After all, that person had run away, so he couldn't look for him with great fanfare. If others were to find out that the lad had an insightful Void Weapon, he would definitely become a juicy piece of meat in everyone's eyes. You take a bite, I take a bite, you don't even know when it falls into the hands of others. Therefore, the Blood Dragon General really couldn't take this risk. Looks like that's the only way. Let's go to the next level first. In any case, it won't be that easy for that kid to leave. The Blood Dragon General snorted and the two left the place. Lin Fei had already entered the next level. It was a little different from what he had imagined. There was no difficulty at all. However, when he reached this level, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. There were some powerful ghost warlords on this level. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he was immediately chased. Dozens of ghost warlords chased after him all the way. Lin Fei didn't dare to hesitate and left immediately. Although he really wanted to kill these ghost warlords and take their ghost hearts, the insightful Void Weapon wasn't as important as it was now. He was afraid that the Blood Dragon General would catch up at any time. Other than the ghost warlords on this level, the entire space had become empty. There was no place to hide at all. Slowly, Lin Fei could also see that it was a training ground. This might be a training ground. This was because Lin Fei saw some experts here. They were all Golden Core experts. A group of them surrounded these spectral soul battle generals and collected their spectral soul hearts. Other than that, there were some nascent soul realm experts who sat on a few stone platforms and seemed to be resting with their eyes closed. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't figure out what was going on. However, he also knew that in the current situation, he could only fight these ghost warlords first. As soon as his sword will appeared, it directly collided with these ghost warlords and pushed them back. At the same time, he looked for a better place. The defense of the ghost warlords here was very strong. After being attacked by Lin Fei's sword will, they weren't really injured. They continued to surround him. They even knew to block his way. As a result, Lin Fei had no choice but to kill these specter battle generals first. Although he might expose his strength, Lin Fei didn't want to waste too much time with these ghost warlords. He would kill them first. As soon as the life-taking sword was out, the sword radiance instantly flowed like water and slashed across the ghost warlords. Although it was just one sword, in reality, he had already struck dozens of times, directly landing on these ghost warlords. One by one, the ghost warlords were sent flying, following which, ghost hearts dropped one after another. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei snatched these ghost hearts. He ran into the distance. At this moment, some of the nascent soul realm experts who were resting with their eyes closed opened their eyes. After all, they could feel that sword just now. This Golden Core Realm kid's sword technique is quite powerful. No wonder he can fight against so many ghost warlords alone. It's a pity that this kid is alone. He'll have a headache later. After all, the ghost warlords here aren't that easy to kill. These nascent soul powerhouses open their eyes and close them again. There was a faint smile on the corners of their mouths, and they looked very calm. After killing this wave of ghost warlords, Lin Fei originally thought that he could find a suitable place. However, he didn't expect that after killing these ghost warlords, more ghost warlords would appear, and they appeared from the same place. They seemed to be stronger than before. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. He knew what was going on here. He would probably only be able to heave a sigh of relief after being killed a few times. No wonder those Golden Core Realm experts didn't have a chance to leave. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, it was that they didn't have a chance. As for the nascent Soul Realm experts above, they might be able to get through this stage if they weren't careful. Right now, they were just here to watch the show. The Ghost Warlords pounced once again. This time, their speed and strength had increased tremendously. Lin Fei smiled bitterly to himself. He had to focus on dealing with these Ghost Warlords. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Lin Fei used the life-taking sword once again. Combining the 5 elements sword will with it, he swept across the Ghost Warlords. At the same time, sword silks surrounded him, forming an invisible defense. He wasn't afraid of being ambushed by these Ghost Warlords anymore. Chapter 44:15. These spirit warlords were very strong. After killing them once, their strength would increase. After Lin Fei killed them 7 to 8 times, his strength had reached a terrifying level. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the quality of the spirit hearts that dropped after the spirit warlords were killed would increase. This made Lin Fei happy for a while. At least he did not work for nothing. Otherwise, he would really feel helpless. The ease with which Lin Fei killed the spectral warlord made many of the people present secretly shocked. After all, it was rare for someone like Lin Fei to come in alone. Yet, he was able to kill these spirit warlords. This was an unbelievable feat, and they did not know him. This was already very strong. At the very least, these golden elixir experts would remember this young man. Although Lin Fei only used the deadly swordplay, he did not give it his all. Hence, everyone only felt that his swordplay was outstanding and did not think too much about it. After killing the last spirit warlord, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw no more spirit warlords coming back to life. He also collected all the spear hearts. In total, He had collected more than 100 spirit hearts. Although he did not know what these spirit hearts were for, Lin Fei did not let the Tree of Life absorb them. It would be troublesome if he had to use them in the future. Just as Lin Fei was about to look for a place, his expression changed. Because at this moment, the divine Tree of Life had actually completely refined this special divine sword void penetration weapon. Now, as long as Lin Fei willed it, he would be able to take out this special legendary sword. This meant that Lin Fei had his first penetrating void weapon, and it was a long sword. It would be compatible with his deadly swordplay, and he would be able to display a stronger and faster power. This allowed Lin Fei to finally heave a sigh of relief. After all, he could be considered as someone who had a penetrating void weapon. With this penetrative void weapon, his strength would undoubtedly rise by a huge margin. Just the thought of it was something to be happy about. I remember that you're a subordinate of the Black Wind Stronghold's chief. Hurry up and come over here. Hand over the nether heart. Just as Lin Fei was immersed in the insightful void weapon, a voice rang out from afar. At this moment, Lin Fei looked up and actually saw Palace Master Yuan Mo. The guy had actually brought his men over, but they looked a little disheveled. They even saw Lin Fei killing these spectral warlords. How could Lin Fei not know what the other party was thinking? After all, he had killed so many spectral battle generals in a row. The quality of the spectral heart was unquestionable. Moreover, Lin Fei was alone now, so it was no wonder that Palace Master Yuan Mo would have such an idea. And at this moment, Palace Master Yuan Mo was actually very surprised to actually meet a golden core expert under the Black Wind Stronghold's chief. As for why he remembered this person, it was because this person was young, so he had a slight impression. He did not see the Black Wind Stronghold's chief, but instead saw this young Vajra expert who had even killed spectral battle generals. Although he was a little surprised by the other party's strength, Palace Master Yuan Mo had brought many people with him, so he naturally did not think much of him. Lin Fei chuckled. You're thinking too much. If you want my things, just say it. I'm not some 3-year-old kid. Palace Master Yuan Mo had some influence in Nanyang Prefecture. After all, he was able to gather so many tribes, so he naturally attracted the attention of these nascent soul experts. They were rather curious why Palace Master Yuan Mo would actually have his eyes on this young man. But previously, they did not think much of it. But now, they had all seen the strength of this young man. To be able to kill so many spectral battle generals in a row, he was definitely at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Of course, Palace Master Yuan Mo was also at the peak of the Golden Core realm. He was only a step away from the peak of the Golden Core realm. Of course, this step wasn't something that everyone could take, but it still required a lot of strength. These nascent soul experts shook their heads, thinking that this young man really did not know what was good for him. If he were to cause trouble with them now, it would not end well for him. Palace Master Yuan Mo was also a little surprised. The subordinate of the Black Wind Stronghold's chief actually did not listen to his orders, so he felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had his eyes on the spectral heart in the other party's hands. The other party's combat strength was also not bad. If he had him, it would undoubtedly be a lot easier later on. Palace Master Yuan Mo was not afraid that these nascent soul experts would act against him. After all, he was also a person with status. As long as he did not offend these nascent soul experts, they would not interfere in the matters of their Golden Core realm. You talk big. The two of you go and meet this brat. He actually dared to not listen to my orders. Palace Master Yuan Mo coldly snorted. It was not easy for him to get here, and he even suffered a lot, but this brat ran faster than him. This was the reason why he felt a little uncomfortable. If he could take down this person, all the other party's spoils of war would belong to him. In comparison, it was quite a worthwhile thing. The two Golden Core experts stood up, also wanted to show off. After all, the Black Wind Stronghold was just a small stronghold, but in the end, it ran ahead of them. So the two Golden Core experts directly sent out their treasures and fought. Just as they made their move, a sword intent flashed past, directly slashing through their bodies. With a plop, the two of them fell to the ground, not breathing at all. Palace Master Yuan Mo, if this is the strength of your subordinates, then you will soon become a commander without an army. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly raised. He moved. Rays of sword light flashed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original position with a faint smile on his face. But for Palace Master Yuan Mo, the people around him fell to the ground one by one. In the blink of an eye, his experts were all finished. He had really become a commander without an army. You actually dared to kill all my people. Palace Master Yuan Mo was enraged. These were the trusted subordinates that he had painstakingly brought, the strongest group of people, but they were all killed just like that. This brat was just a golden core expert. How could he have such strength? Those nascent soul experts really didn't care much. After all, he had killed so many ghost warlords in a row. They didn't expect his strength to be so well preserved. This time, Palace Master Yuan Mo had suffered a big loss. Young man, don't be afraid. Go and kill Palace Master Yuan Mo first. A nascent soul expert laughed. Palace Master Yuan Mo almost turned around and scolded, but when he saw that it was a nascent soul expert, he didn't dare to say anything, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Fei. You dare to kill my people, die? Flames appeared out of thin air and turned into a land of raging flames. Chapter 44:16. This flame wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a special ability flame that was very powerful. It was something that Palace Master Yuan Mo had painstakingly gotten his hands on and refined. This flame was called the Heavenly Flame Raging Fire. Once the Heavenly Flame Raging Fire was unleashed, it was extremely powerful and could instantly burn a golden core expert. After the Heavenly Flame Raging Fire swept out, a series of spikes rushed out from the ground and stabbed at Lin Fei. The timing of the first and the second was perfect. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist it. However, after Lin Fei's sword intent flowed like water, he blocked the attack. I thought you were strong, but it seems like you're just SOSO. Although this special ability flame is strong, it can't do anything to my body. Lin Fei smiled and directly attacked. He executed the fatal sword technique, one sword after another, creating many sword shadows. In an instant, Palace Master Yuan Mo was in a difficult position. After all, Lin Fei was already strong, and with his speed, Palace Master Yuan Mo felt great pressure on the spot. He could only defend passively. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. He kept retreating. His pupils constricted slightly. How can this kid be so strong? After another sword light flashed, a wave of power exploded, causing him to retreat 7 or 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. How is it? With my strength, do you still want to covet my things? I advise you to hand over your things. Maybe you can get out of here alive. Otherwise, my sword intent doesn't have eyes. Lin Fei attacked again. The sword technique was unleashed. One sword after another. Every time, Palace Master Yuan Mo's resistance was half a beat slower. Cracks also appeared on the defensive treasures on his body. It was indescribably ferocious. The golden core experts in the distance all took a deep breath. After all, they had all seen this kid destroy the Ghost Warlord. They didn't expect that it would be such a one-sided attack against Palace Master Yuan Mo. Fortunately, they didn't have any thoughts before. Otherwise, they would have suffered a big loss now. Didn't they see that Palace Master Yuan Mo suddenly became a commander without an army? Those nascent soul experts also laughed. At first glance, they could tell that this young man was very strong. Especially this sword technique, it was unbelievably fast. Golden core powerhouses of the same realm simply could not withstand it. It was already pretty good that Palace Master Yuan Mo could hold on until now. After another strike, the nascent Soul Palace Lord had already retreated to the corner of the wall. There was no way out. It was unknown how many cracks were left on his body. Even if his defensive treasure was damaged, he wasn't more aware of it than Palace Master Yuan Mo. Palace Master Yuan Mo felt very sullen at this moment. But in order to live, he could only open his mouth. Wait, you know how to lower your head and admit your mistake? However, I am a very easygoing person. Hand over your item and you can live. Otherwise, your life will be gone with my next sword strike. Palace Master Yuan Mo had indeed underestimated his opponent's strength. Therefore, After Lin Fei unleashed his swordsmanship, it was too late for him to resist. He could only passively defend, one wrong step after another. In an instant, he fell into a disadvantageous position. The opponent's sword intent was extremely strong. Even if the opponent didn't use a weapon, just the sword technique displayed by the sword intent was enough to make him unable to withstand it. Therefore, he could only passively beg for mercy. I'll give it to you. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, these nascent soul experts here won't be so easy to talk to. Palace Master Yuan Mo was also considered powerful. Although he threw out the storage ring, he still managed to pull these nascent soul experts in. After all, he also had a backer behind him. It was just that his backer hadn't arrived yet. Seriously, at this moment, Palace Master Yuan Mo was very distressed. This was a fortune that he had painstakingly accumulated. He always carried it with him at all times, but if he didn't hand it over now, his life would be in danger. As for letting the nascent soul experts stop him, that was even more impossible, because these nascent soul experts wouldn't get involved in these small matters because they would lose face. Therefore, Palace Master Yuan Mo could only reluctantly hand over the storage ring. Once he handed it over, it was equivalent to his decades of hard work on. After Lin Fei got the storage ring, he quickly imprinted his mark on it and checked the things inside. Even though it was just a flash, it did let him see a few things that made him very surprised. The Heaven Token. He didn't expect that Palace Master Yuan Mo would actually have the Heaven Token with him. Although it seemed that it had been there for some time, for Lin Fei, it was of great use. With one more Heaven Token, his strength would increase by a bit. Where else could he find such a good thing? As for the Spirit Stones, there were a lot. This guy actually accumulated 500,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones in his storage ring. It was definitely not a small amount of wealth. As for the high-grade Spirit Stones, there weren't many, only 100 high-grade Spirit Stones. This kind of harvest was already very big for Lin Fei. He didn't see that Palace Master Yuan Mo's eyes were filled with resentment. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough, so he could only do this. Lin Fei put away his sword intent and said unhurriedly, "The things you collected are not bad. I'll let this matter go for now. But if I see you fight again, I won't be so lucky." Lin Fei retreated. He wasn't afraid of Palace Master Yuan Mo. After all, he didn't use all his strength just now. If he took out the heaven-piercing divine sword, he would definitely be able to kill this person in 2 or 3 strikes. Because the heaven-piercing divine weapon was just that strong. Even if the opponent had a defensive treasure armor, how could he block the power of the heaven-piercing divine weapon? 3 strikes, and he would be decapitated. Palace Master Yuan Mo didn't know that he had walked 1 round on the road to death. After Lin Fei obtained the storage ring, he quietly let the divine tree of life devour the 3 skyline medallions. Imperceptibly, the god tree of life grew a little. Nothing made Lin Fei happier than this. "Young man, your strength is not bad," a middle-aged man said with a smile. This person was a nascent soul expert. He looked very amiable, but there was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. Lin Fei said faintly, "Senior, you flatter me. My strength can only be said to be ordinary." He simply found a place to stand. Although he didn't know what would happen here, he found a place to rest first. Naturally, it wouldn't be wrong. The other Golden Core experts didn't make a move, and the nascent soul experts wouldn't lose face. Therefore, Lin Fei got a moment of leisure. At this moment, people kept coming up to this level. But when they saw the nascent soul experts, they all quietened down and didn't dare to make any more movements. Their luck wasn't that good. After all, they would be chased by ghost warlords. Therefore, the situation wasn't very good. Chapter 44:17. Not long after, Lin Fei saw an acquaintance. It was the Blood Dragon General. As soon as the Blood Dragon General came up, he saw Lin Fei. His eyes became a little sharp. Next to the Blood Dragon General, there was a middle-aged man who also looked over. Lin Fei wasn't afraid. After all, he had already gotten the Tongtian Divine Sword and refined it. With the Tongtian Divine Sword, as long as he wasn't wearing the Dongshu armor, he could directly break the opponent's defense with the Dongshu weapon in his hand. No one could stop him. What's more, Lin Fei was a master of close combat, and ordinary people couldn't resist him. So Lin Fei didn't care about the arrival of the Blood Dragon General. So what if he was a nascent Soul Realm powerhouse? Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. After the Blood Dragon General came up, he saw that Palace Master Yuan Mo seemed to know the Blood Dragon General and actually walked towards him. After the two of them muttered something, the look in the Blood Dragon General's eyes became a little different. In the end, the Blood Dragon General didn't come up, but sat down in a place casually. After all, the Blood Dragon General was also a powerhouse and knew these nascent Soul Realm Masters. That Palace Master Yuan Mo was actually following him. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei knew that he had a headache. After all, he had just fooled the Blood Dragon General, but it didn't matter. As long as he didn't know his origin, the Blood Dragon General wouldn't do anything to him. After all, not everyone dared to offend a master at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Right now, Lin Fei was most concerned about what would happen in this place. After waiting here for a little while, the scene became quiet. Because no one came up again, even the Ghost Warlord didn't appear. Lin Fei knew that a wonderful scene was about to appear. Clatter. Just when Lin Fei was wondering what would appear. In this empty place, a stream of light actually flew out. There was a treasure hidden in this stream of light. For a while, everyone present was a little excited. The Yuanying realm experts did not make a move, but the Jidon realm experts directly rushed out. It was as if he was going to snatch away the thing inside the stream of light. For a moment, it became quite lively, and the competition was very intense. Lin Fei did not make a move. However, it could be seen that this should be one of the benefits of the ancient tomb. Only by exterminating these spectral battle generals would one have the chance to obtain such benefits. Of course, in Lin Fei's opinion, as long as these treasures were not refined by the heavenly tree, they would not be of much use to him. If it was an insightful void weapon, it would be fine. However, he already had the heavenly divine sword. Therefore, he would not be interested in ordinary insight void weapons. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain a hollowness armor. This was because he had just observed that Golden Core realm experts did not have hollowness armor at all. Only nascent Soul realm experts did. For example, the Blood Dragon General. The defense of his insightful void armor was extremely strong. Although Lin Fei's sword intent was strong, it was difficult to break it in a short time. Of course, this was also because Lin Fei's sword intent was strong. Otherwise, why would the Blood Dragon General pay so much attention to it? The competition was very intense. Not long after, the treasure was taken away by someone. Of course, that person also paid a huge price. However, seeing the excited look on that person's face, Lin Fei knew that this thing should be a good Dharma treasure. As for whether it was a defensive Dharma treasure or an offensive Dharma treasure, he did not know. But no matter what, he got a good thing. After that, some treasures appeared one after another. The interval between each event was quite long, but none of them piqued Lin Fei's interest. Therefore, Lin Fei did not make a move. It had been quiet all this time. This made many Golden Core realm experts secretly heave a sigh of relief. If this young man were to make a move, it would be a little troublesome. They would not be able to snatch it. The other party's swift sword was really lovable and hateful. Now that Lin Fei did not make a move, it was the best thing that could happen. Lin Fei did not make a move on 7 or 8 things in a row. Although it seemed to be very good, it still made Lin Fei look down on it. There was no point in making a move. However, when the 8th item came out, Lin Fei's pupils shrank slightly. He moved in an instant. When Lin Fei made his move, a few other Golden Core experts also made their moves. The thing they were fighting for. It was an armor. However, this armor was not the color of metal, but pure wood. It turned out that this was an armor made of heavenly wood. In other words, it was a wood attribute treasure. Therefore, after this item came out, many people came out to fight for it. After all, the heavenly wood was already amazing. If it was refined, it would have a great defensive power. There were really many people fighting for it. However, as soon as they came up, they saw a sword light directly sweeping over. The sword light was very thin, but when it swept across their bodies, they let out a groan and were sent flying. They couldn't even stand properly. They saw that Lin Fei who had not made a move, actually made a move. The treasure fell into his hands in an instant. Looking at the frightening sword marks left on their bodies, they were all scared out of their wits. They knew that if that person had been ruthless, their heads would have been separated from their bodies by that sword strike. So they hurriedly retreated. It's this kid. What do you think of his swordsmanship? The Blood Dragon General was also paying attention this time. Naturally, he was not interested in these things. Although a treasure made of heavenly wood was good, it was a bit useless. He did not want to go against this kid. There was no point in doing so. This kid's sword intent is quite strong. It's actually the 5 elements sword intent, which is relatively rare. The speed of his sword is also very fast, much faster than theirs. Just now, he showed mercy. Otherwise, these people would have been seriously injured, and some of them would have died. The middle-aged man next to him laughed, and Palace Master Yuan Mo, who was standing behind, had a fierce look in his eyes. If he hadn't been injured and suffered a loss, he would have definitely gone out to fight with Lin Fei. Unfortunately, he could only watch now. Lin Fei originally thought that he could get this thing, but when he got it, a stream of light flickered over. With a flicker of light that contained a terrifying pressure, it turned into a ball of light and shot towards Lin Fei. Young man, I like this armor. It could be used by my disciple. Please hand it over. It turned out that a nascent soul realm expert had made a move not far away. With a light flick, a terrifying and invincible force was released. The sword intent in front of Lin Fei rippled and spread around. If I hand it over just because you asked me to, wouldn't I lose face? Chapter 44:18. The nascent soul realm master was an old man with a deathly aura around him. In other words, he didn't have much lifespan left. At this moment, he looked at Lin Fei coldly. He was the one who attacked just now. Brat, you actually dare to ignore this old man's words. It seems that you don't take this old man seriously. This inconspicuous old man was called Gao Mingde. He was a veteran nascent soul realm master, but his lifespan was almost up, so he naturally needed to leave some good things for his descendants. That was why he came to this tomb. Of course, he also hoped to find something in the tomb that could increase his lifespan. And this treasure armor made from heavenly wood was really not bad. Naturally, he wanted to grab it, but he didn't expect this kid to be so strong that he could block his power. This was relatively rare, and he was a little angry. He was a nascent soul realm powerhouse, and there was actually someone who didn't give him face. If you want this thing in my hand, you have to grab it yourself. If you can grab it, it will naturally belong to you. If you can't, then I have nothing to say. After Lin Fei snorted coldly, he put away these things. He immediately let the tree of life absorb and refine them. There was nothing better than this. Gao Mingde flicked his finger, and a series of phantoms emerged, all condensing his power and directly attacking. It was fine if a nascent soul realm powerhouse attacked, but if he did it himself, it would be like bullying the weak. So he just used his power to deal with this golden core realm kid. Although it was a bit embarrassing to do this, he didn't have much lifespan left. The other nascent soul realm powerhouses would also close their eyes and not say much. Of course, this was the bottom line. If he did it himself, it would indeed be bullying the weak. The nascent soul realm powerhouses couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment, Palace Master Yuan Mo had a smile on his face. He finally saw that kid offend a nascent soul realm powerhouse. If Gao Mingde, a nascent soul realm powerhouse, made a move, this kid would definitely suffer a big loss. On the contrary, the Blood Dragon General next to him wasn't very optimistic. After all, he couldn't even catch this kid, let alone Gao Mingde's strength. He was inferior to the Blood Dragon General in the first place, so he had no chance of winning against this kid, let alone a long-range attack. Gao Mingde's attack will most likely be ineffective, the Blood Dragon General said lightly. The young man beside him laughed. I can also see that this brat is very powerful. It seems that an incredible expert has appeared in the southern Cloud County. Lin Fei immediately displayed his swift sword and blocked these attacks. One sword followed another. It was faster and more ferocious than these attacks, breaking through the move in an instant. Your means are just SOSO. Why don't you come down and try it yourself? It just so happens that I also want to compete with a Yuanying stage master today. I learned a lot from the Blood Dragon General before. If I can get some more experience from you here, it would be great. Lin Fei held his sword horizontally and said with a faint smile. At this time, everyone looked at the Blood Dragon General. The Blood Dragon General forced a smile on his face. He didn't expect this kid to mention him. After all, the Blood Dragon General was also a Yuanying stage master, and his strength was also very strong. At the very least, Gao Mingde was naturally not his opponent. As soon as Gao Mingde heard this, he also looked back and naturally saw the slight change on the Blood Dragon General's face. Is this kid so strong? He always thought that this kid was only good at swordsmanship, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Did he really fight with the Blood Dragon General? If this was the case, then it was worth paying attention. After all, even the Blood Dragon General couldn't do anything to this kid. He definitely had a strong background. Gao Mingde's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he met a young master who was out for training? This was the most troublesome thing. The Blood Dragon General said, "Don't underestimate this young man. He is an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm." "Old Gao, you failed this time." The Blood Dragon General was also very good at talking and directly pointed out the strength of Lin Fei. Peak of the Gold Core realm. This made these people's eyes change on the spot. Especially Palace Master Yuan Mo, he was a little stunned. He naturally knew the strength of the peak of the Gold Core realm, but he didn't expect that this kid was actually at the peak of the Gold Core realm. What a joke. There were only a few experts at the peak of the Gold Core realm in Nanyan Prefecture, and he actually met one here, and it was his opponent and enemy. What should he do? How could he survive? No wonder he was not his opponent. The other Yuanying stage masters were also a little surprised. They finally understood why this kid dared to come here alone. It turned out that he was an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. With his strength, would he be afraid of ordinary Gold Core realm masters? Even ordinary early Yuanying stage masters probably couldn't take down this expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. If he took another step, he would be a Yuanying stage master. The important thing was that to be able to reach the peak of the Gold Core realm at this age, he naturally had a huge background behind him. This was the most terrifying thing. In other words, there must be several Yuanying stage masters behind him, which was the most troublesome thing. This old man doesn't want this thing. Gao Mingde immediately said, his face showing a smile and helplessness. He really didn't dare to offend such a person. Although he didn't have much lifespan left, he had to think about his descendants. Once he was gone, his descendants would be completely finished. Lin Fei looked over and chuckled. "Weren't you very enthusiastic just now? How about this? Since you've made a move against me, you'll have to pay a price no matter what. Let me pick a treasure of my choosing, and I'll let this matter rest. Otherwise, I'll have to tell them a few things when I return so that I can ask you to teach me what it means to bully the weak." Gao Mingde's entire face changed, and the other Yuanying stage masters didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. To think that he could actually encounter such a thing. How could Gao Mingde really dare to make a move now? Although the other party said a few words lightly, he knew better than anyone else that if he were to make a move, Gao Mingde definitely wouldn't have a good ending. But to let the other party pick a treasure at will, he was a little reluctant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and swung his hand, throwing the storage ring over. "This is what you said, a treasure, and the matter will be settled. I have always been a man of my words, don't worry. Of course, the same goes for you, Palace Master Yuan Mo. If I don't give it to you, you're dead." Lin Fei looked over, and his gaze fell on Palace Master Yuan Mo. Chapter 44:19. Who didn't know that the Blood Dragon General never lied? Since the other party said so, it could prove one thing. The other party was at the peak of the Gold Core realm. However, no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out where this person came from. Because this person was too strange. They had never seen him before. But the other party could stand there, and his swordsmanship was powerful. Even if they had never come into contact with it, they could still recognize the power of the sword intent. He even cultivated the 5 elements sword intent. This was not something that anyone could do. This was the only way to describe him. He's really a demonic genius. This was what moved them. Such a person had unlimited potential in the future. And at this time, after Palace Master Yuan Mo was shouted at by Lin Fei, he felt a little uncomfortable. Seriously, he was really a little scared. Although he was majestic in Nanyan Prefecture, that was because he had a backer. But how could he stop the backer behind this kid? The other party was truly powerful at the peak of the Gold Core realm. Even a group of Gold Core experts will be able to stop the other party's massacre. You don't have to let me choose. In that case, I can only give you a sword strike. As long as you can withstand this sword strike of mine, I will naturally have nothing to say and will not attack you again. What do you think? Lin Fei looked over with a smile. I don't think the Blood Dragon General will plead for you. What do you think, Blood Dragon General? The Blood Dragon General laughed bitterly at this time. He felt that he was being used by the other party. The words peak of the Gold Core realm were quite powerful, especially when there was a big family behind it. This was the most terrifying thing. If it was a hermit family, that would be the most terrifying. Yuan Mo, I advise you to let him choose something. It won't cause you any loss, the Blood Dragon General said faintly. When Palace Master Yuan Mo heard this, he felt a little uncomfortable. He knew that if he wanted to make a choice, he would never be able to do it. After all, the other party had already targeted him. It was not up to him. Now, he was very sullen, but there was no other way. This person was stronger than him. If he really fought alone, he would be far from being a match. He had already seen the strength of the other party just now. Gao Ming's storage ring fell directly into Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei glanced at him. He really couldn't tell that this guy had such a deep foundation. However, he was a man of his word and took away a treasure. It was a pity that he did not have the Heavenly Passage token, so he took the middle-grade spirit stones from the other party. It was 100 yuan. 100 middle-grade spirit stones. I'll let this matter rest. If you want to take action again, it won't be that easy. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, the storage ring returned to Gao Ming's hand. Gao Ming put it back on. Although his heart was bleeding, he still had to show a grateful expression. You're already at the peak of the Gold Core realm. How would I dare to make a move? This old man admits his loss, Gao Ming said. Lin Fei's gaze fell on Palace Master Yuan Mo. What about you? You don't have much time. If you don't take it out, I'm going to make a move. After all, I think it's better to destroy you in this place, lest you cause trouble behind my back again. Palace Master Yuan Mo also knew that he had no choice but to hand over the thing. I'll give it. Palace Master Yuan Mo did not dare to resist. He directly threw the storage ring. Lin Fei chuckled and took it from him. He was really happy when he scanned it with his divine sense. This guy actually had a few Heavenly Passage tokens. Then, Lin Fei would not be polite. He casually took the token and threw it back from the ring. I didn't take anything from you. I just taught you a simple lesson. Next time, it won't be so easy. Who asked me to be magnanimous? Lin Fei said lightly. Although Lin Fei did not say what he took, Palace Master Yuan Mo's heart sank. Just don't take away the good stuff. After checking it, he relaxed. The other party actually did not take anything. He only took a few Heavenly Passage tokens. It was indeed a lesson for him. He really came from a big family. His eyes were really different. He did not care about these things at all. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Young master, I will never offend you in the future. If there's anything you need, just say it. If I can help, my Palace Master Yuan Mo will definitely do it. Palace Master Yuan Mo suddenly changed his tone. This also surprised the surrounding people. Did this kid really not take anything? Otherwise, with Palace Master Yuan Mo's temper, he would have been like this long ago. Lin Fei continued to put on a show, and his heart was blooming with joy. It seemed that it was not bad to use the tiger skin. At least in everyone's eyes, he was a young master from a big family. This was not bad, so Lin Fei felt that he had to continue. You're lucky. If you met my brothers, they would have a bad temper. They would kill you without saying a word. I'm considered easy to talk to. Lin Fei turned around, sat on a rock, and closed his eyes to rest. How many brothers? This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that there would be a fierce person here. Everyone's thoughts directly disappeared without a trace. Even the Yuanying stage masters who were present paid attention to it. This kid really could not be offended. When Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest, he could feel that the tree of life was growing stronger and stronger. A lot of leaves grew. His physical injuries actually recovered a lot. Unfortunately, it was still too little, but it was a good start. For example, his physical body had improved a lot compared to before. Although it had not completely stepped into the nascent soul realm, it was not far away. Once it stepped into the nascent soul realm, he would naturally not be afraid of nascent soul realm experts, because none of the nascent soul experts present had a nascent soul realm physical body. It could be seen that such a physical body was too difficult. Of course, only people like Lin Fei could come up easily. So Lin Fei hoped that there would be some good things here. For example, something refined with the heavenly divine tree. Unfortunately, the things that appeared next were ordinary. None of them were good. The nascent soul experts didn't make a move at all until the last item fell. Lin Fei didn't make a move again, which made the people present secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Young man, I don't know your surname. Why don't we go together? The Blood Dragon General came over. Your strength and swordsmanship are outstanding, and you are qualified to go to the next floor with us, but they are not qualified. Lin Fei didn't expect the Blood Dragon General to come over and offer an invitation. Chapter 44:20. The Blood Dragon General took the initiative to invite him. It really surprised Lin Fei. Although he was only at the peak of the Jidan stage, it seemed that he was still a little weaker in front of these Yuanying stage masters. In particular, Lin Fei had fought with the Blood Dragon General. He even fooled him. He took the heavenly divine sword that was refined from the heavenly divine tree. If he knew about this, he would probably be very angry. After all, it was an insightful void weapon. How many Yuanying stage masters had insightful void weapons and insightful void treasure armor? It was already very good to have one of them. Senior Blood Dragon, I am very curious. Why did you come to invite me? After all, my strength is ordinary, and I have fought with you before. Lin Fei said. The Blood Dragon General waved his hand and set up a soundproof array. Young man, your strength is already very strong. How many people can reach the peak of the Jidan stage? Besides, we really need your powerful swordsmanship on the next few floors. I just don't know if you're interested. After all, I still know the next few floors. Lin Fei really didn't know much about the next few floors. His trip here was precisely for the item refined by the Heavenly Connection Wood. Now that he had gained some, at least it had improved his strength a lot. It would be best if he could go down there. He furrowed his brows slightly. Are you sure you're not trying to trick me? After all, I am a relatively timid person. Lin Fei smiled. The Blood Dragon General was a little speechless. Even Yuanying stage powerhouse was scared by you, let alone others. How would they dare to do this? Young man, you think too much. With your background, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you even if I had the guts. After all, you are at the peak of the Gold Core realm. What do you think? The Blood Dragon General said. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I was just joking. After all, I am proud to be invited by Yuanying stage powerhouse. However, since we're working together, let's make an oath first so that we don't stab each other in the back. What do you think? The Blood Dragon General increasingly felt that this young man must be knowledgeable. He even knew about this oath. So he laughed. Even if you didn't remind me, I would have told you anyway. He took out a yellow talisman and said, This is an oath talisman. As long as we drip our blood on it, the talisman will come true. At that time, if anyone dares to stab us in the back, this talisman will fight back. A talisman like this is not cheap. It's worth 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. After taking out the talisman, Lin Fei felt a mysterious aura coming from it. The Blood Dragon General was the first to drip his blood. It was instantly absorbed by the talisman. The tall middle-aged man next to him also dripped a drop of blood. I'm Lu Bai. Lin Fei was also observing. There were no traps, so he also dripped a drop of blood. Somehow, he felt that the world seemed to have some kind of restriction on him. He felt that it was a bit unbelievable, but he still pretended to be expressionless. His surname is Lin, and his name is Lin Fei. When the Blood Dragon General and Lu Bai heard this name, they looked at each other and searched for it immediately. They didn't find anything at all. This made them a little surprised. Was it really a hermit family? Otherwise, how could they not know about it? In any case, they were on the same side. How could Lin Fei not guess what they were thinking? They were guessing his identity. He came up from the bottom, so he was naturally not afraid that they would guess wrong. Even if they guessed for 3 to 5 years, they wouldn't be able to guess his origin. Maybe it was time. Seeing that there was nothing to gain, the two stopped searching. In any case, they paid a lot more attention to Lin Fei. Let's go to the next floor. There are no good things on this floor, but to get to the next floor, we need the ghost heart of the ghost general that we just killed. Lin Fei suddenly understood. It turned out that this was the function of the ghost heart. At this time, the nascent Soul Realm Masters were all rushing in one direction. Obviously, they were going to enter the next floor. Sure enough, in a place not far away, a portal appeared, but this portal was a little different. One must put in enough ghost hearts to enter the next floor. Those nascent Soul Realm Masters naturally had enough ghost hearts. But for the Golden Core Realm Masters, they could only watch helplessly. They didn't have enough ghost hearts to enter the next floor. Everyone knew that the ghost generals just now were difficult to deal with, and there were very few who could kill them as easily as Lin Fei did. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he didn't absorb and digest these ghost hearts. If he really absorbed and refined them, he would be no different from those Golden Core Realm Masters at this moment. He could only watch helplessly and missed a great opportunity. After handing over these ghost hearts, Lin Fei really entered the next floor. This next floor was very different from the previous one. There weren't many people here. There were only a few nascent Soul Realm Masters present. Of course, Lin Fei was an exception. After all, a master at the peak of the Golden Core Realm still made them care. The Blood Dragon General and Liu Bai stood next to Lin Fei. He spoke in a low voice. "We have to be careful on this floor. I heard that there are no ghost generals on this floor, but there are puppet warriors left by the ancient Xian Realm Master. They are very strong, and only by defeating these puppet warriors can we get an opportunity." Lin Fei didn't know where they got the news. At present, it was still good to know some news in advance. Puppet warriors? I'm best at dealing with them. If there really is one, I will try my best to contain the puppet warriors. Lin Fei was quite good at dealing with puppet warriors. The Blood Dragon General and Liu Bai both laughed. This was the reason why they had pulled Lin Fei in. After all, Lin Fei's swordsmanship was outstanding, and he was most suitable for containing them. It would be great if Lin Fei still had some hidden cards up his sleeve. Not long after he said that, black whirlwinds appeared one after another. No one knew where the whirlwind came from, but there was a trace of heart-palpitating aura in the whirlwind. The Blood Dragon General whispered, "The puppet warriors are coming. As far as I know, we must kill the puppet warriors to get the clue to enter the next floor." A whirlwind also appeared near where they lived. A black figure rushed out of the whirlwind. Like a stream of light, it instantly attacked in front of the Blood Dragon General. The Blood Dragon General shouted, "Go to hell!" The war hammer smashed out. A huge hammer shadow directly blasted down. The black stream of light twisted its body and dodged in an instant, not confronting the Blood Dragon General at all. Chapter 44:21. The movement of the black puppet warrior instantly showed its terrifying strength. Both the Blood Dragon General and Liu Bai had obvious changes in their eyes. Even Lin Fei felt that the black puppet was different. Be careful of this puppet warrior. It should be best at speed. From the moment the Blood Dragon General fought with the puppet warrior, he found that this puppet warrior was different. Its speed was as fast as a loach, and it was impossible to guard against it. For example, the Blood Dragon General attacked once, but the black puppet warrior had already attacked 5 times. That was the difference. Therefore, he felt a lot of pressure, and the opponent was also very strong. The Blood Dragon General and the others fought against the black puppet warriors. The nascent Soul Realm Masters in the distance began to attack. In addition, there were also those Golden Core Realm Masters who were more unlucky. In an instant, he was killed by these black puppet warriors, and his head was separated from his body. They probably didn't expect to encounter such a powerful black puppet warrior on this level. Their strength had already reached the nascent Soul Realm. I will restrain the puppet warrior. Lin Fei was a little surprised, but he quickly adapted. The sword intent turned into silk and directly wrapped around the puppet warrior. It was still effective. Every time Lin Fei attacked, he could drive a trace of sword silk to wrap around the body of the black puppet warrior. This was a small shortcut. The sword silk formed by the combination of Yi Xiaolong's 5-element sword intent was very strong, so the black puppet warrior couldn't break it all. After a long time, the speed of the black puppet warrior slowed down. The Blood Dragon General and Liu Bai both breathed a sigh of relief. They all knew that there were puppet warriors on this floor, but they didn't expect that they had the same strength as them. If it was a one-on-one fight, unless they had an absolute advantage, they would definitely not be their opponents. This time, they were even more afraid of the ancient Xian expert. Even after death, he left behind such a powerful move. Bang, 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 bang. The Blood Dragon General grabbed the warhammer, and every time he smashed it, the puppet warrior would retreat. The advantage of the puppet warrior was its speed. Now, it had completely disappeared. Working together, they killed the puppet warrior in less than an incense stick's time. When the puppet warrior was killed, something appeared. Something dropped. The three of them looked at each other in dismay, unable to react in time. Little Lin, you've done a great job. If you hadn't slowed him down, we wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. There were a total of 2 items, a secret technique, and a bottle of pills. Some time ago, I was wondering what kind of things could be dropped here. Now it seems that there are more things here than I thought. I can get good things by killing the puppet warriors. The Blood Dragon General picked up the secret method and the elixir. First, he took a look at it. Then he passed it to Liu Bai, then to Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not have much interest in elixirs, but this secret technique was a movement technique that focused on speed. Medicinal pills could allow a Yuanying stage powerhouse to instantly recover. Of course, Lin Fei had a certain interest in this speed-type movement technique. Little Lin, you've contributed the most this time. You can choose first. Liu Bai also said, the 3 of us can choose in order. The first one will be you, Little Lin. After all, you've contributed a lot. Lin Fei was not polite. Then I'll take this secret method. I still like speed-type secret methods. As for the bottle of pills, the 3 of them divided it together. Although Lin Fei was not a Yuanying stage master, he was also at the peak of the Gold Core stage. This pill could also instantly recover the consumption of the body. Both the Blood Dragon General and Liu Bai were very clear. It was still very useful to pull Lin Fei along. For example, killing the puppet warrior just now gave them a benefit. Otherwise, they would have to spend quite a bit of time on it. Looking at the Yuanying stage powerhouses not far away, they couldn't do anything to these puppet warriors. They could only deal with them slowly. Then it seems that we can continue to look for these puppet warriors. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly as he stared at the puppet warrior that had appeared again. I guess this is a small benefit left to us by the ancient Xian powerhouses. The 3 of them stared at the puppet warriors at the same time. Just like before, Lin Fei first entangled the puppet warrior with the sword silk. The Blood Dragon General attacked as the main force, while Liu Bai assisted on the side. It became a lot easier for the 3 of them to kill the puppet warriors. Of course, this also made the Yuanying stage powerhouses in the distance a little jealous. They had just killed a puppet warrior, and the other party had already started to kill the 3rd puppet warrior. This comparison was really infuriating. They all regretted not roping in Lin Fei as soon as possible. Because Lin Fei's sword silk was formed by the 5-element sword intent, it was extremely tough. It had a unique advantage when used to entangle the puppet warriors. They all wanted to slap themselves. They didn't see such a good advantage and missed it. Now was the Blood Dragon General and Liu Bai's turn. Lin Fei also began to like this level, and he liked these puppet warriors even more. He didn't expect that there would be so many benefits from killing this puppet warrior. There were all kinds of things that kept popping out. The Blood Dragon General and Liu Bai also cooperated more and more. They were also very excited about the things that popped out. This was something that could interest the Yuanying stage powerhouses like them. For example, there were several secret techniques that popped out. It was helpful to them to a certain extent. This was definitely left by the ancient Xian powerhouses. It was just that they didn't know why they were hiding in the puppet warriors. If they hadn't destroyed the puppet warriors, they wouldn't have known. The biggest contributor here was Lin Fei. The five elements sword intent had reached its peak. Therefore, the speed at which they killed the puppet warriors became more and more advantageous. When they killed the 10 puppet warriors, they were stunned. The Yuanying stage powerhouses on the other side had only killed 2 or 3. Their eyes were all red. But there was no way. It seemed that if they didn't kill the puppet warriors in front of them, there would be no new puppet warriors. So they had some headaches. The big benefits were all taken by these 3 people. After killing 10 puppet warriors, Yi Shiwen's eyes widened. The Blood Dragon General and the other 2 all stopped. It seems that we can enter the next level. It turned out that after killing this puppet warrior, a pass actually appeared. There was a mysterious aura on this pass. Sure, Xianxia and the other 2 of the Jingang sect were all knowledgeable people. At a glance, they could see that they could enter the next level. Chapter 44:22. The 3 of them had already gained a lot of things from the puppet warriors they had killed, so there was no hesitation at all to enter the next floor. After activating the pass, they saw the door appear. Protecting the 3 of them, they disappeared directly from this place. The nascent Soul Realm powerhouses who were still fighting with the puppet warriors were a little stunned. Did they pass just like that? Did they have to be so fast? The Blood Dragon General and the others are actually the first batch to go in. Poor me. When will I be able to get my pass? I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. These puppet warriors are too difficult to deal with. It's all that Golden Core Realm kid's fault. If it weren't for him, how could the Blood Dragon General and the others enter the next floor so easily? At this time, many nascent Soul Realm powerhouses were envious and jealous. Of course, there was no lack of complaints. The person who complained was, of course, the Golden Core Realm kid. If it weren't for the Golden Core Realm kid, how could they encounter such a thing? As a result, they were originally standing on the same starting line, but now there was a difference. I think we'd better join forces and besiege these puppet warriors together. Otherwise, we will all fall behind the Blood Dragon General and the others. After being reminded by the nascent Soul Realm powerhouses, everyone thought about it and agreed. If they were to fall behind, they wouldn't be able to get any benefits. So these nascent Soul Realm powerhouses joined forces to attack. Although the pressure was great, everyone joined forces to deal with this puppet warrior. At the same time, the Blood Dragon General and the other 2 instantly appeared on the next floor. This next floor was a little different. They actually appeared in a palace. The important thing was that in this palace, there were rows of wooden shelves. There were a lot of ancient books on the wooden shelves. It was full of an ancient aura. After a brief shock, the 3 of them began to search. After all, they wanted to see what good things were on this floor. However, after searching for a while, the 3 of them were a little dumbfounded. Even Lin Fei was the same. I just looked at the ancient books here. They are very ordinary, not any secret techniques. This was what shocked them the most. You should have a better understanding of this place. Can you tell me what this place is? Lin Fei asked. The Blood Dragon General also shook his head with a wry smile. I can't do anything about it. This place is completely different from the information. It's weird that these ordinary ancient books are not cultivation methods. Liu Bai also said, it is indeed a bit strange. It is impossible for there to be nothing good, but these ancient books have been around for a long time. Maybe they have some special uses. The 3 of them circled around again. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. The palace was not small. Other than the rows of wooden shelves, there were also these ancient books. However, he couldn't see any difference in these ancient books. Lin Fei also checked it several times, but he really couldn't find anything. Naturally, he knew that this should be another arrangement left behind by the ancient profound expert. I think we should just wait. We probably don't have enough people. Lin Fei laughed and found a place to sit down. The Blood Dragon General nodded. That's the only way now. Lin Fei took out the secret technique from before. It was just the right time for him to practice this speed-type body technique. Lin Fei hadn't been in the spiritual world for long, but he also knew one thing. In terms of strength, there were many different types. For example, these puppet warriors were indeed very strong. However, they were even stronger in terms of speed. When speed was combined with strength, it formed an absolute advantage. Lin Fei himself practiced the life-taking sword. Although it was only at the first level and could burst out 10 times the speed, it was still a long way off. Now that he had a secret technique, it was a speed-type one. Naturally, it would be helpful to Lin Fei. Although Lin Fei had many speed-type body techniques, they were all more profound, and he couldn't practice them at this time. But now, this movement technique was different. This body technique was called Gale Body Technique. It was a very common name. However, Lin Fei had seen this speed before. If he didn't rely on the 5-element sword silk to suppress the speed of the puppet warrior, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with it. If Lin Fei had this Gale Body Technique, coupled with a life-taking sword, his speed would naturally be faster. His strength would also grow a lot. Hence, Lin Fei took advantage of this time to practice. Gale Body Technique was a little different from ordinary body techniques. It required physical strength. It was somewhat similar to the life-taking sword. The cultivation technique was also much simpler than he had imagined. After reading it, Lin Fei knew that it was very easy to completely refine this Gale Body Technique. Gale Body Technique had a total of 3 levels. With his current physical body, he could definitely cultivate to the 3rd level. After reaching the 3rd level, his speed would probably be the same as the life-taking sword. It was a perfect match. Lin Fei began to comprehend it. Gale Body Technique, Level 1. 2nd level. 3rd level. Less than an hour had passed. Lin Fei completely comprehended it. Although he didn't use it, he had already mastered it. Given Lin Fei's physical body, he would be able to cultivate any kind of movement technique. After Lin Fei comprehended the Gale Body Technique, someone came in from outside. It was really the nascent soul realm powerhouse from before. At this time, they were a little surprised to see the Blood Dragon General. After all, they thought that the Blood Dragon General had taken advantage of them first. Ha ha ha. It seems that you are suffering here. The one who spoke was a big nascent soul realm powerhouse. He was considered relatively strong. This big guy was called Su Yuan. Su Yuan was the most envious of these nascent soul realm powerhouses. He was especially displeased with this golden core kid. Of course, this displeasure was shown on his face. Although the other party's origin was a bit mysterious, it didn't prevent him from looking down on this golden core kid. If this was an ordinary golden core, he would have already killed him. He wouldn't have waited until now. The Blood Dragon General and the others had taken advantage of him in vain. The Blood Dragon General snorted. We didn't take advantage of you, and neither did you. Why don't you see what's here and you will understand? When they first came down, they really didn't see it clearly. But they soon found that there were actually some ancient books here. There were all kinds of ancient books, big and small, and some were even very strange. They had never seen them before. This made them very surprised and shocked. There was such a thing. At this moment, they finally understood why the Blood Dragon General and the others had nothing to do here. They didn't get anything at all. Chapter 44-23. Lin Fei had already mastered the Gale Body Technique. He didn't care much about the people who came down, but there was a figure among them that surprised him a little. He actually had a hint of killing intent towards him. Although it wasn't very obvious, Lin Fei immediately remembered this person. Let me think about what this guy's name is. The Blood Dragon General had already introduced him to him before, so he had more or less an understanding of these people. By the way, this person is called Su Yuan, a master in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. He didn't expect that he would actually have a killing intent towards him. Even if Su Yuan didn't realize that he had revealed his killing intent, Lin Fei knew about it, so he completely remembered this person. Don't let me run into a chance, or I will definitely kill you. Lin Fei's thoughts flashed. Then he closed his eyes and rested. He knew that there must be a trigger condition on this floor. Maybe this trigger condition was these nascent soul realm masters. After all, above the nascent soul realm was the insightful void realm, but it was too difficult to reach the insightful void realm. So far, there were very few people who could reach it. So the person who triggered it was naturally a nascent soul realm master. Lin Fei's thoughts were actually very accurate. When a nascent soul realm masters came down, this floor was really activated. They saw a light curtain appear. No, it was an illusory figure. It slowly gathered from this palace, which made everyone feel a little incredible, because they didn't feel the slightest. After this person appeared, everyone could feel a vast and boundless aura. There was a kind of idea to make them surrender. Lin Fei himself also felt such an idea. He immediately knew who this person was. This person was the insightful Void Realm Master, Gu Xian. At this time, this Gu Xian powerhouse didn't show his face at all. It was just a very illusory figure. But Lin Fei could feel the terrible lethality. Even an illusory figure could kill a nascent soul realm master. Congratulations on coming to this floor. I am the Gu Xian you've been looking for. I left a lot of good things in my tomb. Now I will give you a question. Those who can come to this floor should be original Yuanying stage masters. Gu Xian's voice wasn't very loud, but it fell into everyone's hearts like telepathy. The three things that I, Gu Xian, like to do the most in my life are concocting pills, forging weapons, and comprehending techniques. I have comprehended countless techniques, and in this floor, there's a technique that I have left behind. As long as you can comprehend it, you will be able to enter the next floor. As for you all, you only have 10 days. Remember, you only have 10 days. If you are unable to comprehend it, you will be expelled from the whole void ancient tomb and will never be able to enter again. However, those who are able to comprehend it will be able to enter the next level. You all don't know what will be on the next floor. However, I can tell you that there are insight void treasures on the next floor. There are a total of 3 of them, and they're all top-grade insight void treasures. You all should understand what that means. Everyone's breathing instantly got heavier. After all, there were 3 insight void treasures, and they were all top-grade insight void treasures. This was different. It would definitely be unforgettable. With a top-grade insight void treasure, one's strength would increase exponentially. It wouldn't be a problem for one to be invincible in the original soul realm. How about it? Everyone is tempted, right? Since you are tempted, why don't you take action? Hurry up and unleash your potential. Comprehend the techniques well. As long as you succeed in comprehending the techniques and practice it once more, you will naturally be able to trigger the conditions I have left behind. Then, you will be able to enter the next floor. 3 top-grade insight void treasures await you. With that, the illusory voice disappeared. However, Gu Xian's words had indeed caused a huge stir in everyone's hearts. This was a chance to obtain a top-grade insight void treasure. If they missed this chance, who knew when they would get another one? After all, insight void treasures weren't something that could be found all the time. Everyone looked at each other and started flipping through the ancient books without a second word. Everyone wanted to comprehend a technique from these ancient books. As long as they could get their hands on it, they would be able to enter the next floor. 3 places? Everyone wanted to be one of these 3 places. The Blood Dragon General and the others were full of regret. After all, they had also flipped through these ancient books at the beginning. However, they never thought that there would be such a function. It seems that we have to rely on luck. The Blood Dragon General said with a bitter smile. Lu Bai also said, I really didn't expect these ancient books to be so useful. I guess this Gu Xian broke up this technique and compiled it into these books. That's why we didn't think much of it. Lin Fei also said, I think it's better to grab some ancient books first. Otherwise, without these ancient books, it would be difficult to comprehend them. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly hit the nail on the head, and the other nascent soul realm powerhouses also thought of this. They began to grab these ancient books crazily. Among them, Lin Fei was the least anxious. After all, he had already obtained the Tongtian Divine Sword. This sword had not been refined, but it was still considered a top-grade one. Why would there be a top-grade Tongtian Divine Sword there? It was probably a lot worse than the top-grade Insight Void treasures inside. For Lin Fei, it didn't matter much. He had the Divine Tree of Life. Under the refinement, it could actually improve the Tongtian Divine Sword to a certain extent. Although the effect was still very weak, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. So he began to grab the ancient books in front of him. No matter what, he had to try his luck. If he could enter the next level, that would definitely be a good thing. An Insight Void treasure could definitely be exchanged for a large number of treasures made of Tongtian divine wood. It could make his divine tree of life grow more and more vigorous. His strength would recover faster. This was also an opportunity for Lin Fei. When Lin Fei grabbed the ancient books, the other nascent soul realm powerhouses did the same. If he grabbed it, I would grab it too. There would even be a few collisions occasionally, but no one was willing to waste time at this time. So Lin Fei did not encounter much resistance. After all, no one was willing to fight with him, who was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, because it was too time-consuming. Lin Fei had already grabbed thousands of ancient books, which wasn't a lot, because some nascent soul realm powerhouses had terrifying divine powers. They could take away thousands of books with a wave of their hands, causing the rows of wooden shelves to be empty. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't greedy. Having thousands of ancient books was enough. He chose a place and sat down. At the same time, he released his sword intent, which protected him like a ripple, and began to comprehend. Unlike others, Lin Fei's spiritual sense was stronger than others in the first place. So, it instantly enveloped the thousands of ancient books. He began to record the information in his mind. He began to analyze and calculate. Chapter 44-24. Lin Fei's comprehension ability was faster than anyone else's. At the same time, he also realized that analyzing these thousands of ancient books was not an easy task. This Guxian was really powerful. He actually broke a cultivation method into countless pieces and embedded it word by word into these ancient books. If one had a strong spiritual consciousness, they would not be able to comprehend it. On the third day, Lin Fei finally discovered the difference between these thousands of ancient books and admired this Guxian in his heart. To be able to do this, it was really not something that anyone could do. As for comprehension, it was mainly a test of the ability of one's spiritual consciousness. If the ability of one's spiritual consciousness was not strong, it would be impossible to carry out a deep level of deduction. Fortunately, this was what Lin Fei was least afraid of. He could be said to have read a lot of books, so the slight changes could not be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes. So on the third day, he made some discoveries. On the fourth day, Lin Fei pieced together a cultivation method. However, this was only the first one. In the next few days, the cultivation methods were pieced together. Lin Fei did not believe that Guxian was so simple. If these words were inlaid in this ancient book, he would definitely piece together a lot of cultivation methods. Everything went as Lin Fei had imagined. 6 days passed in a row. A total of 10 cultivation methods were pieced together. In these 10 cultivation methods, Lin Fei continued to make deductions. On the 9th day, he finally managed to deduce a real technique. As for the other cultivation methods, they were all fake. This Guxian, he actually left such a trap. He's really not cunning. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised slightly, and he called out. At this time, there were a lot less people in this palace. Lin Fei knew at a glance that these people must have been careless and fell into the trap. They thought that they could cultivate just by comprehending a cultivation method. As a result, they failed to cultivate, and if they went to demonstrate it, they would be eliminated. For example, the Blood Dragon General and Liu Bai had disappeared. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. There were not many people left in the hall. However, Su Yuan was still there. He was immersed in his calculations. Lin Fei already knew that he didn't have much time left. He quickly began to cultivate this technique. This technique was actually not very important. Its name was the Eye of Void. It sounded similar to the insightful emptiness realm. But in truth, the void-piercing eyes were only used to detect danger. For example, being able to see through some array formations and hidden dangers could be considered a very useless technique. It didn't have much effect on Lin Fei, but it didn't stop Lin Fei from cultivating this technique. La. Not long after. And so, Lin Fei succeeded in cultivating the insightful eye. Once he executed this insightful void eye, a vertical eye would appear on his forehead. It would be faintly discernible, allowing him to see through all dangers. For those who were weak, it was still very useful. However, Lin Fei really didn't care much about it. Lin Fei stood up and began to activate the insightful Void Eye. Several nascent Soul Realm powerhouses saw that Lin Fei stood up, but they didn't care much. After all, it wasn't easy for this guy to persist until now. So, without a doubt, he would probably be eliminated in the next second. As soon as Lin Fei's insightful Void Eye was activated, he saw a divine light fall. Congratulations, lucky kid. An illusory figure appeared, and with a flash of light, Lin Fei disappeared from the palace. The remaining nascent Soul Realm powerhouses instantly widened their eyes and took a deep breath. They were full of envy and jealousy. And Su Yuan was trying his best to comprehend. And when he saw that Lin Fei had passed this level, his face became a little ugly. Anyone could be the first to go in, but it definitely couldn't be this Golden Core Realm kid. He was already at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. If he got another insightful Void Treasure, wouldn't ordinary nascent Soul Realm powerhouses be helpless against him? Lin Fei's entry stimulated these nascent Soul Realm powerhouses even more. They couldn't wait to go in immediately, but this cultivation method was too difficult to comprehend, and there were traps everywhere. Lin Fei didn't know that they were thinking so much. He came to a small palace, and it was also empty. However, there were 3 orbs floating in the empty palace. These 3 spheres were enveloped by a mysterious power. Lin Fei actually couldn't see what was inside these balls. Could it be that the 3 insightful void treasures are inside these 3 balls? This is a big test. Lin Fei couldn't see through it, so naturally, he didn't know which of the 3 insightful void treasures was better. Lin Fei glanced at the palace, but he didn't find anything. He completely believed Gu Xian's words. There were really only 3 insightful void treasures here, so it was up to him to choose. After glancing at the 3 balls, Lin Fei instantly grabbed the ball in the middle. As for how to choose, Lin Fei didn't have much of an idea. He was just going to do it casually. After all, Lin Fei was a casual person. Clatter. The ball of light shattered, and an insightful void treasure fell out. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed it, and the insightful void treasure fell into his hands. However, after holding the treasure in his hands, Lin Fei frowned slightly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I actually took a token. It was a very ordinary token, and even if it was thrown on the street, no one would notice it. However, there was only one word on the token. It was a suppression. Just by looking at it, one could feel the overwhelming suppression aura. It was as if he was facing a world. Lin Fei couldn't believe that this token was actually an insightful void treasure. He finally understood the difference between an original soul realm and an insightful void realm. Treasures made by an insightful void realm cultivator were indeed different. Even something like a token had such a strong deterrent effect. Lin Fei refined the token first. After all, it was good to have more power. As for whether he would use it to exchange, that was another matter. After coming down, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually such a powerful treasure. It turned out that the soul-suppressing token could form something like a domain within a 10-mile radius around him. It could easily suppress the strength of an original soul realm cultivator. At most, it could suppress 80% of their strength and at least 40%. This insightful void treasure made Lin Fei feel how powerful Gu Xian was. Young man, since you have chosen your treasure, you can leave now. Clatter. A voice rang out beside his ear, and a wave of power enveloped his body. In the next second, Lin Fei appeared in a mountain in the Nanyan Prefecture. Under the scorching sun, he was in a trance. He actually left the tomb of an insightful Void Realm cultivator. Chapter 4425. Nanyan County, Nanyang City. This was not a big city, but it was quite famous, because there was a business association here called Nanyang Business Association. It was the largest business association in Nanyang County. As for why it was here, it was because this was where they started. So when everyone heard of Nanyang Business Association, they were surprised. After all, this city was not big. However, there were several nascent soul stage experts in this city. No one dared to look down on them. And Nanyang Business Association had a nascent soul expert in charge, and he was a late-stage nascent soul expert. Did you guys hear? I heard that a young expert appeared in the ancient mysterious tomb of an insight emptiness expert. He is at the peak of the gold core realm. I heard that he even snatched an insight treasure. In a restaurant, there were many people sitting together and talking loudly, and one of the words caught the attention of many people. It can't be. There's another peak gold core expert in our Nanyang County. Could he be a young master? I heard that the peak gold core realm is not something anyone can cultivate too. Could it be a mistake? How could it be wrong? It was Senior Su Yuan who spread the news. Everyone should know who Su Yuan is. He is a mid-stage nascent soul expert. Now, I heard that many people in our Nanyang County are looking for that gold core kid to snatch that insight treasure from him. With an insight treasure, one's strength can increase by a lot. I also heard that this insight treasure is of the highest grade. Think about how terrifying it is. At this moment, at a place near the side, it was close to the window, and one could see the street outside. There was a man in a black cloak sitting there, and he was eating at a steady pace. However, his gaze did not fall on the outside. Instead, it fell on these people. That Su Yuan fella is quite impressive. He actually spread the news. Sure enough, he is thick-skinned. I guess the entire Nanyang County knows that I obtained an insight treasure. The person sitting there eating was Lin Fei. Ever since he was transported out, Lin Fei first refined the soul-subduing token and began to inquire about information. In the end, he received news that there was a merchant association in the southern Cloud County, the Nanyang Merchant Association. That was why he came here. After all, he had collected quite a lot of things, including spirit stones. Therefore, he was prepared to see if there were any treasures like the Supreme Token. But he didn't expect to hear another piece of news here. This was deliberately released by Su Yuan. No matter how stupid Lin Fei was, he could still imagine it. After all, that Su Yuan had killing intent towards him. Such killing intent was naturally filled with hatred. The news he released was also very normal. Lin Fei was actually not surprised at all. With the temper of Su Yuan, if he didn't release the news, it would be a shame for his identity as a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Currently, the entire southern Cloud County was searching for him. However, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. His strength had already increased extremely quickly. The Tongtian Divine Sword has been completely refined, coupled with the soul-suppressing tablet. Even if a nascent soul master came, he would not hesitate to kill. Now, Lin Fei was ready to go to Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. Throwing down a piece of spirit stone, Lin Fei headed towards Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. Nanyang Chamber of Commerce's appearance was very big and magnificent. In a small city, it was still very eye-catching. This, sir, if you want to participate in our Nanyang Chamber of Commerce's auction, you need to buy a corresponding slot. One slot costs 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei walked into Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. There were quite a lot of people here. One slot to the auction required 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei frowned slightly and paid 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Now, what he lacked the least was this low-grade spirit stone. He had successfully obtained a place and a small card. Finally, he entered the auction house of Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. This was a special big room. It was very big inside. When Lin Fei came in, there were already quite a lot of people. This was also the day that Lin Fei calculated. But the position was not very good. It was relatively far back. Of course, Lin Fei still liked such a position. It was inconspicuous. As long as it was something useful to him, it would be fine. He found a place to sit down and close his eyes to rest. During this period, there were also many people chatting. Lin Fei listened quietly, but the most talked about things about the extreme Jidon stage. After all, the appearance of an extreme Jidon stage master was not a trivial matter. Because the extreme Jidon stage master could fight against an early Yuanying stage master. If they had treasures, they would be able to fight to a draw. Once he stepped into the Yuanying stage, his strength could be comparable to the middle Yuanying stage. It was just that everyone was not very friendly to this Jidon stage master, who asked the other party to take a Dongshu treasure, who didn't want to snatch it from the hands of this Jidon stage master. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he brought a cloak, otherwise he would have been targeted by now. This was not a good thing for Lin Fei. After all, once his whereabouts were exposed, there would be a lot of trouble. Lin Fei was not very afraid, but once there were more Yuanying stage masters, there would be some big trouble. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile. Lin Fei was going to see what would be sold in this auction. If there were treasures made from the divine tree, it would be the best. If there were no treasures, then he could only go to Nanyun City in the Nanyun Prefecture. That was the biggest city in the entire Nanyun Prefecture. Perhaps there would be great gains there. There was a certain risk in going there, but Lin Fei was still confident in his strength. With the Dongshu weapon and the deadly sword technique, as well as the soul-suppressing tablet, even if a Yuanying stage master came, he could still leave calmly. Even if a Yuanying stage master came, he would only be injured. It was not that easy to suppress him. The place that Lin Fei wanted to go the most was the treasure tower. It was a pity that there was no treasure tower in the Nanyun Prefecture. What a pity. The big room was soon filled with people. No one paid much attention to Lin Fei's outfit because it was too common. After the room was full, the first auction began. A middle-aged man went on the stage and bowed to everyone. Welcome to the Nanyun auction. Today, I will host the auction. The auctioneer was still very efficient. He did not talk too much and quickly went straight to the topic of the first auction of the day. The first auction was a warm-up activity, and a good treasure was taken out. The competition for a treasure was relatively fierce, because it was more suitable for people in the Jeton stage. It was finally sold for more than 6 million low-grade spirit stones. Although it was only 6 million low-grade spirit stones, it was not cheap. After the opening, good things began to appear on the stage one after another. Chapter 4426. There were really a lot of things in the Nanyang auction, one after another. Most of them were relatively valuable, and the competition was very fierce. As said, this Nanyang Chamber of Commerce could become the #1 Chamber of Commerce in this Nanyun Prefecture. There were many treasures. Even Lin Fei had some ideas after seeing them. However, he didn't need these treasures, but they were definitely quite meaningful for other Golden Core experts. Lin Fei also saw that there were no nascent Soul Realm experts here, but for Golden Core experts. The things here were definitely worth it. Lin Fei didn't know how many items he had auctioned, but he was starting to feel sleepy. At this moment, the middle-aged man began to speak again. The next auction is something that everyone is very surprised about. That is the Heaven-Reaching Sex Master Token. This made the Gold Core experts present a little brighter all of a sudden. Even the sleepy Lin Fei noticed it. He listened carefully. Although this master token was very ordinary, it had a special function. Everyone knows that the Heaven-Reaching Sect is one of the top 10 real immortal sects in our spiritual realm. Joining this Heaven-Reaching Sect can allow you to ascend and become an immortal. Lin Fei could tell from the eyes of the people around him how important this sky-piercing master-disciple token was. It turned out that the master token was passed down in the past. As long as one held the master token, he could enter the Heaven-Reaching Sect and become a disciple. The Heaven-Reaching Sect was one of the top 10 immortal sects in the spiritual realm. Joining the Heaven-Reaching Sect would give one the opportunity to become an immortal and ascend to the immortal realm. The spiritual realm was just a small world in the immortal realm. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in becoming an immortal or not. After all, he was an immortal realm expert, not much different from those immortals who became immortals. However, he was interested in the sky-reaching token of the sky-reaching church. That was the most interesting thing to him. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to collect Ski-Reach tokens or treasures refined from the Ski-Reach divine tree. However, it seemed that it would be somewhat difficult for him to do so. However, it would be a different story if he joined a Ski-Reach church. Perhaps he would be able to obtain many supreme treasures. Lin Fei did not believe that the Tongtian Church did not have any treasures refined by the Tongtian divine tree. Perhaps he might even see more treasures. Lin Fei had an idea in an instant. No matter what, he had to get this through Heaven Apprenticeship Order and then join the Through Heaven Church. After all, it wasn't easy for him to stay in the southern Cloud County. That Su Yuan had already spread the news about him, and it was estimated that many people were looking for his whereabouts. He hadn't been discovered yet, but that was only because no one had noticed him yet. After a period of time, he would become known, and at that time, there would be a lot of trouble. Since he had not exposed himself yet, he might as well become a disciple of the Sky-Reaching Church. Naturally, he would have the opportunity to obtain other treasures, and he would not be targeted by others. Currently, the news had only spread within the southern Cloud County. The other counties probably did not know about it. This was also an opportunity for Lin Fei. Let's start the auction now. The starting price of this Sky-Piercing Apprentice Order is 100 mid-grade Spirit Stones. 100 mid-grade Spirit Stones was actually not cheap. Not everyone had mid-grade Spirit Stones in their hands. No matter how many low-grade Spirit Stones there were, they could not compete with mid-grade Spirit Stones. After all, the level of existence was different, so the competition was very intense. In the blink of an eye, the price of this Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship Order had reached 1,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. It also made many gold core experts secretly take a breath of cold air. Did it have to be so expensive? The price of 1,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones did not reach its limit. It climbed all the way to 2,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones before it gradually stopped. Everyone, don't fight with us. This Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship Order belongs to our Dajiang sect. At this moment, a young figure stood up. His body was emitting a faint glow, which suddenly made everyone pay attention to him. This was a very arrogant young man. After standing up, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems that Dajiang sect is preparing to join the Through Heaven Church. I heard that Dajiang sect has great talent and potential. Now he is already at the Golden Core Great Perfection. It is said that he will only attempt to break through to the Extreme Realm when he reaches the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Many people stopped bidding after seeing Dajiang sect. After all, the Dajiang sect was still very powerful. If your Dajiang sect is powerful, why didn't you ask us, the Sky Saber sect? I want the Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship Order. 2,300 mid-grade Spirit Stones. Another young man stood up. This person's eyebrows were sharp like knives. He stood there like a sharp knife. There were many golden core experts present. When they saw these two people fighting for the Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship Order, they immediately understood. This was a great interest in the Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship Order. Whether it was the Dajiang sect or the Sky Saber sect, they were not as good as the Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship, one of the top 10 immortal sections. Joining the Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship Order would give one the opportunity to cultivate and become an immortal. The biggest goal in the spiritual realm was to cultivate and become an immortal. It turns out to be young Master Sky Saber. Since you want this Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship Order, let's see who can afford it. 2,500 mid-grade Spirit Stones. The two of them began bidding. In the blink of an eye, the price had reached 4,600 mid-grade Spirit Stones. This was already an extremely high price. It was not easy to earn mid-grade Spirit Stones. In fact, it was quite difficult. Lin Fei originally thought that he would have to pay a large number of mid-grade Spirit Stones, but he did not expect that it would only be a few thousand mid-grade Spirit Stones. It seemed that the mid-grade Spirit Stones were really valuable. At the very least, Lin Fei now had a large pile of middle-grade Spirit Stones. I want the Sky-Piercing Apprenticeship Order. 10,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. You don't have to compete with me. While young Master Sky Saber and young Master Sky Saber were thinking about continuing to increase the price, suddenly, a voice rang out. They all suspected that they had heard wrong, and their eyes were directly cast over. They found that it was a man in a black cloak, and they could not see his face clearly. But these 10,000 middle-grade Spirit Stones made everyone take a deep breath. Even if they were golden core experts, spending 10,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones at one time would make them feel distressed. Now, someone had directly offered 10,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. Both young Master Sky Saber and young Master Sky Saber secretly gasped. Taking out a few thousand mid-grade Spirit Stones was already a lot. After all, they did not receive any news on this trip. This was a big rule of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. They would never leak out the auction of anything. It was purely based on luck. And this time, they brought very few mid-grade Spirit Stones. After all, Once such a sky-piercing apprenticeship order appeared, it would indeed cause a great competition. When everyone looked at the black-cloaked man, they could not see the origin of him. It was naturally not easy to take out 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The sky-piercing apprenticeship order was useless for Yuaniing powerhouses, and only golden core experts could be apprenticed, so the competition between golden core experts was still very fierce. But now it seemed that they had lost this opportunity. You don't have to compete with me. No one can compete with me for this sky-piercing apprenticeship order. If you offer more than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I will give you 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 44:27. After such domineering words were released, the auctioneers were all surprised on the spot. Of course, it was a slap in the face for young Master Dajiang and young Master Tiandao. They were fighting for this heavenly master apprentice order, and their goal was very clear. It was a rare opportunity, and they actually met a rich guy. Moreover, he wanted to add another 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to their price. If this wasn't a slap in the face, what was? Unfortunately, they were speechless. After all, it was pure luck that they encountered this heavenly apprentice order. This was also the fault of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. They had always been very low-key when auctioning things. He wouldn't be known until after the fact. As a result, every auction was actually a test of luck. Sometimes there would be good things in one auction, and sometimes there would be good things in the next auction. It was hard to say, but this time, they were the ones who went against them. But in the end, he met a mysterious guy who seemed to have a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. How would he be in a good mood? Mister, this heavenly master-disciple token is very useful to me. If you give it to our Dajiang sect will owe you a favor, Dajiang Prince said. Young Master Sky Saber, who was next to him, said, It's the same for our Sky Saber sect. As long as you give up your spot, everything will be negotiable. Otherwise, our Sky Saber sect will not be bullied so easily. Lin Fei laughed and said, If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a big shot here. This is Nanyang Auction House, not your family's territory. If you don't have spirit stones, stand aside. The scene fell into a brief silence. The people present were actually quite surprised. After all, the black-cloaked man's face could not be seen clearly, but his words were quite bold. Was he really not afraid of the Great River sect and the Heavenly Saber sect? These two sects were very powerful and could be considered as first-rate forces in the southern Cloud County. Most people really didn't dare to offend them. After all, they all had a Yuaniing stage master. As long as there was a Yuaniing stage master, naturally no one could offend them. Once the Yuaniing came out, there would be no place for you in the world. This was the power of the Yuaniing masters. I offered 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Young Master Dajiang said coldly. This was all the middle-grade spirit stones he had brought with him. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Isn't it just 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones? I'll give you 10,000 more, 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Then he looked at the auctioneer with a smile. If anyone here increases the price recklessly, I wonder if the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce will punish them or kick them out. The auctioneer rarely encountered such a situation. After all, both the Great River sect and the Heavenly Saber sect knew about this. They had not expected that the Heavenly Soaring Master Apprentice Order would meet such a rich person. He had even offered 30,000 medial-grade spirit stones. In our Nanyang Chamber of Commerce, anyone who gives a false price will naturally be blacklisted by our Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. From then on, we will no longer have any cooperation, let alone enter the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce to participate in auctions. The auctioneer said solemnly. Lin Fei said, That's good, 30,000 medium-rank spirit stones. If anyone wants to increase the price, feel free to continue. I don't have many other things, but I have a lot of medium-rank spirit stones. Originally, young Master Heavenly Saber was prepared to bid, but he did not expect the other party to really bid. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He did not dare to speak again. After all, the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce was different from other chambers of commerce. If he really gave a false price, he would be blacklisted and lose a place. Therefore, he could only stare. However, he also remembered this black-cloaked man, who actually dared to compete for the heavenly soaring Master Apprentice Order in front of them. After Lin Fei offered 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he suppressed all these people, and no one was willing to bid. In the end, he spent a total of 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones to get the heavenly soaring Master Apprentice Order. This thing was indeed refined by the heavenly tree, and there was a special power added to it. It was probably used to distinguish the real from the fake. After getting this heavenly soaring Master Apprentice Order, Lin Fei was not interested in other things. Originally, those people thought that the Black Cloaked Man would still make a move, but they did not expect that after getting the heavenly soaring Master Apprentice Order, he actually did not speak anymore. They heaved a long sigh of relief, and their thoughts were much more at ease. Until the end of the auction, Lin Fei did not make a move again. On the contrary, the Dajiang Young Master and the Heavenly Saber Young Master had a strange look in their eyes. When the auction was over, the two young masters left as soon as possible. They did not know what they were going to do. Lin Fei paid 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and it could be said that he had this heavenly soaring Master Apprentice Order. With this heavenly soaring Master Apprentice Order, he could go to the county city where the heavenly reaching church was located and join the sect. For improving his strength, there was finally a good opportunity. As soon as he left the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei saw the Dajiang Young Master and the Heavenly Saber Young Master standing at the door of the Chamber of Commerce. The two of them looked gloomy, and there were many experts behind them. Of course, most of them had the strength of the Gold Core realm, and this lineup could not be underestimated. Your Excellency, we still have the same words. If you sell this heavenly soaring Master Apprentice Order to us, then everything will be fine. Otherwise, you really can't go anywhere today, said the Dajiang Young Master coldly. The Heavenly Saber Young Master, who was holding the saber in his hand, also smiled and said, yes, the Heavenly Soaring Master Apprentice Order is not yours just because you bought it. If you have the ability, you can take it away first, but it seems that your ability should not be that strong. At this time, at the door of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce, many people also noticed this scene. After hearing about the Heavenly Soaring Master Apprentice Order, their eyes lit up a little. Everyone knew that with this Heavenly Soaring Master Apprentice Order, it was equivalent to having the qualification to join the Great Immortal Sects. 10 Great Immortal Sects, just thinking about it made people envious. Unexpectedly, this Heavenly Soaring Master Apprentice Order was actually bought by a Black Cloaked Man, and it was from the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. At this time, on the top floor of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce, a young man in white clothes stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the situation outside. Young Master, do you want to go out and remind the Dajiang Young Master and the Heavenly Saber Young Master that doing this kind of thing in front of our Chamber of Commerce will have a bad influence if it is spread out? The young master was the third young master of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce, who was in charge of the daily affairs here. At this time, his face was very indifferent. It doesn't matter. Our Nanyang Chamber of Commerce has never cared about outside matters. They could do whatever they want to do. This black-cloaked man is quite interesting. He actually offered 35,000 middle-grade spirit stones. His background is not simple. Although the Dajiang Young Master and the Heavenly Saber Young Master were more confident, the Nanyang Young Master did not take it seriously. Lin Fei looked at the Dajiang Young Master and the Heavenly Saber Young Master who were blocking in front of him and chuckled. You guys are quite capable. When you can't buy anything, you actually block the road outside. The Dajiang Young Master chuckled. Then you misunderstood. We are not blocking the road, but we want to buy the Heavenly Soaring Master Apprentice Order in your hands. Chapter 44:28. Who is that young man? He actually offended the Dajiang Young Master and the Sky Saber Young Master. Needless to say, he must have robbed something. Don't forget that today is the day of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce's auction. What good things are they talking about? You guys are a little confused. They said that it was the Heavenly Apprentice Order. You didn't expect it, right? This is a good thing. It is a chance to enter the top 10 immortal sects. Don't you think they are tempted? Many of the people present heard it clearly. Especially the Heavenly Apprentice Order, it was definitely a good thing. Everyone would value it. After all, this was a chance to enter the top 10 immortal sects. If they missed this opportunity, there would be no more. The Dajiang sect and the Sky Saber sect were quite powerful. Naturally, ordinary people could not offend them. Everyone broke into a cold sweat for the black-cloaked man. He could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend them. In that case, how many spirit stones are the two of you going to pay for my Scourge Master token? Lin Fei asked unhurriedly. The Dajiang young master laughed and said, if you are willing to sell it, each of us will pay 10,000 medium spiritual stones. After all, your heavenly apprentice order was only worth 15,000 medium spiritual stones. You can still earn 5,000 medium spiritual stones by selling it to us. Young Master Sky Saber said, it's not easy to earn 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. You got a great bargain. Lin Fei also admired these two people. Their ability to talk nonsense was really different. He had spent 35,000 medium spiritual stones to buy the Heavenly Apprentice Order, but in the blink of an eye, there were only 15,000 medium spiritual stones left. They even let him earn 5,000 medium spiritual stones. In the end, they said that he had earned 5,000 medium spiritual stones. Sure enough, people were different. I'm very curious. Who gave you the courage to talk nonsense in front of me? Get lost as far as you can. The Dajiang young master and the Sky Saber young master had indeed discussed it. They planned to get the Heavenly Apprentice Order back first. As for who would get it, it was simple. Whoever was stronger could take it. After all, the two people's strength was similar. This was the fairest way. As for the 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones, they would naturally need to snatch them back from the hands of this young man. Since he dared to bid for the Heavenly Connection Order in front of them, he would naturally have to pay the price. And the price was naturally his life. After hearing Lin Fei's snort, both of their expressions turned ugly. He actually dared to tell them to scram in front of everyone. Since you don't know what's good for you, we'll take action. Young Master Dajiang had nothing else to say. With a wave of his hand, the Golden Core experts behind him took action. It was the same on Heavenly Saber young master's side. More than a dozen gold core experts attacked in an instant. All kinds of treasures, one after another, that scene instantly caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. The black-cloaked man couldn't stop him at all, unless it was a Yuanying stage master, but the other party was just a guy who exuded the aura of the Jidan stage. It was impossible for him to be a Yuanying stage master. Therefore, after encountering so many golden core experts, his fate was destined to be predictable. Bang, 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 bang. An invisible sword light instantly struck these magic treasures. These golden core experts, who released their treasures, all grunted and stepped back. With just one sword, they found that their treasures were damaged. There was a clear sword mark on it, and the sword light had damaged their treasures. Their faces were a little ugly, and their hearts couldn't help but sink. They had encountered an expert. With such little strength, you have a nerve to make a move. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Lin Fei glanced at young Master Dajiang and Heavenly Saber young master faintly. What do you think? Both of their faces were a little pale. The other party actually broke these attacks with one sword. Those were magic treasures. A total of 12 or 13 magic treasures, which was not something that a golden core expert could withstand. However, the other party's sword light blocked the attacks of these magic treasures. Instead, these magic treasures seemed to be damaged, which was the most unacceptable thing for them. Now hand over all your rings, or I won't be merciful with my sword, Lin Fei said coldly. While young Master Dajiang and Heavenly Saber young master were still hesitating, a sword light, like a bright light, appeared in front of them in an instant. They flew out, and a sword mark appeared on the armor in front of them, leaving a wound on their flesh. There's not much time left. If you don't hand it over, you will lose your life. No one could see how fast this sword light was. Anyway, when they saw it, Heavenly Saber young master and young Master Dajiang had already fallen to the ground. A sword mark was drawn on their bodies, and it was clearly visible. They couldn't help but gasp. If this sword fell on their necks, wouldn't their heads fall to the ground? Where did this expert come from? And he was a swordsman. We'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. Don't do it. Young Master Dajiang and Heavenly Saber Young Master hurriedly shouted. The rings on their hands were also thrown over, and they didn't dare to stay. Lin Fei took it in his hand and instantly removed the mark on it. Seeing that you are fast, I still have to leave some punishment for you. After another sword light flashed, Young Master Dajiang and Young Master Tiandao screamed, and one of their arms flew out. Lin Fei destroyed one of their arms. Remember, not everything can be snatched by you. If you don't like it, you can bring people over. Lin Fei walked out of the city, and the onlookers made way for him. Who dared to stop him? Young Master Dajiang and Young Master Tiandao suffered a big loss. One of their arms was destroyed, and they couldn't grow it back until they reached the nascent soul realm. Even if they used special treasures, it would be an extremely high price. This time, they suffered a big loss. The young master of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce also saw this scene, and he frowned slightly. A swordsman. His swordsmanship is so fast that even I can't catch it. When did such an expert come out? The confidant next to him suddenly said, "This person's strength is a bit scary. Could it be that Golden Core Realm kid, Lin Fei? I heard that guy is an extreme master." Lin Fei, the young master of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce, frowned slightly again and then relaxed. If this person is Lin Fei, who is at the extreme Golden Core Realm, it makes sense, but he's a bit bold. He actually dared to come to Nanyang City. Is he not afraid of being targeted by the nascent Soul Realm Master? However, he destroyed the young Master Dajiang and young Master Tiandao in one breath. The Dajiang sect and the Sky Saber sect will probably come out in full force to seek justice. After all, if they don't cultivate to the nascent soul realm in this life, they will be completely useless. No one will do anything about it. Chapter 44:29. Lin Fei did not feel that he had done anything wrong. Anyway, he had already gotten what he wanted. With this heaven-reaching apprentice order, he only needed to head to the county, and he would naturally be able to join the heaven-reaching church. Speaking of which, he was more or less excited. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to improve his strength. From a heaven-reaching apprentice order, Lin Fei also heard some news. There were very few of them outside. As for whether the heaven-reaching church would admit it or not, that was another matter. At least for Lin Fei, it was an opportunity for him to have a breakthrough in his strength. Not long after leaving Nanyang City, Lin Fei felt that someone was following him. The person following him was quite skilled. If not for Lin Fei being different from ordinary people, he would have really been followed. It should be that many people were jealous of the heaven-reaching apprentice order, so they arranged for someone to follow him. Naturally, it was the news released by young Master Dajiang. It was hard not to be tempted. It represented an opportunity. It seems that killing is inevitable, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't plan to stay in Nanyang County any longer. Originally, Lin Fei planned to stay in Nanyang County for a period of time to understand more, but it seemed that he could not stay any longer. The heaven-reaching apprentice order would cause a lot of trouble. So. Just when Lin Fei was frowning, several streams of light directly attacked. So there were already people coming. When these streams of light got close to Lin Fei, they instantly turned into an inescapable net. So it was to trap Lin Fei here. Such a method was quite amazing. Who was Lin Fei? In an instant, he had cleaved apart the inescapable net of light. If you want my heaven-reaching apprentice order, you have to take your lives. Otherwise, you're not qualified. After breaking the inescapable net, Lin Fei immediately counterattacked. Since they wanted his heaven-reaching apprentice order, they had to be prepared. There was indeed a group of people in the distance. They were also very interested in this heaven-reaching apprentice order. Even if they didn't use it themselves, it would still be worth a fortune just by peddling it. The Nanyang Chamber of Commerce's people who participated in the auction spread the news that this person used 35,000 medium-grade spirit stones to buy the Tongtian apprenticeship order. He was definitely a local tyrant. The important thing was that the other party only had the strength of a Jindan. This was their opportunity. If it didn't take action now, then when would they? Hurry up and hand over the Skypiercer disciple token. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. These people who came were quite confident. They were all Golden Core experts. After all, it was a Golden Core. There was strength in numbers. The sword light was like flowing water, instantly taking away the lives of these people. As soon as the ring was taken, Lin Fei instantly left. The day began. Lin Fei had been targeted by someone. Wave after wave of people came to stop Lin Fei. The news from the outside world was even more varied. He had a net worth of hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones and a heavenly apprentice order. There were even people who said that this person had entered the Cave Void ancient tomb and obtained a Cave Void treasure. All kinds of topics were added together. For a time, the entire Nanyuan County became lively. Countless experts came out in full force just to find traces of Lin Fei. Originally, with the strength of such a golden core expert, everyone did not think much of it. But as wave after wave of people continued to fall, blood flowed like a river. For a time, everyone was dumbfounded. How could the strength of a golden core expert be so strong? He was ridiculously strong. He had already killed hundreds of golden core experts. Lin Fei originally thought that killing a group of golden core experts would naturally make people retreat. In the end, he realized that he was thinking too much. These people were not like what he imagined at all. Instead, they kept coming like a tide. Lin Fei was blocked by another group of experts. But when this group of experts came, Lin Fei realized that he might have to be ruthless. Because the people who came were Yuanying experts. I don't care who you are. Hand over the Skypiercer disciple token. Maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die. On top of a mountain, Lin Fei was surrounded by 3 Yuanying experts. And the one who spoke was a young man in red. He had an arrogant temperament and looked as if he was going to eat up Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not know the person in front of him, but he could see that this person had great ability in the Nanyuan County. That's right. At this moment, Lin Fei was still in the Nanyuan County. He was being chased by these experts. He really did not leave the Nanyuan County for a while. Did you hear what our young master said? Hand over the Skypiercer disciple token and all your assets. Also, take off your cloak and let us see if you're Lin Fei. A Yuanying expert stared at Lin Fei and said coldly, "Our young master has a temper and is patient. If you don't hand it over, then we will make our move. At that time, even if you are strong, you will still die here." The Yuanying experts blocked Lin Fei's way. Among these 3 Yuanying experts, 2 were early Yuanying and 1 was middle Yuanying. It could be considered a big scene. And the young man was a golden core, great perfection expert. His aura was thick and dense. He probably had many treasures on him. Did you hear what we said? I, young Master Tian Luo, am not joking. That young Master Tian Luo smiled faintly. Otherwise, my patience is limited. Once my patience runs out, you will be finished. You will have wasted your life's worth of strength. Lin Fei had not been in the spiritual realm for a long time. He had not been in Nanyuan County for a long time, but he already knew some of the experts in the Nanyuan County. Of course, he also knew some of the people in the younger generation that he could not afford to offend. And among them, young Master Tian Luo was one of them, because his father was the 3rd strongest Yuanying expert in the Nanyuan County. This was terrifying. At the same time, Lin Fei also knew why the other party came to find him. He was afraid that they were eyeing his hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. In Nanyang Chamber of Commerce, he could spend 35,000 spirit stones in one go. If he could obtain the Heavenly Connection Apprenticeship Order, he would be able to earn a lot. Millions of low-grade spirit stones would naturally not move anyone. But when the news spread out that there were hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones, it was completely worth it for these young masters to make a move. Anyway, he did not need to make a move. A Yuanying expert would naturally be able to get it. You are young Master Tian Luo. No wonder you have the guts to block my way. Lin Fei said. Actually, I should advise you not to have any ideas on me. Otherwise, the one who will die will be you. Young Master Tian Luo laughed out loud. Seems like you did not take my words seriously. Fine, you'll have to pay the price for saying the wrong thing. Destroy it. The Yuanying expert instantly made his move. 3 treasures directly smashed down. Chapter 44:30. The 3 nascent soul realm cultivators had already made their move. The 3 treasures came crashing down with great power. Bullying the weak? They didn't care at all. After all, young Master Tian Luo was the third young master of Nanyuan County. Only the other two young masters could suppress him. He wouldn't give face to ordinary people and would kill them as he pleased. This time, young Master Tian Luo was eyeing the Heavenly Master token and the hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. If he could get his hands on it, he would be able to make a huge profit. After all, hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones were very tempting. Even if it wasn't that much, a few hundred or 200,000 would be a huge profit. This was a real cultivation resource. It wasn't easy to find them usually. Even if it was Tian Luo Prince, he only had a few thousand middle-grade spirit stones. There were a lot of low-grade spirit stones, millions of them. It was useless to put them on top of middle-grade spirit stones. When the three nascent Soul Realm cultivators made their move, Lin Fei knew that he would be exposed this time. After all, nascent Soul Realm cultivators were different from Golden Core Realm cultivators. For Golden Core Realm cultivators, Lin Fei didn't even need to use much strength to kill them. But nascent Soul Realm cultivators were different. They needed to go all out. The life-reaping sword was instantly unleashed. Bang, 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 bang. It swept across the three treasures and instantly blocked the wave of attacks. The three nascent Soul Realm cultivators looked at each other and were a little surprised. Sure enough, the rumors were true. This kid's strength was indeed very strong, but that was all. After the treasures were repelled, they came crashing down again. This time, the power was stronger than before. Young man, stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more useless it is. Just obediently surrender. After the sword light flashed, their magic weapons were unexpectedly repelled. The force was even stronger than before. As soon as their treasures flew out, another inconspicuous sword glow swept past them. The three nascent Soul Realm cultivators' eyebrows twitched as they instantly felt danger. Clatter! The treasured armors on their bodies were actually cut open by a single slash. Even their flesh was broken. Fresh blood flowed. This time, they were completely shocked. They had met a powerful cultivator, and it was the kind that hid their strength. Young master, be careful. This person is an expert at the pinnacle of the Golden Core Realm. He even has an insightful void weapon. Three nascent Soul Realm experts were injured with just a single slash. He immediately informed young Master Tian Luo. They were here to protect young Master Tian Luo. If young Master Tian Luo was killed, it would be troublesome. Golden Core Peak, insightful void weapon. I know who you are. You're Lin Fei. At this moment, young Master Tian Luo was enlightened. A ripple appeared in front of him. After the ripples appeared, several sword lights swept across it. Kacha-kacha. After the shattering, the sword light crushed over his body. You found out too late. If you dare to target my things, then be prepared. A figure appeared beside Lord Tian Luo and took away the ring. You actually dared to kill young Master Tian Luo? I'll fight you to the death. The three nascent Soul Realm masters were caught off guard and saw their young masters being killed. In fact, they couldn't even see how this person did it. Their faces were filled with panic, endless anger, unease, and fear. They knew that with young Master Tian Luo's death, they wouldn't have a good ending either. All of this was caused by the person in front of them. They also knew who this person was. It was that Lin Fei who stole the insightful void weapon. Now it's your turn. Since Princess Tian Luo is dead, you guys can go on your way. In an instant, they attacked. They were fighting with their lives on the line. The killing move of the three nascent Soul Realm experts was still very strong. If they killed this person, they might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, if that lord was angered, they would definitely die. That lord was a late-stage nascent Soul Realm expert. In addition to his own magic treasure, he could fight against a perfected nascent Soul Realm expert. He was considered very famous. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit on the throne of the third expert in Nanyuan County. In this Nanyuan County, the throne of the third expert was quite valuable. They naturally knew the meaning behind it. Hence, they only wanted to kill this person. Who would have thought that this person was that Lin Fei? He hid himself so deeply. If they knew that this person was Lin Fei, they wouldn't have agreed to let young Master Tian Luo deal with Lin Fei. Now, not only did they not get what they wanted, they even lost their lives. Even their lives could not be guaranteed. It was as if there was a huge sword above their heads that could cut them down at any time and kill them. This was not the first time that Lin Fei fought against a nascent soul realm expert. Now, his strength had increased to a certain extent. In addition to the life through heaven legendary sword in his hand, his explosive power was much stronger and faster. The three nascent soul realm experts could not block it at all. They kept on retreating. Voila! Lin Fei's sword pierced through the chest of a nascent soul realm expert. With a kick, he flew down. He turned around and attacked another nascent soul realm expert. Another early-stage nascent soul realm expert was pierced through. The armor on his body could not block the life through heaven legendary sword at all. After all, this was an insightful void weapon. One sword could break through the defense of ordinary armor. More importantly, Lin Fei's speed was also extremely fast. They could not block it at all. The remaining middle-stage nascent soul realm expert turned around and ran without saying anything. If he did not run now, he would definitely die. As soon as he turned around, a figure appeared in front of him and pierced him with a sword. Actually, if you had held on a little longer, you could have lived longer. Unfortunately, you chose to run away. Master will definitely come to kill you. You can't escape. The nascent soul realm expert instantly crushed a talisman in his hand. It turned into a green smoke. When Lin Fei saw this, he cursed inwardly. He did not expect the other party to have such a move. He took the storage ring and immediately left. Who killed my son? I want you to pay with your life. At this moment, a loud voice echoed throughout the entire Nanyuan County. Countless experts were alarmed. An expert from Nanyuan City flew out, like a stream of light. Many experts recognized him at a glance. This person was the third expert, Heavenly Lion Nascent Soul Realm expert. What's going on? Who killed Heavenly Lion's son? Isn't he a little too daring? This is great. That person probably can't run far now. Lord Tian Luo was actually killed. Something big happened. The news spread in an instant. Countless people were shocked. Who didn't know that Heavenly Lion Nascent Soul Realm expert only had this one son, and the one he doted on the most? In the end, he was actually killed in the Nanyuan County. Wasn't this a monstrous disaster? After Heavenly Lion Nascent Soul Realm expert chased after him, countless figures followed. These were all good friends of Heavenly Lion Nascent Soul Realm expert. Naturally, they came to help. Along the way, they came to see who was so bold. Chapter 44:31. The entire Nanyuan region was in an uproar. The Heavenly Lion made a move. Countless people were shocked, but even more incredulity arose in their hearts. Under such circumstances, there was actually someone who dared to kill the son of the Heavenly Lion. Wasn't this the same as provoking a tiger? When the Heavenly Lion was angry, even 9 bulls couldn't hold him back. In the Nanyuan region, everyone gave him some face. Lin Fei knew that there was a bit of trouble when he heard the voice. That's right, it was just a bit of trouble. Although his opponent was a nascent soul powerhouse, most likely a late-stage or even a full-fledged nascent soul cultivator, Lin Fei still had the strength to fight. The God Tree of Life had grown a lot, so Lin Fei's physical body naturally improved a lot. Coupled with his growth speed and movement technique, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of nascent soul cultivators. Lin Fei didn't stop either. He used his movement technique and moved quickly. This movement technique was very fast, not slower than moving a treasure. Of course, this was the benefit of having a strong physical body. It was a pity that Lin Fei's physical body hadn't reached its peak yet. Otherwise, once he used his secret technique, he would be able to travel thousands of miles in an instant, and no one would be able to catch up. The Heavenly Lion followed along and naturally saw his son's corpse. His eyes were bloodshot. His son, Tian Luo, was his inheritor. He didn't expect him to die in front of him. He waved his hand to keep the corpse and chased after Tian Luo. The positioning was very accurate, and there was no deviation at all. But as he chased, he found some problems. Because the opponent's speed was a bit fast, even with his full strength, he couldn't catch up. He couldn't help but frown. Just which damned old thing dared to be so ruthless towards my son? No matter what, I will uproot the power and clan behind you. The Heavenly Lion immediately thought that the opponent was his enemy. Only those enemies would dare to do such a thing. The inheritance was broken. Then, the Heavenly Lion naturally wouldn't be polite. He would definitely destroy all of the opponent's forces. This was the only way he could vent the anger in his heart. The more he chased, the more he couldn't catch up. This gave the Heavenly Lion a bigger headache. If they couldn't catch up to him, it would be troublesome once he entered another county city. After all, if a nascent soul powerhouse like him entered another county city, he would be targeted by other nascent soul powerhouses. Even though he did not do anything, it was hard to guarantee that no one would do anything in the dark. Therefore, he had to stop these people in the southern Cloud County first. Sky Lion immediately took out his communicator and sent a message to his good friend. Let them block the path ahead. That was the only way to stop them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up. The nascent soul realm cultivators who had caught up from behind were also dumbfounded. The Heavenly Lion actually did not catch up to the other party. This was because it used a treasure. His speed was top-notch. It was indeed quite surprising that he couldn't catch up. At this moment, Lin Fei's speed had reached its limit. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in front of him, and countless beams of light shot over. "Sir, you should stay here and wait. Someone wants to see you." The aura of a nascent soul powerhouse appeared in front of him. There was indeed a nascent soul powerhouse who stopped Lin Fei. He didn't want Lin Fei to leave. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, it was normal to be targeted, especially in the southern Cloud County. It would be abnormal if there weren't a few experts. Lin Fei didn't say a word and attacked. The nascent soul realm powerhouse obviously didn't expect the sword lights to arrive in an instant. This person attacked in an instant. As soon as he took out the treasure, his body was hit by a series of attacks, causing his expression to change drastically. Because the armor on his body was actually cut open, leaving behind many cracks. "Damn it, you actually have an insightful void weapon. What the hell?" Lin Fei relied on his movement technique to get close to the nascent soul powerhouse. With the Tong Tian sword in hand, coupled with the 5-element sword intent, his strength became even stronger. He easily broke through the opponent's defense. In an instant, the nascent soul powerhouse's expression changed and he retreated. He knew that he was in big trouble. After all, a person with an insightful void weapon wasn't easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he might suffer a huge loss today. More importantly, the opponent's sword technique was too fast. He could only passively block and block. If he knew this would happen, he would have scrammed as far as he could. Lin Fei's sword technique was unbelievably fast. He suppressed the opponent and attacked fiercely. The nascent soul powerhouse felt a chill in his heart. How did such an expert appear? He couldn't hold on at all. Cracks appeared on the armor on his body, and his heart was bleeding. After all, it wasn't easy for a nascent soul powerhouse's armor to be obtained. But now, under such a fierce attack, the cracks were shocking. If it was an ordinary armor, it would have been easily broken by the opponent. He had probably died countless times already. Even now, he was barely holding on. Just as Lin Fei was about to make his move, another figure from the mathematics path chased after him. In an instant, he attacked. "Dao friend Fong, don't panic. We are here to help you." These nascent soul powerhouses were friends with the Heavenly Lion. Naturally, they didn't mind doing him a favor. But when they saw that a nascent soul powerhouse was actually defeated, they were shocked and wanted to take down the opponent. In an instant, Lin Fei was besieged by several nascent soul powerhouses. Among these nascent soul powerhouses, the weakest was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. There were even some in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The pressure was still quite great. Lin Fei attacked one person fiercely. It was the nascent soul powerhouse who was previously called Dao Friend Fong. The nascent soul powerhouse, surnamed Fong, was cursing in his heart. He couldn't block it at all. Clatter. The armor was broken. A sword pierced through his body. Then, Lin Fei's fist landed on the opponent's body. Endless power surged out and instantly blew up a nascent soul powerhouse. "You dare to block my way. This is the result." The nascent soul powerhouses who were still attacking Lin Fei were all dumbfounded. Their movements slowed down. A nascent soul powerhouse in the middle stage was killed just like that, and it happened right under their noses. This was simply slapping them in the face countless times. For a moment, they all felt that their strength had been cultivated in vain. They couldn't even take down a person. He instantly understood that this person was definitely a veteran Yuaniing stage powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way he would have such strength. At this time, they were a little regretful. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have made a move. Such a person, if they were alone, they wouldn't have been his opponent. Although Lin Fei seemed to be injured, no matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Just as these people were delaying, the heavenly lion finally caught up. You killed my son. Today, I will take your life to pay for it. A stream of light directly attacked. It turned out to be the treasure of the heavenly lion. The meteor all arrived in an instant like lightning. It brought up a whirlpool and shattered the void. Lin Fei turned around and slashed at the meteor all. So what if I killed your son? If you don't listen to me, I will still kill you. So what if you are in the late stage of the nascent soul realm? Chapter 4432. Lin Fei's words stunned everyone on the spot, as if they had heard wrongly. That was a late-stage nascent soul realm expert. The name of Heavenly Lion, who didn't know of him in the Southern Cloud County. Someone actually said such words to him. This was no less than a slap to their faces. As for the few nascent soul realm experts who besieged Lin Fei just now, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. They retreated one after another. At this time, they really didn't want Heavenly Lion to make a move. Anyway, they didn't have the guts. Didn't he see that a nascent soul realm expert was killed? It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to this realm. In the blink of an eye, one of them was killed. Just thinking about it was a little frightening. Fortunately, the fight didn't last long. If it were any longer, they wouldn't be able to stop him at all. This person was definitely a veteran expert. He might even be a peak nascent soul realm expert. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion was also very angry, but then he suddenly frowned. He smelled the smell of blood in the air. This guy killed again. He swept his gaze across and saw these good friends, but immediately realized that something was wrong, because one of his good friends seemed to be gone. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He couldn't say that this person killed him, right? That was a nascent soul realm expert. No matter what you say, my son was killed by you. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Why don't you follow me back now, or I will do it myself. Lin Fei laughed. Forget it, I will do it myself. He instantly attacked. The life-taking sword was slashed one after another, emitting a terrifying aura of death. In an instant, it exploded to the extreme. In an instant, a sword shadow appeared in front of Heavenly Lion. His movements were slower by a beat. Although he was a late-stage nascent soul realm expert, speed was never his forte. The other party had already arrived in front of him. A faint light blocked in front of him, but it immediately shattered. Heavenly Lion's body was hit by dozens of swords. Every sword cut through his treasured armor, and his heart was instantly stupefied. Insightful void weapon. This kid actually has an insightful void weapon. The Heavenly Lion had suffered a great loss in just one encounter. If you don't show me your true abilities, then you're dead meat. Lin Fei's mastery of life-taking sword had reached the point of perfection. In addition to this insightful void weapon, it could be said that he could kill people with a single sword strike. His prowess was greatly boosted. The Heavenly Lion instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. The cracks on the treasured armor reached deep into its depths. Even the people in the distance were secretly sucking in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that this person was actually an expert in close combat with a sword? This sword technique was unbelievably fast, and they couldn't keep up with it. If they were to encounter him, they would not be a match for him. No wonder this person dared to kill Tianshi's son, Lord Tianluo. He must have been too arrogant and was killed by the other party. He really deserved it. The more the Heavenly Lion resisted, the harder it became. The other party's sword intent was too fast. Basically, he couldn't block every single sword. In any case, he was always slower by a beat. The other party came from all directions and moved at an astonishing speed. His advantage was gone in an instant, and he felt extremely aggrieved. He finally understood why a nascent soul cultivator was killed. He couldn't withstand it all. The defense of the treasured armor on his body was quite strong, but he couldn't use this technique at all. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many mistakes. His mistake was quite ridiculous. He couldn't beat him. He really couldn't beat him. The Heavenly Lion didn't dare to continue fighting. This person was really too strong. Just this sword technique alone was enough to make him unable to withstand it. At that time, he would be killed by the other party if he was careless. Gritting his teeth, he took out a talisman and instantly pinched it. His entire body turned into a green smoke and disappeared. The scene of the Heavenly Lion made the nascent soul experts present dumbfounded. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei's attack failed. The Heavenly Lion expert in front of him had already disappeared. His gaze swept across coldly. "Everyone, do you also intend to come up and try my sword technique? If that's the case, then you can come up. I'm quite an easy person to talk to." The nascent soul experts of the Nanyuan County didn't dare to move. Even the Heavenly Lion couldn't withstand it and used his treasure to escape. If they came up, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? "My family's rice has just been cooked. I have to go back and take a look. You have also cooked. I have also cooked. Let's all leave together. My family's clothes haven't been collected yet. My disciple seems to be sick. I have to go back and take a look at him." One after another, in the blink of an eye, these Yuanying stage masters dispersed. No one dared to stay on the spot. Lin Fei's surroundings became empty. He shook his head slightly. He really overestimated these nascent soul experts. They actually didn't even have the guts to do this. In the blink of an eye, they all ran away. Of course, this also made Lin Fei understand one thing. It was naturally different with an insightful void weapon in his hands. Under normal circumstances, the treasured armor of a nascent soul expert wouldn't be easy to break. But now, these treasured armors were easily broken. A good weapon was indeed very useful. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that if he had an insightful void weapon, he would definitely be targeted by other nascent soul experts. As long as it wasn't a top-grade weapon, there really wasn't much to care about. Lin Fei also quickly left. The experts in the Nanyuan County all thought that the Heavenly Lion could catch up with the person who attacked, but in the end, an unimaginable news spread. The Heavenly Lion was not that person's opponent. Instead, he escaped. Even the nascent soul experts in the Nanyuan County were not willing to make a move. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had heard wrongly. They really suffered a huge setback. There was even news that the person had an insightful void weapon. A golden core cultivator had an insightful void weapon, and he could even unleash terrifying swordsmanship and speed. Such a monstrous person instantly caused countless people to speculate. But no one chased after him, and such news spread like wildfire in the Nanyuan County. Even the nascent soul expert, the Heavenly Lion, directly chose to stay in his house. No one knew what this person was thinking, what he wanted to do, but everyone knew that he had suffered a huge loss this time. His son was killed, and even he wasn't a match for the person. If not for his good luck, he might not have been able to return. No matter which news it was enough to move them. Of course, the news had also spread to the nearby counties. Everyone just chuckled and didn't think much of it. A golden core expert holding an insightful void weapon. How ridiculous and unbelievable was this? However, some people began to appear in the Nanyuan County. These people came and disappeared quickly. No one knew what they were doing. Chapter 4433. Tongtian County. This was the county city where the Tongtian School was located. Heaven's Reaching Prefecture, which was named after the Heaven's Reaching Church, was also the most meaningful one among all the prefectures. It was also one of the top 3 among the top 10 counties. Nanyuan County paled in comparison to Tongtian County. The difference was like the distance between heaven and earth. Compared to Tongtian County, who didn't know about the Tongtian School? It was one of the top 10 immortal sections. Joining the top 10 immortal sects would give one a chance to reach the pinnacle. It would also give one a chance to become an immortal. In the spiritual realm, everyone hoped to break through to become an immortal. However, it was too difficult to become an immortal. Even so, the top 10 immortal sects were still the sects that had the highest chance of becoming an immortal. Anyone who came from the 10 great immortal sects had great backgrounds and statuses. Who wouldn't be courteous to them when they were outside? The closest city to the Tongtian school was called Yuanyang City. This Yuanyang City was very big and lively. In an inn, many people were eating, drinking, and chatting. Suddenly, one of them said, "Have you heard? Recently, something interesting happened in Nanyuan County. I heard that a gold core expert slapped the face of a heavenly lion nascent soul expert. It is said that he even killed a nascent soul expert. Now, the entire Nanyuan County is in an uproar." It was unknown who suddenly mentioned it, but it attracted the attention of many people. "I know about it. My friend's brother's brother is in Nanyuan County. I heard that it was a big deal. That heavenly lion is a nascent soul late-stage expert. His son was killed, and even he was slapped in the face. In the end, he used a teleportation talisman to leave. That's not possible. A gold core expert is a match for a nascent soul late-stage expert. Even if he is at the peak of the gold core realm, it is impossible. This must be a rumor. I also think that this should be a rumor. If he is really that powerful, he would be able to break through to the nascent soul realm." Very quickly, there were people who took over and expressed their disapproval of his words. After all, Nanyuan County was a small place compared to Tongtian County. In Nanyuan County, a nascent soul late-stage expert was considered very powerful. But in the Tongtian County, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was nothing more than an expert. There were emptiness realm experts in Tongtian County, the so-called insightful emptiness realm experts. Everyone knew that reaching the insightful void level was difficult, but here in the Tongtian County, it wasn't difficult at all. On the contrary, it was very easy. For example, the Sky-Reaching Church had many insightful emptiness realm experts. It was even rumored that they had super experts who had surpassed the insightful emptiness realm. Otherwise, how could Tongtian County maintain its position as one of the top 3 among the 10 major counties? Furthermore, they were from the 10 great immortal sects. Without some strength, how would they dare to shout out such a slogan? Sitting in an inconspicuous place, the black-cloaked man was quietly eating. This person was Lin Fei, who had come all the way here. After scaring away those nascent soul realm cultivators, Lin Fei went straight to Tongtian County. After passing through 3 counties, fortunately, they were all daunting but not dangerous. Finally, they arrived at the Heaven-Span County. Yuanyang City was the closest place to the Heavens-Reaching Church. He planned to gather some information here and see how he could enter the Heavens-Reaching Church. Although he already had the Heavenly Master's token in his hands, he was afraid that there might be an accident if it was really that useful. Lin Fei came here to inquire about the news. Today was the 3rd day that he had come out to eat, but the information he had obtained was not much. "I hope I can get some good information today." Lin Fei prayed in his heart and picked up a mouthful of food. At this time, he heard a voice which made him frown slightly. "Have you heard? The Heavens-Reaching Church is going to recruit disciples again." "It can't be. It's happening again so soon. Didn't they say it's once every 5 years? I think it's only the 3rd year now." Someone asked curiously, and one of the late-stage gold core experts, who obviously had high status here, said proudly, "That's because you don't know. My relative is a personal disciple of the Heavens-Reaching Church. I heard that this time it's the 3,000th birthday of a patriarch of the Heavens-Reaching Church. Therefore, they will recruit disciples temporarily. If you want to be apprenticed, you should seize the opportunity." Lin Fei had been in the spiritual realm for a long time. Naturally, he knew that the lifespan of the practitioners in the spiritual realm was very long. However, it was not easy to live to 3,000 years old. He could be said to be an old expert. It turns out that it's the patriarch's 3,000th birthday. No wonder he wants to recruit disciples. I have to go and have a try. I heard that with the Heaven's Apprentice Order, I can be apprenticed to a sect. I don't know whether it's true or not. I have to get one first. Someone had mentioned the Heavenly Apprenticeship Order. Lin Fei suddenly became spirited. He had a Heaven's Apprentice Order in his hand. If this Heaven's Apprentice Order could be used, it couldn't be better. If it couldn't be used, he had to find another way. The Heaven's Apprentice Order you mentioned is a thing of the past. Don't think that with the Heaven's Apprentice Order, you can be apprenticed to the Heavens Reaching Church. That's a thing of the past. Since 100 years ago, the Heavens Reaching Church has not fulfilled this promise. The Gold Core expert said with a smile. I heard that as long as you hold the Heaven's Apprentice Order and go to the Heavens Reaching Church, you can only get a cultivation method at most. Of course, you can also have an advantage over others. That is, you can participate in the assessment. If you pass the assessment, you really have the opportunity to be apprenticed to the Heavens Reaching Church. This is also a small advantage over others. Lin Fei had already expected this. He knew that the effect of the Heaven's Apprentice Order would not be so good. After all, Nanyang County was a small county city. There were a few counties in between. It was very normal for the news to be misleading. Lin Fei felt that it was a pity that he got the Heaven's Apprentice Order for nothing, but it didn't have any effect. Of course, the only thing that made Lin Fei feel lucky was that with the Heaven's Apprentice Order, he could be one step ahead of others, which was a small advantage. Don't think about being apprenticed to the Heavens Reaching Church. This time, ordinary people don't have the opportunity. He has sent an invitation letter to the first and second-rate forces. Only those who get the invitation letter have the opportunity to enter the Heavens Reaching Church. The Gold Core expert seemed to know a lot of news and spat out another piece of news. Lin Fei frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he understood what was going on. It should be a signal sent by the old ancestor to the forces of the Heavens Reaching County. For those people of the big forces, it was definitely an opportunity. I'd better wait for the recruitment 5 years later. This time, it's a competition for the disciples of families with powerful backgrounds. I heard that those disciples of families are coming to the Heavens Reaching Church. Chapter 44:34. For Lin Fei, it was very useful to get such a piece of information. At least he knew one thing, and that was that the Heavenly Apprentice Order was not that useful. Of course, another thing was that he had the opportunity to join the Heavenly Reaching Church. No, to join the Heavenly Reaching Church. Lin Fei was not too interested in being a disciple. If not for the treasures left by the heavenly tree in the Heavenly Reaching Church, Lin Fei would not even bother to come here. But for him, if he wanted to improve his strength faster, only the heavenly tree had the ability to do so. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for another 2 years. Although 2 years was not a long time, Lin Fei did not want to waste a single second. After all, he had caused quite a commotion in Nanyang Prefecture. Who knew if the Heavenly Lion would find someone to deal with him? Therefore, he had to take precautions against this matter as soon as possible. He heard them disperse. Lin Fei came down from the restaurant, his brows furrowed. He felt that if he wanted to join the Heavenly Reaching Church, he had to find a more reliable way. From the words of those people, Lin Fei was more certain of one thing. That was the Heavenly Reaching Church. They were probably taking back the Heavenly Apprentice Order, but it was not possible to let these people join the Heavenly Reaching Church. After all, the Heavenly Reaching Church was not like the past, which had become one of the top 10 immortal sects and was famous. Naturally, they could not casually accept people. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to give the opportunity to join the Heavenly Reaching Church to these geniuses. It would be great if he could get an invitation from them. This way, he would have a greater chance. Who knew if he would be treated well if he took the Heavenly Apprentice Order? If the difficulty of the test increased, it would be the biggest trouble, and it was more conspicuous. Therefore, it was very reasonable to use this invitation to join the Heavenly Reaching Church. Lin Fei left Yuanyang City. He decided to find a few people near the Heavenly Reaching Church. As for who he could find, it would depend on his luck. Anyway, he was targeted by him, so he had to hand over the invitation. At the same time, on the other side, in front of an inconspicuous house, a figure appeared in front of him. He gently knocked on the door. An old woman came out. "Come in." He turned around and walked back. At this moment, the figure outside the door also walked in. It was like a small tavern. It was very quiet, and there was a lantern hanging on the wall. "I want to kill someone." His voice was very hoarse. If Lin Fei was here, he would have recognized it. This person was the Heavenly Lion. He was right. The heavenly lions were indeed going to take revenge. He had become a huge joke in the southern Cloud County. A late nascent soul realm cultivator was actually scared off by a golden core realm kid. He even used a teleportation talisman. This was the shame of the heavenly lion's entire life. I want to kill a guy called Lin Fei. In order to kill Lin Fei, Sky Lion gritted his teeth and came to the Twilight Tavern. He was right. It was called the Twilight Tavern. It was a very nice name, but under this nice name, there was another name that made people tremble in fear. The Dusk Tavern was an organization of assassins. Their strength was inferior to the top 10 immortal sections. It could be said that no one who was targeted by the Dusk Tavern could survive. But if he wanted the people of the Dusk Tavern to kill someone, the price was very high. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator would feel the pain. The Heavenly Lion couldn't suppress his anger this time. No matter what, he wanted Lin Fei to die. As long as Lin Fei didn't die, his heart would not be at peace. Are you sure that the person you want to kill is called Lin Fei? Wait a minute. We will help you check. The Heavenly Lion didn't wait for long. Not even half an incense stick of time had passed. There was an answer. The Lin Fei you want to kill is a very mysterious guy. He is very strong, and the peak of the Golden Core realm is not the end. His strength can reach the middle or even the late nascent soul realm. He is also very good at keeping his life. So if you want to kill this person, the price is not small. Are you sure you want to kill this person? The Heavenly Lion took a deep breath. I'm sure that I want to kill this person. No matter the price, even if I have to sell everything, I will kill this person. Killing this Lin Fei only requires 10 upper grade spirit stones. 10 upper grade spirit stones were equivalent to 100,000 middle grade spirit stones. Of course, this was the exchange, but upper grade spirit stones were too difficult to find. So the price was already quite expensive. Although the Heavenly Lion was prepared, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out 10 upper grade spirit stones. I don't know how long it will take me to see Lin Fei's body. The shortest is 1 month. The longest is 3 months. I will definitely bring this person to you. This is the promise of the Dusk Tavern. I believe you. The Heavenly Lion turned around and left. After the Heavenly Lion left, the news spread in an instant. Of course, as for Lin Fei, he was completely unaware of it. He didn't know that he was targeted by the Dusk Tavern. It was a special force that was on par with the top 10 immortal sections. Even the top 10 immortal sects couldn't do anything to the Dusk Tavern. They even tried to annihilate them a few times, but it was still useless. Instead, they had to pay a painful price. After a long time, they finally minded their own business, and no one could do anything to the other. The Dusk Tavern wouldn't easily make a move on the people of the top 10 immortal sects, and the top 10 immortal sects wouldn't make things difficult for the Dusk Tavern either. This formed a very harmonious scene. Lin Fei was already close to the sky-reaching church, but he wasn't very close. He was hundreds of kilometers away. The closer he got, the more he could feel the extraordinariness of the sky-reaching church. Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air as he sensed the powerful aura that was extremely obscure. He knew that this was the true confidence of the top 10 immortal sections. They were indeed powerful and invincible. It was no wonder that the sky-reaching church could become one of the top 10 immortal sections. They lived up to their name, and no one dared to provoke them. Lin Fei began to search silently in this area. However, after pondering for a while, he felt that something was wrong. The distance was too close. Once he made a move, he would be noticed. Therefore, he chose a direction. He decided to intercept them 100,000 kilometers away. As for whether he could successfully intercept them or not, it was purely a matter of luck. If he made a move at such a distance, he could completely suppress the movement. This was definitely a good thing for Lin Fei. After waiting for a few days, no one passed by at all. Even if there were, it would be a large group, and they wouldn't dare to make a move easily. After all, if these people were killed, there would definitely be some movement. If it had a big background, it would naturally cause trouble. Therefore, if Lin Fei wanted to find someone, he would look for those who were very inconspicuous. He didn't believe that all the people who came would come in such a mighty and menacing manner. Wait, I think I heard something. On a towering tree, Lin Fei suddenly stood up and frowned slightly. He actually felt the aura of energy fluctuations. Someone was making a move nearby. Chapter 44:35. Lin Fei did hear the noise, and the energy fluctuation wasn't small. It was a gold core expert. Of course, there was also the aura of a nascent soul powerhouse, which was very eye-catching. Without saying a word, Lin Fei directly followed the aura fluctuation. He had to understand the situation first. There were actually people fighting in such a place. This shouldn't be a small matter. Second young master, I can only say that you are unlucky. This time, I can't give you the opportunity to enter the heaven-reaching church. A cold voice was heard. Then there was another voice, which seemed very angry and unwilling. You were sent by Big Brother. How can he do this? I am from the Lin family. This place is originally mine. No one can take it away. Lin Fei was very fast. In a few breaths, he arrived at the place where the fight took place. He stood on a tree. There were many corpses lying in front of him. Obviously, they had been dead for a long time. At this time, the most eye-catching thing was that a middle-aged man had pierced a young man's chest with a sword. The young man didn't die on the spot, but he was about to. His eyes were red, and he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him with anger and unwillingness. The Lin family doesn't need people like you, so you have to give up this place. The young master will come to take this invitation letter soon. At that time, he will attend on behalf of the Lin family. The middle-aged man said coldly again. Lin Fei, who was in the tree, understood what was going on. It was the so-called family infighting again. Obviously, this guy in front of him was killed by the so-called Big Brother. What he wanted was that invitation letter. After all, with this invitation letter, he would have the opportunity to enter the heaven-reaching church. If he could successfully become a disciple, he would be able to enter the top 10 immortal sects. It could be said that he had reached the sky in one step. Such an opportunity was actually given to a junior in the family instead of the so-called Big Brother. This naturally caused the so-called Big Brother to be angry and dissatisfied. He secretly tried to kill him. He was prepared to act first and report later. He wanted to cook the raw rice into rice first. Once he entered the heaven-reaching church, even if the family knew, they would only turn a blind eye to it. Lin Fei had seen this kind of situation many times. If it weren't for the words invitation letter, Lin Fei wouldn't have taken it seriously. With this invitation, things would be different. After the sword was pulled out, the person called Lin Yun's eyes dimmed, and he stopped breathing. The middle-aged man took the storage ring from the man. He then took out an invitation from his storage ring. This invitation letter was quite different because it was specially made by the Heavens-Reaching Church, and outsiders could not imitate it. Finally, I've got it. I can explain it to the young master. Lin Yun, you're not qualified to join the Sky-Reaching Church. Don't even think about it. No one in the family will allow you to join the Sky-Reaching Church, you bastard. The middle-aged man packed up his things and prepared to leave. He welcomed the young master. As long as they had this invitation, there were no requirements on the invitation at all, because the Heavens-Reaching Church only recognized people by this invitation letter. Not bad. It seems like you've done this a lot. Just as the middle-aged man turned around, a ray of sword light leisurely arrived. It slashed across his neck. The middle-aged man saw a figure standing in front of him. He didn't even know when the other party appeared. His whole body turned black, and he completely lost consciousness. It was naturally Lin Fei. A nascent soul realm master like him couldn't resist the power of Lin Fei's sword if he wasn't prepared. Not only did he obtain the storage ring, but he also obtained the invitation letter. This invitation letter was indeed different. It seems that I'm lucky to get an invitation letter. This family infighting finally benefited me, but I still have to clean up the so-called young master. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome. Lin Fei quickly scanned the contents of the invitation letter. Fortunately, there was no special rule on who should go. This invitation letter was sent to the so-called Lin family. The Lin family could send whoever they wanted. This was quite satisfactory for Lin Fei. When he entered the Heavens-Reaching Church, he would have nothing to worry about. Lin Fei's sword intent swept and buried all these corpses. Then he turned around and began to prepare. He knew that the middle-aged man must have sent a message. As for where they would meet, it should not be far. Therefore, all Lin Fei had to do was to wait for the rabbit. A few days later, there was really a group of people in this area. The leader was a young man who was a little similar to the so-called Lin Yun, and the aura on his body was almost the same. Naturally, Lin Fei did not hold back and attacked, wiping out all of these people. For him, killing these people was just a matter of a few swords, and it wouldn't take long. But for Lin Fei, it would solve a big problem. After killing them, Lin Fei decisively destroyed the corpses. He didn't even leave a trace of clues. He would hide for as long as he could. After all, this spiritual world was more or less dangerous. Who knew what accidents could happen? Lin Fei was completely relieved. With this invitation, Lin Fei went straight to the sky-reaching church. Along the way, he made some slight changes, especially his face. Lin Fei had mastered a lot of secret methods. Therefore, he used a secret technique called the rebirth technique to slightly transform himself. At first glance, he might be a little similar to Lin Yun, but his aura was also a little similar. No one could figure out the reason. Even if the sky-reaching church was guarded by the ancestor, Lin Fei was very confident. After confirming that there was no problem, Lin Fei rushed to the sky-reaching church. At the foot of the mountain gate of the sky-reaching church, a lot of people had gathered here, one wave after another. They all entered the sky-reaching church with an invitation. After arriving here, Lin Fei realized that the sky-reaching church was really rich, occupying an area of tens of thousands of miles. The whole mountain gate was surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. From time to time, people could see mascots. Each mascot had a great origin and background. It could be seen that the sky-reaching church was really different. When Lin Fei came to the foot of the mountain, he could feel the emotion of the divine tree of life. It was a very excited emotion, which also made Lin Fei more sure that there must be a lot of treasures left by the divine tree of life in the sky-reaching church. There were even other things. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Fei wanted to enter the sky-reaching church more than anyone else. As long as he entered the sky-reaching church, his divine tree of life was very likely to improve rapidly and grow up. Chapter 44:36. After seeing this scene, Lin Fei was even more glad that he had gotten the invitation letter. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for him to come here. Lin Fei used the rebirth secret method to simply disguise himself. When he stood there, he did not attract anyone's attention. Although some people glanced at him gently, they did not stay for a long time. Lin Fei was already prepared. He decided to pretend to be a disciple of the Lin family with a new identity. After killing the Lin family, Lin Fei deliberately searched the Lin family with the soul-searching skill. He really knew something about the Lin family. There were many disciples in the Lin family, and Lin Yun was just a concubine. She didn't have any status. He was very talented. Therefore, it was not a surprise that there was one more disciple of the Lin family. Lin Fei decided to use his real name, Lin Fei. As for the slight change in his appearance, he naturally wouldn't be noticed by others. Standing at the foot of the mountain, someone soon came to greet him. First, he showed his invitation letter. After some registration, he was taken in. There was also a disciple of the Heavens Reaching Church to lead the way. Our Heavens Reaching Church is different from other places. After coming to the Heavens Reaching Church, you can move freely, but you can't go to some places. Once you break into the sex formation, even if your family members come, they can't save you. You should remember this clearly. The disciple of the Heavens Reaching Church who led the way was an inner disciple. His strength was not very strong. He was only at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. However, this middle stage of the Gold Core realm was more powerful than the middle stage of the Gold Core realm outside. He was almost at the late stage of the Gold Core realm. His strength should not be underestimated. As soon as Lin Fei entered the Heavens Reaching Church, he felt that it was very unusual. It was a blessed place. Practicing here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Of course, this was not too interesting for Lin Fei. His greatest interest was to get the treasures of the Heavens Reaching Church. The more he entered the Heavens Reaching Church, the more he could feel the existence of those treasures. This is sect leader Tong Tian, the first ancestor of our sky-reaching church. His strength was unfathomable. In the end, he became an immortal. Even though he was an immortal, he was a top-notch immortal. In the end, he crossed the boundary and left. Lin Fei and the others followed them to the square of the heavens reaching church. There was a statue that was 100,000 feet tall, and it gave off a majestic aura. Standing there, it was like a peerless expert, causing people to shiver. At the same time, they felt a trace of respect for it. Lin Fei was shocked when he saw the statue of the Tongtian sect master. He sensed a terrifying sealing power from the statue of Tongtian. Although there was only a trace of it, in Lin Fei's opinion, this trace of power could kill all the experts once it was unleashed. There was no doubt that this should be the power left by Tongtian before he left. It was definitely the power of an immortal. The 10 great immortal sects are indeed different. To think that they would have such a trump card up their sleeves. If an immortal were to make a move, he would definitely suffer a huge loss, let alone other people. Their position is very stable. Lin Fei withdrew his gaze. He originally thought that the statue was already very powerful, but he did not expect that something not far away made Lin Fei slightly surprised. Daoist friend, may I ask what that is? It looks extraordinary. Lin Fei suddenly asked. The leading gold core disciple looked back. After seeing that thing, he couldn't help but say with a smile, Your Excellency, you have a good eye. That's the origin of our sky-reaching school. It's a sky-reaching tree, but it's already dead. What Lin Fei saw was a sky-reaching tree. The sky-reaching tree was almost 300 meters tall, but there was no aura of life on it at the moment. It just stood there. At this time, a young man next to him said with a smile, I've heard of the sky-reaching tree. It's said that it fell in our spiritual realm and was considered the #1 divine tree. One can comprehend many sky-reaching secret techniques by cultivating on the sky-reaching tree. Unfortunately, after several battles, the sky-reaching tree died. I'm not sure if this is the sky-reaching tree that was left behind. The gold core disciple said with a smile, You're right. This is indeed a sky-reaching tree. It's used as a souvenir. Lin Fei did not expect to see such a huge sky-reaching tree here. It was only 300 meters tall, but it was well preserved. The Tree of Life had already released a strong emotion. Lin Fei suppressed it with great difficulty and told the Tree of Life that there was no hurry. Sooner or later, it would completely refine and absorb this sky-reaching tree. You've seen a lot of sky-reaching tokens, sky-reaching master token, and other things. They were all taken from the sky-reaching tree and refined. The sky-reaching church disciple said again, If you're interested in this sky-reaching tree, you'll naturally have a chance to know it after you join the sky-reaching church. Now, I'll take you to your resting place. The interior of the sky-reaching church was very large. Not long after, they flew to an area. This area had pavilions and waterside pavilions. It was very extraordinary. This is the resting place we use to entertain our distinguished guests. You can stay here for the time being. Lin Fei and the others were arranged to stay in a room. There was also a butler here. If there was anything they needed, they could inform the butler. Lin Fei moved in smoothly. He was not in a hurry to go out. On the contrary, some disciples of various families began to wander in the sky-reaching church. The sky-reaching church was bigger than they had imagined. It had an area of tens of thousands of miles. There was also a city in the sky-reaching church, which was very lively. This was what Lin Fei found out after asking the butler. If you're bored, you could take a walk in the sky-reaching city. It's a relatively lively place. According to the butler, although they had come to the sky-reaching church, they still had to wait for some time. After all, it was not the day of the ancestors' 3,000th birthday banquet yet. During this period, in addition to practicing, they could also walk around the sky-reaching church. Therefore, after staying for 2 days, Lin Fei decided to go to the sky-reaching city to have a look, hoping to gain something. The sky-reaching church was somewhat different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It did not have such a great sex aura. It was like coming to an ordinary city. It was very lively, but most of the people were disciples of the sky-reaching church. These disciples not only opened shops here, but also took the initiative to sell things. Most of the disciples in the sky-reaching city were outer disciples. They were used to serve the inner disciples. In the sky-reaching church, there were 4 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, personal disciples, and the last Holy Son. Outer disciples naturally had no future. However, they were treated well in the sky-reaching church. They could open shops to sell things. Therefore, the sky-reaching city was formed. Some of the shops selling goods here naturally had some inner sect disciples and elders supporting them from behind. Therefore, the sky-reaching city was also very complicated. Chapter 44:37. Heaven-reaching city was very lively. There were disciples of the heaven-reaching church everywhere. Every disciple of the heaven-reaching church had good strength. Lin Fei didn't have a purpose for coming here this time. He just wandered around casually. He went wherever he found interesting. He found a lot of things. During this period, he also met some talents of the first-rate and second-rate forces. These people were in groups of 3 to 5, and they even knew many people of the heaven-reaching church. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to them. He came to heaven-reaching city purely to join in the fun. He wanted to see what was there. What interested Lin Fei most was a street in heaven-reaching city. This street was very large, but there were all kinds of things being sold here. Those disciples of the heaven-reaching church sat down casually and put down their things, which formed a bazaar. As soon as Lin Fei came here, he saw a lot of things. There were elixirs, weapons, treasures, and so on. As long as you had enough spirit stones, you could buy them. Of course, these were not the only things that interested Lin Fei. Instead, it was the natural medicinal materials. Some of these medicinal materials were quite old. Since he knew that the divine tree of life could also absorb these natural medicinal materials, Lin Fei naturally also targeted these medicinal materials. The older the better. On the first day, Lin Fei harvested a medicinal material more than 5,000 years old. On the second day, he harvested 2 medicinal materials more than 3,000 years old. It was a good harvest. Although it had a little effect on the improvement of the divine tree of life, it was also a good thing. Therefore, on this day, Lin Fei came here early in the morning. He felt that he would be luckier and encounter more things early. Maybe he could find something good. As soon as he arrived in Sky Connect City, Lin Fei's brows furrowed slightly. However, they soon relaxed, because the divine tree of life had a slight fluctuation. This time, the fluctuation was very exciting. Lin Fei was happy for the first time. It seems that I'm lucky today. There should be something good here. It should be a medicinal material with a good age. Let me see what I can find today. To Lin Fei, this was definitely a big mistake. It would be great if he could pick it up. Moreover, the current Lin Fei was not short of spirit stones. He could be considered a nouveau riche. With the guidance of the divine tree of life, Lin Fei did not hesitate at all and headed straight into the depths. In an inconspicuous place, Lin Fei actually saw something that had stirred up the tree of life. It was a very ordinary medicinal herb that was casually placed there. If it wasn't for the tree of life sensing it, even Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to guarantee that this herb was good and valuable. This was because it was too ordinary. If it was thrown there, even 10 people might not be able to see it, not even Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist, isn't the price of your grass a little too high? It's actually marked at 10 middle-grade spirit stones. That's not cheap at all. Although this place was remote, several disciples of the heavens-reaching church had already arrived. These disciples were all looking at this grass because it was marked at 10 middle-grade spirit stones. This price was already very, very high, so it made them even more curious. Sitting there was a middle-aged man who was silent. Finally, he said coldly, "Anyway, it's only 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Take it or leave it." After that, he closed his mouth again. For the disciples of the heavens-reaching church, 10 middle-grade spirit stones for a grass was very high. With this money, they could buy medicinal pills. Why would they waste their time on this grass? It was not worth it at all. Therefore, after looking at it for a while, he left. All of a sudden, it was empty again. Lin Fei hurriedly walked up to it. Standing in front of this grass, he carefully looked at it. although this grass looked very ordinary at first glance. However, Lin Fei could still see that something was amiss. This stalk of grass was extraordinary. It even possessed a hint of charm that was unique to the heavens and earth. No wonder this grass was marked at 10 middle-grade spirit stones. If he guessed correctly, this grass had at least lived for tens of thousands of years. It was at least 50,000 years old. This was the best medicinal herb that Lin Fei had encountered. I want this grass. Lin Fei did not want to talk nonsense. After all, he had to buy such a grass. At this time, the middle-aged man was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the voice, he suddenly raised his head and was a little surprised to see the young man in front of him. You are not a disciple of the Heavens Reaching Church. Of course, Lin Fei was not a disciple of the Heavens Reaching Church because his clothes were different. He nodded slightly. I am not a disciple of the Heavens Reaching Church. Does it have anything to do with me buying this grass? The middle-aged man came to his senses at once. After all, the 3,000th birthday banquet of the old ancestor in the sect was about to begin. It was said that a batch of disciples was to be recruited. He was afraid that these disciples were sent by these family forces. Are you sure you want to buy it for 10 middle-grade spirit stones? Don't regret after buying it. This grass is hard for me to pick. The middle-aged man did not expect that someone would buy it at such a high price. After all, he had snatched it from the hands of several nascent soul realm demonic beasts. He had put a lot of effort and almost could not get it back. Therefore, he felt that this grass should be very valuable. However, he could not recognize what it was for a while. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Since I've already bought the thing that caught my eye, I will definitely not cause any more trouble for you. I can still afford 10 middle-grade spirit stones. After all, I'm not that poor." Lin Fei laughed and threw 10 middle-grade spirit stones to the middle-aged man and took the grass. The middle-aged man held the 10 middle-grade spirit stones in his hand and felt a little bit. It was like a dream. He actually sold this grass just like that. Some people in the surroundings also noticed this scene. After all, they all knew that a grass cost 10 middle-grade spirit stones. They did not expect that someone would really buy it. It was really a case of having too much money and nowhere to go. If it were them, they would not buy it even if they were beaten to death. 10 middle-grade spirit stones were enough to buy a magic weapon. Moreover, it was a powerful magic weapon. Which family's young master was this? He was actually so rich. He did not even blink and actually spent 10 middle-grade spirit stones to buy this grass. Thank you for your support, Taoist. The middle-aged man kept the middle-grade spirit stones and thanked him profusely. These 10 middle-grade spirit stones would be of great help to him. After Lin Fei received this grass, he unexpectedly found out the name of this grass. This was the first time he encountered this grass. It turned out that this god tree of life had such a subtle effect. He originally thought that this grass was only 50,000 years old. He did not expect it to be 100,000 years old. This grass also had a big name. It was called Lucky Grass. Just when Lin Fei was about to look at it again, a figure came to Lin Fei's side. Taoist, I don't know if you're selling this grass. I will pay 50 middle-grade spirit stones. Chapter 4438. Lin Fei was in a good mood at the moment. After all, he had encountered a 100,000-year-old herb. It was called Lucky Grass. The origin of the Lucky Grass was not simple, because it could increase the success rate of refining elixirs by a certain amount. It could be said to be a very rare treasure. However, this disciple of the Heavens Reaching Church did not recognize it. Of course, for Lin Fei, this lucky grass was only for the divine tree of life to refine. As for refining elixirs, he really did not care that much. However, for those who could refine elixirs, this lucky grass was a priceless treasure. Not to mention other things, its value alone could increase a lot. At this moment, the middle-aged man had just put away the medium spirit stones. The next second, after hearing this voice, his entire face changed. He looked back and was shocked. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Elder Wang." The surrounding people also heard this voice and naturally recognized the person. It was Elder Wang, an expert in alchemy of the Heavens Reaching Church. This Elder Wang liked to search for all kinds of medicinal herbs in this area the most. He would appear from time to time, so everyone knew him. However, he did not expect that this grass, which was priced at 10 medium spirit stones, would actually become 50 medium spirit stones in the blink of an eye. Even the middle-aged man himself was shocked. He did not expect that the price he marked was a little low. Lin Fei looked back and saw a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache. The elder Wang they were talking about frowned slightly. "Sorry, this grass is still useful to me, so I will not sell it." Elder Wang frowned slightly. "Then can you let me have a look at this grass? I think this grass looks like a grass that I know." Lin Fei also heard from the ears of the others that this elder Wang was an alchemy master. He most likely recognized the use of this lucky grass. Of course, Lin Fei would not let him have a look. He was afraid that it would cause some trouble. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, I have already put this grass away. It is too troublesome to take it out. Moreover, I have already bought this grass. If you want to buy this grass, you can only try your luck." Elder Wang did recognize that this was the lucky grass, but he wasn't sure. Now that he heard what the other party said, he was even more certain that this was the lucky grass. He lamented that his luck was a little bad. He had actually come a step too late. Someone had beaten him to it, and it just had to be a young man. He was not a member of the heavens-reaching church, which made him a little unhappy. After all, the effects of a lucky grass were extremely great. When refining an ancestral cauldron, it would at least provide a certain probability of success, which was absolutely useful for alchemy experts. The middle-aged man immediately took out the middle-grade spirit stone. "Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry. I'm not selling this grass. Can I trouble you to return it to me?" How could Lin Fei not see that this middle-aged man wanted to curry favor with Elder Wang? He wanted to sell this grass to Elder Wang and leave a good impression. Elder Wang's face was obviously filled with joy. Lin Fei was not someone else. How could he return this grass to him? He did not lack these 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he chuckled and said, "I've already bought this grass. Now you want me to return it to you? What the hell is this? Does your heavens-reaching church intend to bully the weak?" As one of the top 10 immortal sects, Lin Fei naturally knew that they would not bully the weak. Especially at this time, if this matter was spread out, he would probably be laughed at to death. After hearing this, Elder Wang's face changed slightly. "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstood. How could our heavens-reaching church bully the weak? I'm just interested in this grass. How about we talk about it? How could Elder Wang do such a thing? If it was somewhere else, he might have some ideas. However, in the heavens-reaching church, he really did not have any ideas. After all, this time, a lot of God's favored ones had come, and their backgrounds were not small. The heavens-reaching church was not afraid of them. However, if this matter was spread out, they would lose face. Although Elder Wang was also an elder in the heavens-reaching church, he was just an ordinary elder. If this matter was really blown out of proportion, he would naturally lose face. Therefore, he changed his idea. It was better to have a good talk with this young man in front of him. Lin Fei thought for a moment and was quite interested in this idea. After all, he did not know much about the heavens-reaching church. What he wanted was to refine something made of heavenly wood. Perhaps this person in front of him might know about it. "I saw a tea house over there. How about we have a seat together? Anyway, this grass is dispensable to me." When Elder Wang heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It would be great if he could get his hands on it. Although the price was a little high, it was still quite cost-effective. After all, this was a lucky grass. If other people knew about it, there would be another competition. "The tea in that tea house is quite good. We can go and have a taste." The two of them walked out of the street one after another. They arrived at a nearby tea house. At this time, the tea house was very quiet. Elder Wang booked a private room with great familiarity and asked someone to serve tea and some snacks. "Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. You can even recognize this lucky grass. Ordinary people really can't," Elder Wang said after he sat down. Lin Fei said with a smile, "I've read a lot of ancient books, so I have a good understanding of these strange things. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to encounter this lucky grass. I wonder how you plan to exchange for this lucky grass. You know, although this lucky grass is a little useless, it has a good effect when refining pills." Elder Wang also wanted to see how much Lin Fei knew about this lucky grass. It would be best if he could understand it in a short period of time. He would fool him if he could. But now, it seemed that he could not fool him at all. Lin Fan knew this lucky grass very well. If he didn't spend a lot of money, he might not be able to exchange for it. If he didn't know about it, it would be fine. No matter what, he had to exchange for it. After a long time, many people would come to snatch the lucky grass. It was quite disadvantageous to him. I wonder what you want. Why don't you name a price first? As long as I can afford it, I will definitely satisfy you. After all, I, Elder Wang, am a man of my words in the heaven-reaching church. Lin Fei took out the lucky grass and put it on the table. He was not worried that the other party would snatch it away. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than his life-taking sword. I heard that the heaven-reaching church has refined a lot of treasures with the heaven-reaching tree. I'm quite interested in this. I wonder if Elder Wang has this way. If you do, then this lucky grass. Lin Fei picked up the cup, took a sip, and looked at Elder Wang with a smile. Chapter 44:39. Wang Yin could not figure out where this kid came from. After all, there were quite a number of experts here this time around. Especially the geniuses, there were quite a number of capable ones. However, to be able to identify this lucky grass at this age, he must have read a lot of books and been studying for 5 years. Such a person was definitely rare, especially when he heard that the other party wanted to refine something from the heavenly tree. Wang Yun was very surprised. He was already prepared to be slashed by the other party. After all, this was a lucky grass. If he had this lucky grass, he would be more confident in refining pills. Especially recently, Wang Yun was preparing to refine a batch of high-grade pills. However, the ingredients were too hard to obtain. Therefore, he did not dare to open the furnace. However, with the lucky grass, it would be a completely different story. He could open the furnace with peace of mind. At the very least, he would have an 80% chance of refining a high-grade pill. The gains he would gain would be unimaginable. However, he did not expect this young man to not demand an exorbitant price, nor did he slash him. Instead, he wanted the item refined from the heavenly tree. To others, the item refined from the heavenly tree might be very rare. However, to Wang Yun, it was not too much of a problem. After all, he was an elder of the Heavenly Crossing Church. Although his position was not very high, it was not difficult for him to get his hands on this item. This was something that Wang Yun was confident of. Young man, are you sure you're not wrong? You want the item refined from the heavenly tree? Wang Yun asked again. He was afraid that he had heard wrongly. Therefore, his tone was a little nervous. Lin Fei smiled. I have admired the heavenly tree for a long time. Since I have such an opportunity, I naturally have to broaden my horizons. Furthermore, it is just a stalk of grass. What do you think? It is useless to me. This was the nicest sentence Wang Yun had ever heard. He could not help but laugh out loud. That's right. You're right. This grass is indeed useless to you. I'll definitely help you refine the items that you want from the heaven-reaching tree. However, with my abilities, I can only help you get 5 items at most. Wang Yun took a deep breath and raised 5 fingers. 5 items refined from the heavenly tree was indeed a lot. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This was more than he had imagined. However, when Wang Yun looked at it, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that the other party thought it was too little? Therefore, he added, how about this? I'll get you 8 pieces through my connections. Those heavenly reaching tokens can't be compared with them. They're definitely good stuff, which can only be obtained in the heavenly reaching church. That's right. Lin Fei was just a little surprised. After all, he could easily take out 5 treasures from the sky tree. It was definitely not something like the sky token. He was more expectant about the items of the heaven-reaching tree collected by the heaven-reaching church. He didn't expect that when he frowned, the other party would actually bring 8 of them. This really made Lin Fei very surprised and happy. He was not afraid of more. The more the better. That was not a problem at all. 10 pieces. I want 10 pieces. The heaven-reaching tree isn't something worth paying attention to anymore. As long as you give me 10 items refined from the heaven-reaching tree, this grass is yours. I'm a man of my word. If Lin Fei didn't ask for a few more treasures from the heaven-reaching tree, he wouldn't be Lin Fei. He believed that Wang Yun would definitely agree to it. Although 10 items from the heaven-reaching tree wasn't a lot, it would still require some time. However, Wang Yun still agreed to it quickly. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to get it. If he were to look for someone else, there would definitely be a way to get it. It was just a small price to pay. To Wang Yun, this was nothing at all. 10 pieces then. No problem. I can pay you a deposit first. In order to prevent any unforeseen problems, Wang Yun took out 2 items from the heaven-reaching tree from the storage ring in his hand. They weren't heavenly reaching tokens. One of them was a flying sword refined from the heaven-reaching tree, while the other was a huge disc refined from the heaven-reaching tree. Both were treasures. They could be considered as low-grade magic treasures. In the spiritual world, these weren't unremarkable at all. After all, magic treasures could be categorized into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade magic treasures. Above, that would be void treasures. Therefore, low-grade magic treasures were really unremarkable. Of course, since they could be refined from the heaven-reaching tree, they would naturally have a certain level of capability. I'm a man of my words. Since I've accepted this item from you, I'll naturally leave this lucky grass for you. However, you'll have to be fast. After all, there are quite a number of people who know that you're interested in this grass. Therefore, more people will come knocking on your door. Lin Fei smiled as he reminded Wang Yun. Of course, Wang Yun knew about this. I'll definitely come and look for you tonight. Lin Fei smiled. In that case, I wish us a happy cooperation. After all, I like to end things quickly. Who asked me to admire the items from the heaven-reaching tree? Within the heavenly reaching school, there was a huge stock of items from the heavenly reaching school. It was just that they weren't allowed to leave it outside. Who knew what the higher-ups were thinking? In any case, this item was really of little value. Even the heavenly reaching apprenticeship order was the same. It was completely useless. Wang Yun left without even finishing his tea. He already knew where Lin Fei resided and his name. Therefore, he would naturally be able to find Lin Fei. What he needed to do now was to gather the remaining 8 items from the heaven-reaching tree. He even felt that the more valuable the items, the better. Only then would the other party be willing to give this lucky grass to him. Although he had already taken 2 of the treasures from the heaven-reaching tree, he was still somewhat worried. Who knew if this kid had exchanged the lucky grass with someone else? Even if he did, Wang Yun would have nothing to say. After all, there were quite a number of big shots in the heavenly reaching school. Lin Fei slowly finished the pot of tea and walked out of the tea house. Lin Fei no longer planned to go to that street. After all, it was meaningless to go there. Therefore, he decided to take a stroll. After all, there were still many interesting places in the heavenly reaching city. After taking a stroll, he came to a very interesting place in the heavenly reaching city. Lin Fei had been to this place once, but he hadn't gone in to have a look. However, when he came here today, he found that many people had gone in. This was an octagonal tower. This octagonal tower was very tall. It actually had 100 floors. It was quite eye-catching in the heavenly reaching city. When he came here last time, Lin Fei had already noticed it. However, he didn't know the function of this octagonal tower. Today, he found that it was actually open. I didn't expect that the heavenly reaching tower would open again today. In any case, I have to go in and have try. That's right. If he succeeds, he will become an outer disciple of heaven's reaching church. If he can reach a certain floor, he will become an inner disciple. We can't miss such an opportunity. That's right.